It's your Alpha live stream of round 11 of the 2021 Club 100 Series of Championships, coming to you from Bayford Meadows in Sittingbourne, Kent, England. My name is Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather here in the comms box. We're both from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's our pleasure and privilege once again to be here to talk you through the action. It is the last round of the 2021 season here today, and we've got the standard action for you from our lightweights and heavyweights. Here is Bayford Meadows though, 1.2 kilometres, 12 turns in all. Interesting circuit this one, a mixture of technical corners and then a real high-speed final sector where you've really got to be bold and chuck the kart in. And the weather at the moment is overcast, but as it currently stands, we are not anticipating rain. I have to say, looking at the sky today on the way into the circuit, you sort of have to be convinced of that. It does look pretty grey in the sky, but as we understand it at the moment, the rain should hold off. Damp conditions, though, for the test session that's just been running as we've been preparing to go live here at the circuit. So that might be a factor that comes into play. We've also got differing surfaces around the circuit as well. Different ages of timeout which give different grip profiles, so it is an interesting challenge coming into today. And yes, last round of the championship. Quite a few of our championships have been wound up already. We will obviously remind you of where that's been the case, and we will of course be looking at those titles that are yet to be decided. That's going to be a big thing for us. Here's your schedule for the day though. So we're going to have our standard timetable of the day, different to how we had it back at Lydd. Lydd was a bit of a one-off to make sure that we had everything done in time for darkness falling. We've got the option of floodlights here at Bayford, so we are back to the standard format. We're doing all of the lightweights and then all of the heavyweights. So if you're here for heavyweights, come back to us in the afternoon. Actually, no, don't. Stick around for the lightweights because we think it's going to be a fantastic one to watch today. But there is that lunch break at about 1:15, and then we'll be into our heavyweight action then. And heavyweights is where there are more of the championships to be decided. So that'll be a factor in this one. But the lightweights, and I think this is a good time to bring in Mr. Mather here alongside me in the comms box, because this is something that you've been looking ahead to, sir. The lightweights today feels a bit like a sort of, obviously it's a championship round, but it feels a little bit like a sort of O-plate, you know, special event.
Yeah, and for those who maybe like, what does that mean? As you say, all the championships in C1, C2 and C3, for who's going to win those main trophies, are all done. Now that's not to say that we're not going to have a competitive day's racing, because you've got, you know, some drivers still trying to secure, say, a top 5 in their respective class. We've also got some returning drivers today. Very excited to see how Anwar Barul Smith gets on as well. He's already wrapped up second place in the heavyweights, so regular viewers will go, hang on, Anwar doing lightweights, what's going on there? He's having a go. He's thrown himself against the likes of Jack O'Neill, Ed Bars, Dan Healy, Daz Teal, who's been on great form recently, to see how he fares. You know, there's nothing for him to be gained by racing in heavyweights this afternoon. And this is why I'm thinking it is going to be like an O-plate, which, you know, for those in owner karting will know that's kind of a one-off, one-day event across some heats into finals to decide who's going to be the winner for that. Now, there is no O-plate on offer here today. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a bit of prowess of getting through this lightweights division today and taking the win, because we've got, as I say, Jack O'Neill, confirmed champion. Ed Bars, having lost that #1 plate for next year, is going to want to finish the season on a high. Dan Healy is very strong round here, won the last time out we were here. Daz Teal is on this amazing run of form where he's won the last 2 finals in a row. Oh, and did I mention we've got a certain champion returning today? Steve Brown is back in Club 100 for the first time he's raced this year. He's with us here today, Super GT, back out on the circuit here at Bayford Meadows. That's another reason to be very, very excited today about the lightweights, even though there's no championships to be decided.
Absolutely. So there you go, bit of a rip-roaring finish to our lightweights, I think, and then a bit more championship stuff to talk about with the heavies.
We should mention as well, Comms Box Cam is live over on the DDMM YouTube channel. please stay with the Alpha Live. If you've got one screen and one device, stick with us here on Alpha Live, because you'll get all the cameras and all the glory. If you, though, are a nerd like me and you want all the stats and all the figures and live timing and commentary all on one screen, go over to Double Dash Motorsport Media's YouTube channel. You can say hello to us in the chat.
Yep.
And also see messages come up on the bottom of the screen, so keep it clean.
It is enhanced, isn't it, this
it
time
around? Yes.
It's there's been some work being going into the comms box cam, so you don't just have to look at our ugly mugs. You can see, as Andrew says, the live timing there and a bit of detail and stuff as well. So come on over to that if you've got a spare screen, and say hi. And yeah.
Right, let's get ready then. I think we are about set for the first race today, so we'll kick things off with lightweight sprint heat number 1. Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 1. Bayford Meadows, host of round number 11, Jack O'Neill, won the championship 2 weeks ago. Apologies, that's the wrong graphic on our screen at the moment. We need a lightweight sprint heat number 1, so it'll be James Wattis on pole position for this first race. Steve Hicks alongside on the front row. Keith Segal and Alistair Irvin on row 2. Josh Adams and Rihanna Percox on row 3. Jed Toole and Joshua Sangster on row 4. Ed Bars and Thomas Barrett row 5. Christopher Powell and Daz Teal on row 6. David Hamer and Justin Draper were into our novices now on row 7 overall. Alex Brandham and Simon Sharp on row 8. James Browning and Toby Stillwell row 9. Toby Smith on row 9. Aaron Stillwell wrapping out the 19 kart field. You should now be able to hear us now on comms box cam as well. Apologies, I hadn't put a fader up. Bad start. But yes, there is the circuit, and you mentioned it earlier, Howard. It's a strange one in a way, and we experienced it yesterday in the endurance race. Very low grip circuit. By that I mean even in dry conditions, it is very, very easy to spin up the rears, get the kart sliding, and not sliding in a good way, sliding in a way that's going to lose you time. We have had a bit of drizzle overnight, and it is November as well, so getting that moisture out the circuit takes quite a while. Yeah. These are going to be tricky conditions for the drivers. Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting one. We had new tyres on the karts yesterday as well, so it was an exaggerated effect, if you like, to go out there for the first few laps in particular. It's worth saying, whilst it is November, it's actually fairly mild today for a November day at this time of the year. But nevertheless, it is a bit chilly. It can be quite a breeze across this circuit as well. So in between races, the tyres can cool off quite quickly. So yeah, yesterday you and I were out there, mate, for the last of the endurance rounds of the season, and it was a very similar effect that we were experiencing. But today it's even more so because you've got that dampness, and the kart can feel quite clumsy, particularly during that tighter, twistier, as we're going around again one more time, the tight, twisty, I don't want to say, actually the first part of Sector 1 is actually quite similar to the end of the lap. It's quite high speed, but once you've got past this bit that we're going into now, once you go through 2, 3 and 4, which is a really interesting sequence of corners in of itself, they're going straight on here through the cut through because they're unrolling up laps, but you can see how you would go on down towards the infield hairpins. Those can feel really clumsy in these conditions, just huge understeer in these karts. Slick tyres, of course, in Club 100s come rain or shine. And yeah, tyre temperatures and getting the turn in with the karts, making the tyres work for you, certainly in the early phases today, is going to be a real challenge. Does look like we are good for the off, though. James Wattis on your left, driver's right. Steve Hicks alongside in the number 21. And away we go for Heat 1 of our lightweights into turn number 1. You can see Keith Segal trying to make early progress here. Steve Hicks has managed to tuck underneath James Wattis as they head towards 2, 3 and 4. Alistair Irvin trying to make progress as well on the outside of Segal, and Wattis is out wide and onto the grass. And that's going to be that's a disastrous start for his day, I'm afraid. He'll have to bring himself back onto the circuit. You can see there as well, we've had a strong start from Daz Teal. How far has he come up the grid? He started 12th and seems to be up there in second place, Andrew. That is one heck of a start there. Rihanna Percox and Ed Bars
making a bit of contact in the mid-pack there as well. Chris Powell looking to capitalise. But yeah, Steve Hicks leads. Daz Teal with an amazing start up to second place. As they work their way now, this is going into the faster sector of the lap now. This is going to feel, I would have thought, a bit clumsy at this time of the day with that dampness still down on the track, but when everything's hooked up, this bit can feel quite nice as you throw the kart through these high-speed corners and then the short, sharp stab of the brakes on the chicane. And Chris Powell goes into a spin and tags the inside tyres, and he's going to have to wait. And who's that going around in sympathy as well? I think that's Toby Smith in the 164 as well. Steve Hicks leads, Andrew, but that wasn't an incident-free first lap.
No, as expected, it is very, very slippery out there for all of our drivers, and I know some of them have been out for a test session this morning. When you're throwing yourself into competitive action, and the track can be changing underneath you as well, it's very, very tricky on the first lap to know exactly where to brake, exactly where to turn in. As Alistair Irvin goes down the inside of Keith Gal, that is for 6th place and lead in C2. Remember, for anyone new or wondering straight away what is the timing tower doing on the left with all those different colours, red number plates are your drivers in C1, that is the Premier top class within lightweights. Black number boards are your C2s, and then your blue ones are C3s. Those are your novice drivers new to Club 100 this year. You'll also see that the red number boards are displayed on the karts out there on circuit. Steve Hicks coming round to finish lap number 2, leading from Daz Teal, but the 4-man in this division is on the charge here, looking for that alternative line down the inside. Josh Adams is going to challenge him there, and breezed by. Great move from Josh Adams. He's up to P2.
Yeah, brilliant drive off the corner. There's Rihanna Percox firing down the inside of 2, but Teal is going to immediately reclaim that through 3 and 4. That was a bold move from Rihanna there. She was looking for the opportunistic move, but Teal able to hold on to 3rd place. But I was amazed by the drive that Josh Adams got off that first corner, Andrew. Yes, he got the undercut, as it were, coming through on the later apex, but it's quite damp on the inside of that, so that was quite a surprise to me. Contact
warning for Rihanna Percox in karts number 5. Contact warning for Daz Teal as well. There's Ed Bars. It's the last day that he'll have the number 1 plate on his kart, at least in this sprints format. Josh Adams challenging Steve Hicks now for the lead of the race. 4 minutes to go. You see that curb on the left-hand side for the drivers. If they go beyond that, beyond the white line, that will be a track limits warning, because there is quite a steep divot for the drivers at the end of the curb that JB and the team from 100 want the drivers to keep away from. Teal a little bit wide through turn 1. Almost a chance for Percox to get down the inside. Teal blocked it off well.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite as strong as some of those who are currently giving chase to him at the moment through that first turn. Meanwhile here, though, Josh Adams has been able to catch up onto the back of Steve Hicks for the lead of the race. By and large, our Class 1 runners, obviously, we saw the incident for Chris Powell at the... as Ed Bars is down the inside of Percox there into turn 6 as they go through this left-hander of turn 7. And there for the lead of the race, Josh Adams goes down the inside of the long left-hander at turn 8 and has been able to find what I think you and I were finding yesterday as well, mate. There is a surprising amount of grip on the inside of that long swooping left-hander.
Yeah, convention would tell you that you want to stay out quite wide initially on entry and take a late apex and then set yourself up for the next right-hander. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a good amount of grip on what normally would be considered the defensive line. It's simply that there's more bite, there's more grip to be had if you place your kart in that region of the circuit. So that's why you'll see some drivers doing that. Rihanna Percox down the inside of Ed Bars now and retakes 4th place. It's a good battle, this.
Yeah, she's very bold down that turn 2, but look at the drive that Bars was able to get, and you could see the way the kart was twitching as he stomped on the brakes for the hairpin, getting the karts to slow down and turn in for these hairpins at this part of the lap. It feels clumsy by the standards of these Club 100 karts, and even through this left-hander at turn 7 going onto the back straight. Honestly, I mean, it's a good little trap, this, but that particular corner onto the back straight feels so it feels like you're waiting an age to get the grip as you put the power down onto the back straight. And as I say, you go into this quite different final sector where it's really like you're sort of spiralling out, going into ever faster corners until you get to this stomping on the brakes of the chicane. Very important to spot your your braking point and you're turning right for that chicane, you want to be on the power as early as possible. You can't tag the tyres that are right on the apexes of that chicane. And then you want to swoop in through this right-hander at turn 1, which in of itself is a little bit of an interesting one, because it's sort of, well, you've got the pit entry on your left-hand side, which obviously we don't expect to be seeing used today in sprints, unless anyone's managed to really attract the attention of the clerk of the course, as again Ed Bars struggles at the hairpin into turn 5, and Alistair Irvine is keen to pounce, but he's going to be on the outside now for 6, unless he can get the switch back and pull something onto the back straight. He may have an opportunity into the long left-hander. As we say, can he swoop to the inside line? He does go for a tighter line, and as we were saying, it doesn't do him it's not to his detriment, but he also can't find a way past at this time.
Yeah, it does make trying to do an overtake into that corner a little bit tricky. 50 seconds of this race to go. Time will expire, and the next time the drivers cross the line, they'll see the checkered flag. We are now on to the last lap, and it's a new fastest lap of the heat so far from Joshua Adams, 64.623.
Shout out to Justin Draper, up to 7th place as one of our novice Class 3 drivers. That is a very, very respectable drive in the first heat of the day. Also some good battles going on in Class 3 as, again, Percox is going bold into this complex of corners here. She's going to be on the outside of turn number 5. And this is the thing, Andrew. Usually in damp conditions, that would serve you well. But
yeah,
there's no grip out there for some reason at the moment in these conditions. Good battles going on in Class 3, as I was saying. Toby Smith, I was going to say, was on the move. Something happened to him last lap, dropped down 4 positions. But good battles going on in Class 3 nonetheless, as Ed Bars is looking for any last opportunity to get by on Percox here for 4th place. Keep our eyes peeled out front though, because Josh Adams is coming round to take this win.
Well, a very good season so far from Josh Adams, and is looking to finish things with a flourish today. That's a brilliant start. Wins heat number 1 by 1.7 seconds clear of Steve Hicks. Rihanna Percox got Daz Teal on the line there for 3rd, but I don't think Teal was too happy about the move there. So for what it's worth, Percox provisionally 3rd, Teal 4th, Ed Bars in 5th place. Great drive from Alistair Irvine as well in 6th, and a really good drive from Justin Draper, the novice in C3, finishes in 7th, ahead of some established drivers including Keith Segal, Josh Sangster, Jed Toole. That was the top 10. James Wattis, after the spin on lap 1, finishes in 11th. Aaron Stillwell is 2nd of the C2s, home in 12th. Thomas Barrett, Toby Smith, Alex Brandom is your top 15. Tough race for Christopher Powell. I think he's got a cone penalty out there as well. Finishes 16th. James Browning, David Hamer and Simon Sharp. That was your field.
Love how close across the line it was between Hamer and Sharp. There's always someone for you to race, and there's
yes,
just 1/10 in it. But yeah, that was the first heat of the day. Coming up next is lightweight heat number 2.
Ben here at Bayford Meadows. Let's have a look at the grid for heat number 2. Dante Dillon has pole position for this one. Oscar Lancaster will join him on the front row. Bailey Morgan, happy birthday, Bailey Morgan.
Indeed.
Will start his birthday racing day on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Greg Smith, Fraser Brunton and Garrett Berry there on the 3rd row of the grid. Ned Douglas and James Martin start 7th and 8th respectively. Rob Langthorpe and Reese Pope wrap out the top 10. Anwar Barul Smith making his lightweights debut. There's something I didn't think I'd be saying when we were at Lydd 2 weeks ago. Starts on the 6th row of the grid alongside Samuel Essery, who is already your C3 champion. Robin Kassam and Andy Berry are on the 7th row of the grid. We are into our C3 novices now, of course. Peter Sharp and George Lawler on row 8, Sam Morris and Andrew Bushell on the 9th row of the grid. That is your field, 18 karts in it.
Quite a Class 3 novice presence in this race is standing out to me here, mate. It's going to be one to watch, as you say. Already our Class 3 champion, Sam Essery.
So the interesting thing here, I think with Anwar being out there he is in kart number 105. It's often said that having a little bit more mass can be an advantage in these conditions, because you want to get the tyres working, pressing the rubber into the ground.
Yes, but it is also said that this is not the friendliest circuit to the gravitationally challenged drivers out there. So it's going to be an interesting one. And I suppose we should clarify. He's doing this for fun, right?
Yes.
He's just doing this because he's got second place in that heavyweights championship secured. So he figures he may as well. Let's just have a race against a completely different group of people, and see how it goes. Greg Smith there coming through the chicane to finish off his warm-up laps. 12 heats coming your way. And so for the first rotation of those heats, for the first instance of each driver going out on track, they get these warm-up laps. We will not have this ahead of every single heat, but just for this first rotation. They will get a chance to warm up the karts, and they will be very glad of that, because getting heat into the tyres right now is going to be crucial.
Mentioning that we've got Dante Dillon out there, Fraser Brunton as well, reminds me, next weekend we will be at Whilton Mill for the start of brand new British Universities Karting Championship season. The 2 days of qualifiers. Great to have qualifiers back on an Alpha live stream. It's going to be quite different, I feel, to previous editions of qualifiers. For a start, a lot more teams, 63 teams on each day, and a different format for the teams as well, which is going to make qualifying for the mains championship, I think, a good chunk more difficult than it has been before. So do tune in for that. Myself and Howard will be providing commentary for it, and on all the stats as well.
We're also nudging about 250 drivers for Andrew and us to swat up on over the next week. But excellent. We love it. It's good fun. Here we go, though, for heat number 2.
Away we go. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Bailey Morgan trying to sweep to the outside to take P2, but that opens the door for Fraser Brunton to cover the inside. Great start, though, for the pole sitter. Dante Dillon will lead into turn 2 for the first time. This is where we saw James Wattis in trouble in heat number 1. That is a much better start, though. Everybody is through the first couple of corners. It is Dante Dillon, though, as the number 19 of Ned Douglas. What a start that is from Ned Douglas up to P2, having started on the 4th row of the grid.
Yes, indeed, working their way through the hairpins now. And out onto this back straight, mid straight, some people are calling it. Fraser Brunton has got himself up into second place as Bailey Morgan goes down the inside of Ned Douglas for third place and is able to find the grip on the inside. Anwar Barul Smith and Greg Smith are side by side behind them as well, and I think Greg has come out on top there.
He has indeed. Garrett Berry fighting back against Anwar Barul Smith, who then goes back down the inside. They're going to be side by side into the chicane.
Oh, and I think Anwar's going to have to get that. Oh, Greg Smith is round, and oh dearie me, that is a terrible place to be facing the wrong way. Everyone has to squirrel around in avoidance. That's a disaster for Greg Smith. But was that just the moves between Anwar Barul Smith and Garrett Berry coming to bear on Greg ahead? Yeah,
I think so.
Okay, we'll have to have a look at how the clerk of the course views that one.
Change for the lead. Fraser Brunton goes into first position. He's got past Dante Dillon there. Brunton has had a track limit warning, though, so needs to be careful in that regard. Biggest mover on the first lap was Reese Pope, who gained out of that contretemps on the last corner, was up 7 positions on the first lap. There he is, kart number 42, black suit with the black and dark blue helmet. He's up to 5th place.
You're saying how Dante Dillon reminded you of the fact we're doing BUKC next weekend. Change one letter, mate. BIKC as well for Dante Dillon, is it not?
Yes.
Champions in that. The British Indoor Karting Championship. A driver that we've been commentating on for a number of years. A entertaining driver to watch. Can have some good battles out there.
Penalty for Anwar Barul Smith. ABC takeout. So that will be for the contact with Greg Smith. Not a good start for this year's runner-up in the heavyweights. That's +6 positions for wherever he finishes this heat.
Reese Pope managed to tuck underneath Bailey Morgan coming out of 1, has been able to convert that into 4th place by turn number 2. The 42 driver now up behind Ned Douglas now in that 19 kart.
Yeah, he's having a really, really good run here.
Ned Douglas is wide. He's going to be compromised coming onto that back straight. Sorry, Andrew, to cut across, but yeah, loses out there to Reese Pope, who just about manages to keep it within track limits, which is good stuff there.
Yeah, it's the white line that defines track limits, as Garrett Berry's going for a move down the inside of Bailey Morgan. Reese Pope really on the move here. He's liking these low grip conditions. Berry again having a go at Morgan, but has to cede the position.
difficult first race of the day, this, I think, Andrew, for Oscar Lancaster as well. He was up towards the sharp end on lap 1, and it's I'm not quite sure if he got maybe caught out in what was happening up at the chicane at the end of lap 1, but he's having to work his way back through. Sam Essery, underlining perhaps why he's at comes away from this season the highest place of your Class 3 runners, up in 8th place there, currently with Anwar Burrell-Smith for attention as Garrett Berry continues to battle with Bailey Morgan, and now James Martin's trying to get involved as well in the 64. They'll work their way into turn number 6.
Berry makes that move work down the inside. Does look like the track is improving, Howard. A number of drivers into the 1-minute 3s already with 3 minutes of this race to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for reference, if things were all dried out, if you're wondering how, because I think it's a hard track to quite judge the impact that damp conditions are having. Just for reference, a good dry lap time would be in sort of 55-second mark, even into the 54s for some of our top runners. So, yeah, still a lot of time to come back to the drivers out there as conditions hopefully improve.
Brunton extends his lead. It's 4 seconds now over Rhys Pope and Dante Dillon. 1:03.35 won the fastest lap of the heat so far. Fraser Brunton, another driver who's had a fantastic season. Dante Dillon's had a track limits warning. So at the moment, Brunton from Pope, Dillon, Douglas, Berry, Morgan, Martin, Burrell-Smith, but Burrell-Smith has a significant penalty. Samuel Essery in 9th place. Robin Kassam having a really strong race as well here. He's only, what, 4 tenths behind Essery. And Essery, of course, has dominated this season as Garrett Berry goes down the inside of Ned Douglas for 4th place.
One of the things we talked about, actually, that long left-hander, it can feel like a sort of mirrored version of Stadium at Rye House, for those who are familiar with that, but it's actually quite different because, yeah, the conventional racing line, that was an amazing drive that Berry found to go past Dante Dillon there as well. So it's Garrett Berry up 2 in that lap, up to 3rd place. What a great lap from him.
And the race for the lead is not over here because Rhys Pope has just popped in a 1-minute 1.676 and took nearly 2 seconds out of Fraser Brunton's lead here. Rhys Pope has got tuned in with the conditions. He's absolutely flying, and is at that pace. He's going to close in on Fraser Brunton here and have a go on him on the last lap.
Down in Class 3, Andrew Bushell's just got past George Lawler for 14th place as Ned Douglas is side by side with Dillon here in turn number 8, but James Martin looking to capitalise as well. Dillon comes back at him. Brilliant stuff, almost 3 wide going through some of the fast right-handers in the last sector. Not something that you see all that often between those 3.
I think Brunton just had a quick glance over his shoulder there to see that Rhys Pope is closing in. He is aware of the threat from kart number 42. There's nearly 40 seconds of this race to go. There'll be one more lap.
It wasn't through the fast right-handers, was it? It was between the 2 hairpins they were doing that. I thought that was rather unusual. But on to the last lap we go, as you say, Andrew. 1.5 seconds the gap for the lead.
Fraser Brunton responds. He's into the 102s. He can hold that pace and not make any mistakes on this last lap. He should win this heat. There is Bailey Morgan, kart number 14, born on the 14th of November. Going through the tricky turn 2 and turn 3. Which really you have to treat it all as one corner. Running a little bit wide there. Dante Dillon's going to have a look round the outside. This is over 6th place. There's Anwar Burrell-Smith as well. Can he take advantage of the situation? He's going to put himself down the inside of Bailey Morgan and have to go around the... In fact, no, doesn't have to go around the outside. Coming onto the back straight there because he's got the move done. Bit of a shake of the head there from Bailey Morgan. Not happy with things at the moment. But Fraser Brunton continuing to lead this race. He's going to come around the final corner and had to respond well there to the challenge as Anwar Burrell-Smith goes down the inside of Bailey Morgan. Fraser Brunton takes the win. Rhys Pope second, who will think he only needed one more lap there to get that one. Garrett Berry in 3rd, James Martin 4th, Ned Douglas 5th. Anwar Burrell-Smith on the road at least finishes in 6th place but has a penalty. Dante Dillon 7th. Samuel Essery finished in 8th place on top of the C3s. Bailey Morgan, Oscar Lancaster, that was top 10 provisionally. Robin Kassam 11th. Tough race for Rob Langthorpe there in 12th. Andy Berry, Andrew Bushell, George Lawler. He's a top 15, and it's Peter Sharp, Sam Morris and Greg Smith the last of your finishers.
Yeah, tough last lap there for Bailey Morgan. Sam Esri, I just spotted him just go down the inside. I think it was into turn 9, that right-hander just after the long left. Just managed to get that spot off of him. So, yeah, moves right up until the last lap there here. And we're starting to flirt with the idea of going sub 1 minute with these lap times.
I think we'll be there in the not too distant future. We're going to take a short break on the commentary here from DDMM Double Dash Motorsport Media. Heat number 3 is up next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the third heat of the day here in the lightweights. Tony Philbin has pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Ramanas Tchaikovskas. Rogerio Mendes, who likes this place a lot, is on the second row of the grid alongside Cameron Williams. Matthew Cockram and Steph Theodorou start their day on the third row of the grid. Mike Coppin and Dan Seeger go from row 4. The return of Steve Super GT Brown starts the day on row 5 alongside Bryn Alban. Andrew Ravage and Rizwan Mangat are there on the 6th row of the grid. Mangat the first of the novices. Dean Everest and Ross O'Brien are on the 7th row of the grid. Amy Breacher has had a great second half of the season. Starts today on row 8 alongside Russell Cooper, Jagjit Singh and Gareth Pritchard there on the 9th row of the grid. It's 18 karts in the field. So here we go. This is what the channel has been looking forward to. The return of Super GT to Club 100 action. Had a very exciting season racing in, well, started the season in Senior X30.
Yes.
To Senior Rotax. Saw Steve a few weeks ago at Whilton Mill Kart Club. The new kart.
Yes.
Well, new chassis. Performed very well. And yeah, had a smile on his face, which was always good to see. He has been enjoying his racing this year. It's good to see him back here in Club 100.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Brilliant to see him back. And I'm sure we've got plenty of supporters as well who are tuned in to cheer him on. So it's going to be good to see how he gets on. I think he's going to have his work cut out, though, today. As we've been mentioning, there's a lot of... let's say this lightweight round really does have the feel... don't get us wrong. There are still some people fighting over the last few championship places out there. But it does have that feel, just because the big ticket items have been ticked off in the championship. It was a sort of, a sort of one-off event where several people have come along just to have a go. I'm sure there might be some drivers as well. It was interesting. It was great, in fact, to see quite a few newcomers testing here yesterday as well. I've no doubt that there are some people who are using this weekend with an eye on 2022. Yes. And taking the opportunity to just get their eye in on how a Club 100 round works and all of that ahead of maybe a full championship in the next season.
We should talk about as well, with it being the last round of the year, entries for 2022 will open up, I believe, before the end of the month. It's still provisional, of course, until the 31st of December.
Yes.
That's always the case. But we have now got a full plethora of circuits lined up. The return of Rye House onto the calendar, which is cool to see. But yeah, we'll talk more about that as we go along, because right now we are getting ready for the third heat of the morning here in the lightweights for round number 11. Ooh, what's happened there? Someone gone onto the wrong side. Are we good to go for this race? I believe we are. Away we go then. Tony Philbin will have pole position. There he is in the number 87, gets a good start away from Ramanas Tchaikovskas. I do think he was on the wrong side of the order, though, as Tchaikovskas goes down the inside. Mike Coppin trying to work his way through there. Steve Brown in the middle of it all, gets around the outside of Dan Seeger. Mike Coppin is already up to the first position, as off goes the number 13 there, Ramanas Tchaikovskas, off stage right. Oh dear, that is not a good start for Ramanas Tchaikovskas, and it seems to be the most dangerous position to be in at the moment. That was very similar to the incident that saw James Martin leave the scene in the first race.
Wattis, yes. James Wattis, I think it was who went.
Yes, sorry,
wasn't it? Yeah. But I am amazed that that went as cleanly as it did. They were going 4 wide into turn 1 there, Andrew. I was very impressed by the way that Coppin positioned his kart to come out tops out of that one. As further down the order, there's plenty of battles going on there through the fast left-hander, which is getting ever faster as the track dries up. You can see Amy Breacher making a few early moves there up the field, but coming around to finish this lap.
Oh, I think there's a
is
penalty.
that a penalty coming in?
Forcing driver wide for Mike Coppin. I imagine that's for the incident involving Ramona Sakauskas on turn 2.
Dan Seeger going down the inside of Rogerio Mendez, I believe that is, into turn number 1.
So effectively, with that penalty, it's taken less than a lap for Steve Brown to get back up to the front of a Club 100 field.
Well, of course it did, because I said he had his work cut out, so he's now inevitably just going to storm everything. Battling away there is Andrew Rabbage and Matthew Cockram, as there's a driver off there into the first hairpin.
Yeah, I think that may have been Ross O'Brien, number 23. We'll check it in a moment, but there is now your effective leader, Steve Brown. Remember, it's a position penalty, so Steve's done his research and identified Mike Coppin as the number 3. We'll know that he just needs to sit on the back of Mike Coppin's rear bumper now, push him along, consolidate his lead. And yes, it was the number 23 of Ross O'Brien with that spin. He's got going again. Here's 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Matthew Cockram in the number 30, Dan Seeger there in the blue suit, number 28, and Rogerio Mendez, kart number 101.
Drama on that last lap for Jagjit Singh as well, Andrew. He's dropped towards the back as well as Ross O'Brien, so perhaps one to forget for him. Dean Everest up to 8th place, and Bryn Oldham with a good lap there as well, up to 9th. But this is still Cockram and Seeger on your screens battling through the hairpins. Seeger's going to presumably get better drive onto that back straight. Is that going to give him the opportunity down the inside into 8? He's going to take the tighter line, but I don't think he's going to have the overspeed to sling on by.
Penalty for Amy Breacher. It's another takeout penalty. So that'll be plus 6 positions for Amy relative to wherever she finishes this race. I think that may have been for the incident with Ross O'Brien, because they were in the same region of the circuit. New fastest lap of the race so far is Seeger and Cockram still going side by side. Seeger's not too happy about that. Mendez will nip through and take 6th place as a result. Steve Brown's pushing here, Howard, a 60.357. Was 8/10 quicker than Mike Coppin last time around.
I wonder if he'll have clocked. Was he close enough to Coppin at the time that Coppin was reacting to the penalty to know that it applied to him, perhaps? Not sure. Not sure. I'm sure he'll want to take the win on the road anyway, if at all possible. As Cockram now defends against... Oh, and there's a change. There we go. That's job done. And Coppin tags the back, but he knows he's got to concede that place. Can't be retaking that position through means of contact. But yeah, that is change for the lead on the road. It was already how it would have played out post the race, because Coppin has a penalty hanging over him. But Steve Brown, Super GT, to the head of the field.
Supreme work from Steve Brown, former champion in the sprints competition, of course, and pushed the likes of Joe Holmes in the heavyweights very, very hard in the recent couple of years. Here he is in the lightweights. He is one of those drivers that's kind of he's a little bit tall, which tends to lean towards a bit more weight as Mike Coppin goes down the inside. He has flitted between the lights and the heavies the last few years.
He did not have good drive through the first hairpin there, did Steve. Lost out a lot of time to Mike there. That's why Coppin has been able to get back out in front, seized the opportunity. Of course, even if he can't take the outright win with the penalty, Coppin obviously wants to. It's position penalties always in Club 100 sprints, so he'll be wanting to negate that by, he still needs to fight for every single position out there. And I wonder how it looks like we're taking this corner a lot faster now. Still not up to full speed.
Almost a dry line forming there, and yep, 59.453 from Mike Coppin, the first driver under the 60-second mark. Steph Theodorou having a very strong race here as well. We've not mentioned enough. Leading in C2 at the moment, 3rd overall. Pace is strong, 60.611 last time around from the driver in kart number 85. Changes going on in C3. You can see Jagjit Singh's got past Tony Philbin. Amy Breacher also overtook Russell Cooper and Gareth Pritchard on that last lap.
In theory, this is the easiest heat of the day for Mike and Steve, insofar as this is a field that is fairly light on Class 1 presence. We've been talking about these different classes, just to reiterate the point. Everyone has the same machinery here in Club 100. Your classes are based off of experience, past success, so it's not a guarantor of the pecking order, but it's what one would expect on balance.
You mentioned, Steve Brown puts in a 58.488. The pressure building on Mike Coppin to win this race on the road. In a World Cup or European Championships, there's often talked about a group of death, and a lot of big names end up in it. I think we've got a heat of death later on today, haven't we? Heat number 10 in particular.
We do, rather. That is the one that when you're looking through the grid you go, oh, okay, this is going to be fun. So, yeah, this is going to be some of the easier points to put on the board for these two, which may well be, you know, a bit of a costly penalty for Mike.
I did put my foot in it last night, though, didn't I? We were having a chat with Jack O'Neill in the hotel. I said, oh yeah, there's that great heat that's got everybody in it, forgetting that Jack's the only one who's not in it.
He got the gist. It was good. It was fun.
Last lap, though, Mike Coppin will take the race on the road, but has a penalty, so Steve Brown, on his return to Club 100, first race, takes the race victory in the result. Good result for Steph Theodoru as well. P3 overall, wins in C2. Andrew Rabbage, a really strong run there to 4th place. Rogerio Mendez in 5th. Dan Seeger 6th. Matthew Cockram 7th. Bryn Albin in 8th. Dean Everest, the first of the C3s, home in 9th. Ramanas Sakauskas recovers, having been out on lap 1, finishes 10th there. Jagjit Singh across the line in 11th. Tony Philbin, Gareth Pritchard, Russell Cooper and Amy Breacher take us down to 15th. Breacher does have a penalty though. And then we should be seeing Ross O'Brien and Rizwan Mangat finishing in 16th and 17th. You just see them going around the last couple of corners there. Both of them had incidents in that race. Say, waiting for them to come round. There is Ross O'Brien across the line in 16th. And as I say, Rizwan Mangat will be the last driver over the line in 17th place. Good race that. Good to see Steve Brown back in Club 100 karting. Clearly, he's not lost it. He's still got that form.
Yeah, and some good battles and coming up the field. Just mentioned, you know, Sakauskas recovering to 10th. Jagjit Singh as well was down at the back of the order at one point as well. So some good recovery drives out there as well. There in heat number 3. We're already though getting ready with our warm-up laps for heat number 4.
Last heat of the first rotation, so all of these drivers haven't competed so far. Dan Healy has pole position for heat number 4. Archie Hobson alongside on the front row. Stephen Westwood and Mike Philippou are on the second row of the grid. Jack O'Neill, the new champion in this category, alongside Dom Cliff on the third row of the grid. Chris Lewis-Evans and Callum Brule start on row 4. Aidan Rudge and Michael Preston on row 5. Owen Jenneman and Kim Ely are on the 6th row of the grid. Kim the first of the novices. James Dunnett and Matthew Cliff on row 7. Tim Crowter and Gratchan Kalvinsky on row 8. Tim Clark completes the 17 kart field. Lots of Titan Motorsport in this one, Howard.
Lots of
We've
Titan
got
Motorsport.
Jack O'Neill in there. Owen Jenneman, who I commented last night, was astonishingly quick when I last saw him race here at Bayford Meadows.
Yes.
A few months ago. And you've got Mike Philippou in there as well.
Yeah, good showing from the Titan folks in this one. Very successful operation in Club 100. It has been quite the... sometimes it's been a bit the Titan Motorsport show over in the Endurance Championship this year. In fact, unusually yesterday having an issue with the throttle cable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That actually denied them that victory. But it has been an extremely impressive showing from them in that format this year.
Comsbox Cam, one of our mods, David Whitehouse, DW Media, is feeding the stats into Comsbox Cam. Just to mention that Justin Draper, as a novice, got 6th place in the end in heat number 1 because of penalties for other drivers. You also, if you come across the Comsbox Cam, get to see... The pictures that you're seeing here on the Alpha live stream are brilliant, but they're not Howard Mitchell dancing to the grid music. So that's what you get to see across here on Comsbox Cam.
As I understand it, you can't hear that grid music on.
No, you can't.
So that's why you need
just
both.
him jigging around.
That's why you need both. That's why you need your Alpha live stream up first and then bring up Comms Box Cam, because otherwise I'm dancing to silence and I must come across as mad. It's only with the music that I come across as sane and wholesome.
You keep telling yourself that, dear. Right, last heat of the first rotation. Dan Healy has had a good record around this circuit in recent visits, particularly on live streams. Archie Hobson looking for a good start as well. Dan Healy on the inside with pole position. There's Jack O'Neill. You see him in the Tyson Motorsport suit. Starts this race from the third row. Away we go for the fourth heat. Good start for those in the first three rows. And look at that, Jack O'Neill has already got up to second place, at least momentarily. As I think Dom Cliff's had a good start as well. Yeah, the number 11 into turns 2 and 3 we go. The first braking zone. Everybody, no, Dom Cliff's gone round there. Kart number 11. Mike Philippou's coming through as well. Everybody jostling in there. See Michael Preston in the white suit, white and blue suit there. University of Southampton racer. We'll probably see him in the BUKC next week at Whilton Mill.
And a good sequence of corners for Jack O'Neill as well there, Andrew. I think he's now behind his Titan counterpart of Gemman, I think, there. They come through the long left-hander.
Dan Healy away and gone. So won on the last visit here in the A final. Does like this place. Another one who had a birthday recently is Jack O'Neill down the inside of Callum Brule there into the chicane. A little bit of a hand up there, and in fact an ABC takeout penalty for the champion. As Owen Genman goes down the inside, I said, look out for him. He is very, very talented around this circuit. So even before the penalties are applied, that is Genman up to fourth place on the road.
Yep, and Genman was setting some decent pace as well this morning in this morning's test session. I can't remember if he actually finished it on top. Certainly he was setting the early pace in the first half when I was keeping an eagle eye on the timing screens. Callum Brule still doing battle there as they come onto the back straight, trying to get by on the 1-2-5 of Aidan Rudge, as O'Neill's having a look at Genman here into turn 8 and gets the job done. So that is a pass betwixt Titan Motorsport drivers there as they come through this fast right-hander, getting a lot quicker now. You can see the dry line forming there. Dan Healy sets a 58.3. Stephen Westwood with the fastest lap of the race, 58.2. Times are tumbling, Andrew.
I think that's another penalty for Jack O'Neill for a BAP.
I wonder if that was for what happened with him and Gemma. Actually, down the inside goes James Dunnett on Matthew Cliff, but he's going to go all the way out wide to that that sort of salvation curbing that's actually angled back towards the track. You're not supposed to. That is a violation of track limits. You're not allowed to just use that as standard, but went out wide on there, and it allowed Matthew Cliff to take the position back again, so he remains in 13th place.
Glints of sun coming out here in Sittingbourne, or just about. Maybe I'm being a bit ambitious there. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Mike Philippou, another regular on a Saturday, particularly in the endurance effort of Titan Motorsport. Down the back straight they go. Dan Healy's lead is 3.2 seconds. Cone penalty for Dom Cliff. It's a tough race this for Dom Cliff. David Whitehouse, DW Media, reminds me Genman was fastest in testing this morning in the 30 minutes.
He was. Yep.
30-minute session, so showing his form. Down the inside there goes Stephen Westwood on Mike Philippou. Mike Philippou jumps back through though, retakes second place on the road. Good battle this. And Stephen Westwood, a driver this year who I really feel has taken a big step forward. It's been a bit of a breakthrough year for him. The best performances that we've seen. He's been doing Club 100 for about 4 seasons now. Yeah, good pace from Westwood, although he's out wide there in turn 8 and loses out to Jack O'Neill. But when he's getting a clean lap here, his pace is showing through. Had the fastest lap of the race a lap or so ago. Just under the line, yeah, he's got that pace under him, Andrew, and I agree. He's had a very strong showing this season here in Club 100 Sprints. Jack O'Neill sets a 56.8. We are very nearly on to those dry lap times at this point here at Bayford Meadows. So long as you keep it on that dry racing line, you are on to a winner. Jack O'Neill is up onto the back of Mike Philippou. Another
the right word, internecine battle within the Titan Motorsport ranks, I believe is the correct correct term. And he goes down the inside of hairpin 6, but he's going to be compromised onto the back straight. Philippou's going to try and come back at him. Struggles to keep that one within track limits as well, Philippou. Got to be careful that he doesn't do that too many times. So Jack O'Neill up to second place, 4 seconds the gap to Dan Healy out at the front of this race.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good drive from Dan Healy, all set up from that first lap. We mentioned in C3 that Matthew Cliff is currently the leader in C3 by about 1.5 seconds as Owen Genman sets a new fastest lap of the race. The fastest lap of the day so far, 56.348. They really are on. I mean, you can very much see a dry line now. It's the part of the circuit that doesn't have that sheen across it, but I think what that will mean now, Howard, is that if anyone's trying to get, do an overtaking manoeuvre and has to go off that dry line, it's going to be really tricky for them now to keep the kart under control.
Absolutely, I still think there are some challenging parts of the lap going into that first hairpin at turn number 5. There's a surface change just as you're at your turning point, from a grippier surface to a much less grippy. If you get that turning point wrong, you're going to be struggling to get the drive, the turn into that corner. You're going to be compromised between the two hairpins. So still some bits of this lap where there's the finer points really do matter. Is that kind of circuit though, is quite a technical track here at Bayford Meadows. Jack O'Neill with a new fastest lap of the race, trying his best to reel in Dan Healy for the lead of this race. Has just taken 0.8 of a second out of him, but we are now just with 60 seconds on the clock, in fact less than. So it's going to have to be a gargantuan effort if he's really going to get onto the back of Healy and challenge.
Some of our esports / sim racers are having a battle out there. Michael Preston, we've seen along in the Club 100 iRacing Championship this year, has just got past Callum Brule of the GT Sport Championship. If any of those take your fancy, all their races are over on the DDM YouTube channel for you to watch. We'll be back Wednesday night for the culmination of that iRacing Championship for 2021. Some guest drivers in that as well making returns, so will be exciting to commentate on. So you can watch all of that from 7:15 on Wednesday night. Last lap board is out though for the leader of the race, Dan Healy. 2.7 seconds is his advantage over Jack O'Neill, and well, it's good in a way that Jack has got this all wrapped up, because this is going to end up as a drop score once the penalties are applied. He's got 10 places of penalties at the moment.
Yes, very true, very true. It has not been the cleanest run up the field here for O'Neill. Sun bearing down on the circuit now. If you've not got a tinted visor out there, you're going to know about it.
Just to inform viewers at home, of course it is Remembrance Sunday, where we will be having a 2-minute silence at 11 AM, which may well be that after this very race that we'll have the pause for that. Last lap though for Dan Healy, round the final corner, takes a race victory. Good start to Dan Healy's day. Jack O'Neill has the fastest lap of the race so far, and of the day so far, with a 55.482. Finishes second, but has a lot of penalties. So Mike Philippou will inherit that second place. Owen Genman will also inherit a position, having finished 4th on the road. Stephen Westwood, top of the C2s there, 5th overall. Michael Preston, Aidan Rudge, Callum Brule, Archie Hobson, Chris Lewis-Evans is your top 10. Dom Cliff in 11th, and then your C3s will bring us home over the line. There is Dom Cliff in 11th place. There is James Dunnett. Good drive from James, finishes 12th overall and top of the C3s. Matthew Cliff will be next. In fact, no, Tim Clark's got the position on the last lap. Tim Clark takes 13th place ahead of Matthew Cliff. Grachan Kalvinsky will finish behind Kim Ely there. So Kim gets ahead of Grachan for 15th place. That's the 16 runners to complete heat number 4.
And I think I'm just hearing here, mate, that the decision is that we're going to go for the 2-minute silence at this point.
Yep.
So that we definitely get it in. We're not racing around having not served one by 11 o'clock. So it is indeed Remembrance Sunday, and it's at this time that we're taking the opportunity to pay our respects and have our thoughts around those who have given their lives in conflicts around the world.
everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, yeah, why not? Let's get ourselves ready then.
Well, apologies for slight miscommunication precisely when that silence was happening, but the paddock here at Club 100 rightly paying their respects on this Remembrance Sunday. Coming up next for you here at the circuit here at Bayford Meadows will be lightweight sprint heat number 5. Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 5 for round 11 of the Club 100 Lightweight Sprints Championship for 2021. Anwar Barul Smith will start this lightweight heat from pole. You have not entered an alternative reality. He is guest starring in our lightweight ranks today. Reece Pope alongside. We saw him have quite a bold start with his earlier heat. Ed Bars and Thomas Barrett are on row number 2. Cameron Williams and Ramanas Sakauskas make up row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Dante Dillon and Bailey Morgan. Mike Coppin and Matthew Cochran round out the top 10 with Rihanna Percox and Toby Smith on row number 6. Next up will be Aaron Stillwell and Dean Everest, Alex Brandon and Amy Breacher on row number 8. Andy Berry and Gareth Pritchard will round out your 18 kart grid for heat number 5. First heat of this second rotation, so we will not be having the warm-up laps. Going straight into it, Andrew, and that's going to be an interesting one, not least because the track conditions I think are changing quickly here.
Track conditions changing. Also, all of the big names that I'm seeing, probably with the exception of Reece Pope, have improvements to make, I feel, in this very race. You know, Anwar didn't have a best of first heats. Mike Coppin had a penalty in his. Ed Bars didn't have the best of first heats. So, yeah, I think we've got a couple of drivers that really do need a decent, say, a top 3 results here. As we catch a glimpse of Nicky Richardson there in shorts. I wouldn't expect anything else at this time of year.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You were talking in the last heat about how a dry line is forming, and it's going to be difficult if you're offline. Well, when you're going 2x2 at a race start, you by definition need somebody to not be on that racing line. So it's all going to be about scrabbling for that dry tarmac as we're getting ready for the start here. Very quick rolling up lap that we do here at Bayford Meadows. There's a cut through from turn 3 right through to turn number 10. That means that it's basically an oval circuit. So that means we are already good for the go here. Anwar Barul Smith on pole in the 105. Reece Pope alongside in the 42. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go for heat number 5. And Anwar Barul Smith looks to take the advantage into turn 1. Ed Bars is going to try and go down the inside of Reece Pope as there's a bit of jostling in the rear and someone is round towards the back. Reece Pope and Ed Bars still side by side as they come into 2, as Bailey Morgan is currently leading the rest of the pack behind them. Was that a clip of the tyres coming out of 4? That's quite unusual to collect tyres there.
Yeah, I think it was Rihanna Percox who we saw going across the screen like the flash there. I couldn't even tell who it was initially, but Rihanna Percox is off the back of the field. Who else joined out there? Is it the number 156? In that case, it'll be Andy Berry. Yeah, not quite sure what happened there to Rihanna. She started 11th on the grid.
Yeah, she's well down the back of this field, though, isn't she now? As Mike Coppin chases Ramanas Sakauskas through this last sector. And it's quite wide from Sakauskas there out of 10. He wants to not do that so much, else he'll attract the attentions of race control. But at the end of lap number 1, it is our pole sitter, Anwar Barul Smith, who leads ahead of Ed Bars. As still, there's a challenge going on for Sakauskas. Dante Dillon, though, now trying to depose Mike Coppin of 6th place.
As expected, track limit warning for Ramanas Sakauskas. Bailey Morgan's got one on the first lap and a contact warning for Mike Coppin here. Trying to find his way past Ramanas Sakauskas. These two have already had some fighting so far out there on circuit today, and he's got through.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier about that hairpin, that turning point. If you miss it, you'll find yourself out in no man's land. That's exactly what Sakauskas just had then. Couldn't get the kart to bite in that latter phase of the entry to the first hairpin.
Bumper pass penalty for Mike Coppin now. It's not a good day so far.
Yeah,
for Mike, and in this fight for trying to secure one of those top 5 trophies, this is not what he would have wanted. It's particularly with Daz Teal in such good form at the moment. Penalty also for Gareth Pritchard, and a penalty now for Roman Sakowskis for the track limits. So he's got 2. And they did say yesterday, there's a little bit of a second briefing to the drivers in the endurance race to say, look, the track limits are not good enough, and it was going to be 1 strike and then a penalty, and that's exactly what's happened to Ramanas there. He's had 2 infringements, and that's resulted in place deductions at the end of this race.
And there's 3 key points around this lap. They're looking at track limits. One of them is here on the exit of 6 onto the back straight as Anwar Brule-Smith goes defensive on Ed Bars into turn number 8. And they all bunch up behind him now, this top 4 of Brule-Smith, Bars, Pope and Morgan. They're heading towards the next point that's of particular concern to the stewards with regards to track limits, which is the exit of this one, turn number 10. And then as they come out onto the start-finish straight to begin a new lap, it's out of turn number 1 that is that 3rd spot where track limits are being particularly monitored here, because you've got that exit curve that is banked towards the circuit, but you're not supposed to be using it. It does risk damaging the cars.
Cone penalty for Rihanna Percox. Not a good run at all for Rihanna in the number 5 as well, and for Aaron Stillwell. And there may be a second briefing coming here, I feel, after this one. 3 minutes and 45 to go. Still this great battle at the front of the field, though, between 4 drivers. Reece Pope's having a great day so far. Look at this, challenging Ed Bars for second place. He's up the inside into the long left-hander. Can Bars hold it round the outside? No, he can't. Reece Pope is through.
Brilliant move by Reece Pope, using that inside grip of turn number 8. Bailey Morgan with a cheeky fire down the inside, as well as these yellows out at the next corner. Not quite sure what that's for. Perhaps the replacing of some tyres maybe that have been knocked somewhere, because there is a cone penalty issued for Aaron Stillwell. That was a number of minutes ago, I believe, as there are track limit warnings coming in for Dante Dillon and Ramanas Sakowskis. They've really got to be careful with these, and a penalty for Bailey Morgan. ABC bump and pass. That presumably is for the move on Ed Bars, I would have thought. It was a fairly cheeky manoeuvre. Costly won this one for Thomas Barrett, Andrew. Dropped down the order a couple of laps ago. Amy Breacher, currently your highest placed Class 3 driver, and she is featured quite prominently within the Class 3 ranks of this season. In fact, she's second within Class 3.
Second within the points in C3.
Yeah, showing why she's positioned so well there, with Dean Everest as well, who had a good heat earlier on, as well. It's quite close.
Reece Pope has just been reminded by DW Media. Reece Pope going for second place in C2.
Yes.
Against Alistair Irvine. So this is a really big start for Reece in that fight.
Yep. Good point. Good point. Another track limit warning for Dante Dillon. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. They, as Andrew said, they weren't in the mood for messing about with regards to that yesterday, because it is definitely a way in which you can gain quite the advantage around this circuit. I've spoken about how the corner they're going through now on your screens can feel very clumsy. It feels distinctly less clumsy if you open up the steering and use all of that concrete runoff. The reason it's there, as far as I understand it, is there is a club layout to Bayford Meadows where they would actually cut to the right there and come out onto the start-finish straight. So that's why there's a tarmac on the runoff there. Yeah, it's actually, if you go and use the runoff there is some geo-block just beyond the curb on the exit of that corner they've just gone through. If you get on that, in these conditions, that's not going to be fun, because that's still going to be slippery as a slippery thing.
We are properly into dry lap times now. 54.614 is the fastest lap of the heat so far, put in by Mike Coppin, currently 5th on the road. Dante Dillon having a strong race, is in 6th place now, a bit on his own though. Some 6 seconds behind Coppin, but 2 seconds ahead of Amy Breacher. Breacher and Everest, 2 C3s, as we say, having a really good day. Have both got past on circuit Ramanas Sakowskis, so even before the penalties have been applied to the number 13. It's really good stuff again, and good for next year, I feel, as well, going into 2022.
Yep.
You know, you take an example of Greg Smith this year. Did
very
well in C3 last year.
Yeah.
Moved up into C2. The big thing being, it moves a C3 driver from starting all of their heats towards the back of the field and into the pack, to the front of the pack at times, as well, as it all works itself out. We've got some drivers who I think are going to be a big competitive additions to that part of this field for 2022. The likes of Everest, the likes of Breacher, and Samuel Lesser, of course, our C3 champions. it's something I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely, absolutely. Always interesting to see the progression as Ed Bars goes down the inside of Bailey Morgan. This is on a last lap battle here over third place, and he's made that stick. Bear in mind, Bailey Morgan does have that position, that penalty hanging over him for an ABC bump and pass penalty, which we believe was for a move on Ed Bars.
Yeah.
So perhaps a bit of insult to injury on that particular occasion, unfortunately. But as they come round here, it is going to be Anwar Barul Smith who's going to take the win in lightweights. Heat number 5, he came here to have a play with some of the lightweight runners, and he's converted that into a victory. Reese Pope finishes a strong second, Ed Bars in third, Bailey Morgan in fourth, but with penalties to be applied. Mike Coppin in fifth, but also with penalties to be applied. Dante Dillon in sixth. There's Amy Breachy, your highest placed Class 3 runner, in seventh, with Dean Everest behind. Toby Smith goes up to 10th. Something's happened to Ramna Sakauskas on that last lap, because Matthew Cochrane's got up into 10th. Sakauskas in 11th, and it's Thomas Barrett. Rihanna Percox, perhaps one to forget there for her, in 13th. Aaron Stillwell, Andy Berry, Gareth Pritchard in 16th, but he also had a penalty, which means he will probably be classified behind the 17th on the road finishing Alex Brandon.
We'll take a very short break. Heat 6 is up next. Very quick grid then. Daz Teal will have pole position, Christopher Powell alongside on the front row. Rob Langthorpe and Greg Smith, row 2, Archie Hobson and Keith Segal on row 3. Said it was going to be a quick grid, because away we go for the start of the race. Daz Teal in the kart number 6 takes us from pole position. Great start for Greg Smith there from 4th on the grid. Runs a little bit wide, may get a TLW for that, but is up to 2nd place. Rob Langthorpe holding in 3rd there, the rest of them filing through. Fraser Brunson's in this race as well, so look out for the number 71 trying to come through the field. But a really good start there from Daz Teal.
Rob Langthorpe needs a better heat this time, Andrew. He struggled to make progress up the field in his first heat, I noted, so he'll be looking to capitalise on this, his best heat grid start of the day. I don't think we've covered yet, for anyone who's unfamiliar, across the heats each driver will take part in 3 races, and they will have randomised grid slots over the course of that, such that each driver has the same average grid position. So what that means in the practice is you're going to have a good grid position, a medium grid position, and a really not so good grid position, and it's about converting all of them to the most points possible, as Jack O'Neill went for a move on Keith Segal there, Andrew, and it did not pay off for him in turn number 8.
Yeah, one does not overtake Keith Segal easily. Now that from experience. 6 minutes to go in this one, end of lap number 1, as Fraser Brunson looks down the inside of Greg Smith, takes 3rd place. Rob Langthorpe was wide there. Brunson will take advantage of that and get 2 places for the price of 1. Greg Smith now down the inside of Rob Langthorpe, does the block pass through turn 4. Oh, as Langthorpe tries to fight back, clips a tyre or 2. Powell's another one who needs a good run in this one. Did not have a good first heat of the day. There he is in 5th.
Yeah, contact warning for Greg Smith, I presume, for that move. It looked firm but fair for me, but I think Langthorpe maybe... it's easy to say in hindsight and here in the warm comms box, maybe should have given that up and lived to fight another corner. Now has the penalty applied for cone penalties.
Yeah, I have to say I do agree with that one. Did we also mention the penalty that was awarded at 11:14?
I'm not sure we have. ABC bump and pass for Fraser Brunton. So that is 4 positions to be deducted from wherever he finishes in this one. At the moment running in 2nd place, as Ned Douglas is down the inside of Chris Powell through turn number 1. And Powell not too happy. That looked all right to me. That looked fine. All kept within track limits as well for both drivers.
Yep. Ned was in control of his kart at all times. He's not going to disappear on the apex of the corner. 4.5 minutes of this one to go. Rob Langthorpe now looking down the inside of Greg Smith. And can he get it done on the exit? That's a good move. That's a really good move from Rob Langthorpe. It's one of those that on the entry to the corners, Ned Douglas is now down the inside of Greg Smith. The door can be open, but if you take too much speed into there and you get a load of understeer as you go through turn 5 and then wash out, you can get re-overtaken as you come onto the back straights. That was very nicely managed by Rob Langthorpe in that situation. Ned Douglas showing some speed today. He's now challenging for the position of 3rd, and there's a penalty for Rizvan Mangat for a takeout, so that'll be +6. For Mangat at the end of this race. Unfortunately, he's fallen all the way down to the back of the order as well. In fact, was it on Jack O'Neill? Because Jack O'Neill's fallen down the order to 15.
You know,
what a bizarre day the new champion is having here. Has already had one not so good result. This is going to be a second. Jack O'Neill is in danger of not making the A final here.
Yep, absolutely. Ned Douglas and Rob Langthorpe swapped positions briefly in the first hairpin there. I want to give a shout out to a driver. I don't think we've mentioned him yet today. Archie Hobson, coming up onto the back of this pack, was having some good battles in the mid-pack of his earlier heat, I noted. Had a sort of reasonable finish in that one, and is now onto the back of this train of karts, so he's going to be there ready to pounce in the number 33 should any of this come to blows. And indeed, to be honest, he's got the pace that means he might be pouncing even if there isn't anything coming to blows. Might be able to set up an opportunity here, although Powell at the moment in that 56 car challenging Greg Smith did not have a good first heat earlier on, did Christopher Powell? No. Was quite far down the order after, I think, a first lap ruckus as Greg Smith goes down the inside of Ned Douglas at turn number 3. And now Powell is having to defend against Archie Hobson. And Ned Douglas does to Greg Smith what Rob Langthorpe basically did to him a lap ago and swoops it up the inside of the first hairpin. So it is now Ned Douglas up into third place, which, bear in mind, becomes a net second come the end of this one because Brunton has got a penalty to be applied that will dock in 4 positions.
I could see Archie Hobson having a good run here. Another one of the Warwick BUKC contingent of recent graduates. Biscuit connoisseur, likes his hobnobs.
Does.
That's why he's got it written on the back of his helmet.
Other biscuit products
that's
are
a Club
available.
100 fact.
It is. Chris Lewis-Evans up to 10th place ahead of Andrew Bushell, and Ross O'Brien getting past Robin Kassam as well. In fact, as I say that, Jack O'Neill is swooping through the Class 3 ranks at the moment, trying to recover this one from whatever issue befell his race earlier on. There, though, is your that's your lead battle. The number 6 of Daz Till, Fraser Brunton, with penalty to be applied, but albeit there in second place on the road.
Yep. So Daz Till in a good position either way, because they are a long way clear of the rest of the pack. 6.7 seconds is the gap between Teal in the lead of the race and Langthorpe in third place, or at least it was on the last count. 2 more laps for the drivers then. 1 minute and 23 on the clock. Lap times in the 54s now. That gap now 7.2 seconds. Archie Hobson has got past Powell on that last lap, but here comes Brunton trying to challenge here. Will go down the inside into turn number 5. Very tight between them. Well defended there by Teal, just to hold the outside, gave Brunton space. They both keep going.
I thought that was going to end worse than it did in reality, to be honest, in the end there. That was right on the limit of adhesion there for Fraser on the brakes. And I get it. If he gains another place, Andrew, he negates his penalty all that much more, but you also don't want to gain another one throwing it down the inside here. So you've got to play it carefully as they're coming round to begin the final tour of the circuit.
They are indeed. There won't be enough time to get in 2 more. There is the last lap board. Cone penalties for Greg Smith and Peter Sharp, if we've not mentioned those already. But can Fraser Brunton find a way through past Daz Teal to take the win on the road into turn 3? You see Teal there. He's so wise, so experienced, just holds that inside line. No opportunity for Brunton to go down the inside, but Brunton's going to go down the inside here into turn number 5 and has got through past Daz Teal. Now remember, has a penalty, so either way Daz Teal is going to take the full complement of points in this race.
But he doesn't necessarily know. In fact, he almost certainly doesn't know that unless he's memorised Fraser's kart number and looked at the digiflag religiously each lap.
So here, round the final couple of corners, very different sector of the circuit this to the first half. Much more high speed. Fraser Brunton will take some confidence from this, because at least on the road he is the fastest driver in this heat, but has a penalty. So Daz Teal takes another victory in this strong second half of a Club 100 season. Rob Langthorpe is going to be third home. There he is. Ned Douglas, a great run from Ned there, first at the C2s. Greg Smith ahead of Archie Hobson, Chris Powell. Keith Segal should come home in 8th place. In fact, no, Jack O'Neill is going to finish in 8th place there. I think was having a transponder issue. That's why he wasn't showing particularly high. But Keith Segal, Chris Lewis-Evans, Sam Morris, Andrew Bushell, Ross O'Brien, Peter Sharp, Robin Kassam and Rizwan Mangat. That is your order. We're going to take a very short break. Heat 7 is out next.
Well,
We'll roll straight into the forming up lap. Owen Genman and Michael Preston on the front row. Dan Seeger and Steve Brown on row 2. Alistair Irvine and Oscar Lancaster row 3. Dan Healy, Stephen Westwood row 4. Joshua Sangster and Josh Adams, your top 10. Green line, away we go then. There is Owen Genman on the left-hand side of your screen. Sweeps across, takes the lead. Owen Preston forms in behind him into second place. Good start for Dan Seeger as well. Steve Brown held to the outside there. Has got Alistair Irvine for company. A clean start so far as they go into turns 2, 3 and 4 here in heat number 7.
Absolutely. Starts seem to have cleaned up a little bit. Maybe the conditions, maybe the drivers getting bedded in to the conditions by this point. Is Owen Genman, who has quite a comfortable lead as they come out, and Steve Brown is all over the runoff there on the exit of 7, and they're going almost 3 wide into turn number 8 as Irvine is looking up the inside there of Michael Preston, and all that allows is Steve Brown to pull on away ahead of them. So it's going to be Owen Genman ahead of Dan Seeger, and then Steve Brown, your top 3 at the end of lap number 1.
Oh, Preston was very close to track limits there, and you know how strict those have been so far today. Steve Brown down the inside of Dan Seeger, going for second place. Has got second place, has got a track limit warning though. The quadrant driver needs to be careful here. 5 minutes and 45 to go. A big gap, and Owen Genman is on such good form here at Bayford Meadows, not just this weekend but this season whenever we've been here. 1.7 seconds the gap. That is a good chunk of time for Super GT to close down here.
Yeah, absolutely. Alistair Irvine still on the back here of Michael Preston. Behind him, Oscar Lancaster under attack here from Dan Healy into turn number 8. And Healy is going to shoulder his way through almost there into turn 8. That was firm but fair as far as I'm concerned. Although I admit it's not my job to make that call. But it is now Healy ahead of Lancaster, and it's Josh Sangster now who applies pressure to the back of the 109 of Oscar Lancaster. Movement in a class 3 as well as Irvine goes down the inside of Michael Preston, and a reminder that Irvine is pursuing second place within class 2 within the lightweights. We were talking about Reece Pope, who's the other key contender in that particular battle, but Alistair Irvine now up to 4th place.
Needs to respond here. Has seen those good results be put in by Reece Pope so far this morning here at Bayford Meadows. So we'll be keen to get further up the orders. Pulling away now as Healy's got past Preston. It's a circuit this in Bayford Meadows that if you're a driver like a Michael Preston, who have done a lot of BUKC, very different in character, I'd feel, to anywhere else we go to on a Club 100 calendar. And BUKC doesn't often, well, hasn't raced here in quite a long time. So for drivers, those younger drivers coming from the BUKC, this could be a real challenge to get on top of this circuit because it is so different.
Yep. Michael Preston, one of our key drivers as well. We're going to do a shameless plug at this point, shall we, for the Club 100 and BUKC Legends of iRacing series that we have.
Yep.
As Healy goes down the inside of Irvine there into the second hairpin, he'll be compromised onto the back straight, but should be able to hold on to that one, I think, by the time they get to turn number 8. More action coming from that iRacing series in the coming week. Part of the esports action that is supported, engaged with by this Club 100 paddock.
The pace of Owen Genman at the moment, 54.448. He's pulling away from those behind. 3.2 seconds is now the gap. Dan Healy, though, has got good pace, 54.364. But the gap between Genman and Healy back in 4th place is 5 seconds. It's simply too big a gap for any of these drivers to do anything about with only 3 minutes left on the clock. Here is the battle for second place. Steve Brown, Dan Seeger.
Yeah, Seeger's impressed me here, keeping in touch, I should say, with Steve Brown, applying the pressure well here. Plenty of time yet for him to pick a moment to make a move. With good pace here from Dan Seeger, one of our Class 2 runners, but really doing well here, driving amongst some of the premier drivers in the lightweight ranks.
Just about keeping hold of Dan Healy's rear bumper at the moment, which is serving him well because he's dropping Preston, Lancaster, Sangster, Westwood behind, consolidating those points, changing C3, I think, Howard. Is that Samuel Essery past Russell Cooper?
Yeah, Sam Essery's worked his way up quite well through the Class 3 ranks there, because I think this was one of his lower starting positions within that Class 3 class. I could be wrong on that one. I think he's had to work his way up the Class 3 order quite a bit there. So Sam Essery with another well-executed heat race so far, with 2 minutes just under that on the clock. Steve Brown now pulling away from Dan Seeger a little bit, but it's 3.5 seconds the gap to be closed to Owen Genman. Such is Genman's pace. Penalty for Michael Preston, ABC takeout. Now, I'm just trying to think who that would have been against. Who have we seen?
Not seen anyone particularly falling down the order.
Oh, hang on.
Oscar Lancaster's now tumbling down the table,
yeah.
So that's who it's going to be with.
Yeah, that's another difficult one for Lancaster there. And yeah, the penalty coming from Michael Preston. He's lost out himself in that one, dropping down to 10th in whatever happened, whatever transpired between the two of them. No, it's Owen Genman out by 3.5 seconds. Then it's this group here you can see on your screen. Steve Brown, Dan Seeger, Dan Healy, and Alistair Irvine there with the distinctive pink painted lid. Josh Sangster now in 6th, with ahead of Stephen Westwood, Josh Adams, Steph Theodoro and Michael Preston rounding out your top 10 on the road. But obviously Preston now with a hefty penalty to be applied post-race as we go on to the final lap.
And Dan Healy's on the charge here, 54.164. Saw Dan Seeger had a check over the shoulder. Saw the number 2 plate coming. He's going to have to work here to keep Healy behind. Owen Genman, though, has been supreme at the front of this order. Here's the battle between Josh Sangster and Josh Adams. Adams in kart number 9, Sangster kart number 45. This is over 7th place because Stephen Westwood has got through in all of this. Brown continuing to lead from Seeger and Healy. I think Healy will be happy though with the points. This is his from the back heat. Well, it is a bit of a damage limitation job, similar to what we saw Mr. Hamilton do last night. But Owen Genman, he is one of my favourites today in this lightweight sprints category, and he's going to take race victory. A brilliant run from Owen Genman. Steve Brown scores more good points there in 2nd place. Dan Seeger top of the C2s in 3rd. Dan Healy, Alistair Irvine is the top 5. Stephen Westwood, Josh Sangster and Josh Adams 6th, 7th, 8th. Steph Theodoro, Michael Preston in the top 10, but Preston has a penalty. Jed Douglas and Oscar Lancaster are up next, and then all his C3s, Samuel Essery ahead of Russell Cooper, James Dunnett, Jagjit Singh, Simon Sharp, Kim Healy and James Brown. And we're going to take a very short break. Heat 8 is up next. Here we go then for the last of the 2nd rotation. Andrew Ravage and Bryn Albin on the front row, Callum Brule and Aidan Rudge row 2, Steve Hicks and James Wattis row 3, Tony Philbin and Rogerio Mendes row 4, James Martin and Mike Philippou on row 5, Garrett Berry and Dom Cliff row 6. Then we're into our novices now. Grachan Kalvinsky, Tim Clark on row 7, George Lawler and Justin Draper row 8, David Hamer, Tim Crowther, Matthew Cliff wrap out the 19 kart field. Away we go. Andrew Ravage cuts across, takes the lead, and already up the inside there is looking Bryn Albin trying to take the lead. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Rogerio Mendes runs out wide out of turn 1, but Ravage has done a good job there, Howard, to hold on to P1. Yeah, that was a very earnest challenge there from Bryn Albin for the lead of this one into turn number 1. Looks to like Aidan Rudge, though, has been able to capitalise and get himself up into 2nd place there. So yeah, good job from Ravage on pole to hold off those attacks. Cone penalty already issued for Dom Cliff in the number 11 kart. But it is leading them into turn 8. It is the 61 of Andrew Ravage pursued by Aidan Rudge. Here is the 60 of Garrett Berry versus Steve Hicks and Callum Brule. And James Martin indeed there going through 8 and 9. Well, there's quite a few drivers with hands up there. I think that was for the question of who wants a piece of Bailey Morgan's birthday cake. But you'll all have to wait, guys, because we need our slices first here in comms. Anyway, end of lap number 1. Andrew Ravage leads. Aidan Rudge up to 2nd place. Big mover on that first lap looks to have been Mike Philippou, up 5 spots.
And Aidan Rogers gone for the lead there on Rabbage and has got the job done. So change for the lead in the early part of this lap as Bryn Olban is having to defend against Garrett Berry, now over 6th place, and he's able to hold off the attack. What it means, though, is that everyone's checked up behind them. Steve Hicks is now on the scene there in the number 21. He's going to go down the inside of Olban, and actually Olban was taken by Berry on the run down to that first hairpin as well. So Olban is having to battle tooth and nail for every single inch of this track at the moment. Now with the attentions of James Martin, he's going to try and go back at Steve Hicks into turn 8 as behind them Callum Brule here in the yellow helmet. He's looking for a move on James Martin, who I don't think is too impressed by the attempt there, because I don't think, in his opinion, it was really on for Brule in that particular instance. The 101 as well of Rogerio Mendez is on the back of Brule as well. And then next up would be the 87 of Tony Philbin leading the next pack of karts, as down the inside of Alban now goes James Martin and takes 7th place.
Does indeed. Another driver with lots of experience in this sprints category there, Steve Hicks. The black and orange suit. Trying to find a way to catch up to the back of Garrett Berry and get through for 5th place. Berry has got a track limit warning though, so we need to keep an eye on that. James Wattis there in 3rd place.
Have we spotted the issue that's happened to our pole sitter, Andrew? Andrew Rabbage down at the back now in 17th place, so not quite sure what happened to him there. Didn't catch it on cameras. Just to be clear, folks, this is one of those circuits where we are completely reliant on the cameras for our scenes of what's outside. We don't have visuals on the track, so not quite sure. Keep your eyes peeled for if there are any ABC takeout penalties on timing. Nothing forthcoming so far.
James Martin's absolutely flying here. Fastest lap of the heat so far, 54.9. Is down the inside of Steve Hicks into turn 2. He's going to get the move done. Great racing from James Martin there. Berry's down the inside of Cliff here. Ooh, Cliff gives a little bit of a nudge and Berry will run wide as a result of that. Bryn Alban's still in there as well in 8th place, the C2 driver.
Feels like the most frenetic race so far, Andrew. And I wonder, is it because we've gone away from there just being a dry line now? There are parts of this circuit where you can really go side by side and still have decent grip. But it feels to me like this is a real, little bit of a gloves-off race, this one. Like the bus moves being attempted.
To the final corner this group goes is the lead gap. What's happened to Mike Philippou on that last lap as well? So as slipped down to 3rd place as we watch the battle for 4th. So James Wattis is now up to 2nd place. Philippou in 3rd. James Martin is really on it in this one. Into turn 3 and 4 you go. We talk about these corners. There's a cone penalty now for Mike Philippou. So I wonder, has he had a bit of a significant bonk with a cone? That's what slowed him down.
Yeah. And
now he's got a penalty for his troubles as well. Just to go back to 2, 3 and 4, we talk about it in terms of, you've got to think of it as one continuous corner. In a way, because it's all about the exit out of turn 4, isn't it? And if you don't get the entry into 2 right, you won't get the entry into 3 right, and you won't get the exit out of 4 the way that you want to get that straight line run down to turn 5. There is it. I think it's the last corner, you know. I think it's the last corner that Mike Philippou has had a bit of a rub with those tyres, and it's easy to do. I'll say that. But Berry down the inside of Martin holds on to 5th place. Penalty as well for Tony Philbin, a bump and pass. That'll be +4 at the end of this race.
To be clear, there are track limit warnings coming out of coming right, left and centre in this one. As Don Cliff picks up another one, Callum Brule's had one, Bryn Olban, in fact Callum Brule's had 2. They've got to be a bit careful out there, Andrew. If I'm honest, I'm somewhat surprised by the amount of patience being shown by race control thus far.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be patience that's tested. And there will be penalties coming soon if certain drivers aren't careful. 2nd and 3rd place fight here between Wattis and Philippou. Philippou is back on the pace. And Aidan Rudge, what a run this is. 4.433 last time around. 3.5 seconds in the lead. A tremendous runners. Down the inside goes Philippou, takes 2nd place away from Wattis. That'll be reversed once the penalty is applied, but at least means that Philippou won't be falling further down the order and behind the likes of Dom Cliff and Garrett Berry. Once this race is over, we're Well, less than a minute to go of it, so there'll be this lap plus one more.
Would definitely be Aidan Rudge's first heat win of this season if he could take it. Was that James Martin going down the inside of Don Cliff?
Yes, it was.
As Brindle and Garrett Berry are side by side still.
So this has been a good lap for Martin so far, because he's got past Berry already. There's Steve Hicks down the inside of Brynn also. On to the last lap then. Aidan Rudge calmly out front by 4 seconds. More requests for birthday cake. Yeah,
that was Garrett Berry tagging the tyres on the exit of the chicane, and I think he felt that Callum Brule had rather pushed him towards that. As Philippou is past Wattis again. I think no matter what, I've been impressed by this drive from Wattis, Andrew, but yeah, there is still this battle for second going on here on this last lap. And I tell you what, James Martin would wish there were a couple more laps of this one, wouldn't he? Really working his way up through the order in these latter stages.
Well, what a drive this has been from Aidan Rudge. Got out front early on. This is always a good way to win a race. When the others are fighting behind you, you keep things nice and calm out front to take race victory. Aidan Rudge is going to be, for the first time this season, a race winner in Club 100. Mike Philippou is second on the line but has a penalty. James Wattis will inherit that spot. James Martin fourth, Dom Cliff fifth. Hicks, Albon, Brule, Berry, Mendes is your top 10. Tony Philbin is going to be 11th but has penalties. In fact, no, Justin Draper is going to be 11th on top of the C3s. Philbin, Lawler, Clark, Hamer, Ravage, Cliff, Kalvinsky. That's going to be your running order for the 18 finishers in that race. We're going to take a short break here on the comms because third rotation is about to start. Heat 9 is up next.
Here's your grid then for heat number 9 in our lightweights. Ned Douglas will take this from pole with Rana Percox alongside. It'll be Chris Lewis-Evans and Rhys Pope on row number 2. Michael Preston and Daz Till make up row 3. Rob Langthorpe and Bailey Morgan are row 4 with Alistair Irvine and Ramana Sakauskas rounding out your top 10. It'll be Peter Sharp and Ross O'Brien next with Aaron Stillwell and Russell Cooper on row 7. Row 8 has Sam Essery and Kim Ely, and then Gareth Pritchard will round out your 17 kart grid.
Indeed, you're watching live coverage of round 11 of the Club 100 Sprint Championships here from Bayford Meadows on your Alpha Live stream. If you're enjoying the content, do make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We're under starters orders here for heat number 9. Away they go. And Ned Douglas, who's had a great day so far, will take us from pole position. Rhianna Percox trying to fight it round the outside. Does make it round turn 1 this time, but it's forced out wide. That is sometimes the risk of starting P2 here at Bayford Meadows.
Chris Lewis-Evans to the front though, Andrew. Yep. Elbowed his way through. Yeah, he and Ned Douglas have a bit of a start, and that was definitely Rhys Pope saying, I want the best piece of birthday cake from Bailey Morgan, I think.
It's up to third place. Rob Langthorpe holds to the inside. Contact warning for Darren Teal, who started this race in 6th place in kart number 6. Contact warning also for Ramana Sakauskas in the 3rd tee.
First heat of the day, Andrew, where we've had Irvine and Pope in the same race at the same time. So those two drivers who are going for that 2nd place in the Class 2 Championship, or Class 2 standings within the Championship, perhaps is more accurate. They are both on track at the same time here. Coming round then to finish lap number 1, Chris Lewis-Evans in the lead, ahead of Ned Douglas, who right now has got Rhys Pope all over the back of him. He's going to have to go defensive into turn number 2. Is that going to give an opportunity to Bailey Morgan as well in the number 14, who's going to try and take the conventional racing line and get better drive off of the corner? They stay as they were, but now even more nose to tail than before. Rob Langthorpe challenging Rhianna Percox as well behind into the first hairpin, with Daz Till and Alistair Irvine looking to take advantage. Rhys Pope goes down the inside of Ned Douglas, and now it's side by side between Langthorpe and Percox as they both come onto this back straight. And Daz Till is going to get great drive and go past both of them, as Alistair Irvine is also looking to go down the inside of them. But meanwhile, ahead of them, Bailey Morgan fires down the inside of Ned Douglas at turn number 8. So it's now Rhys Pope, Bailey Morgan, Ned Douglas, and then it's Daz Till ahead of... And Irvine has been able to get by, so 2 places gained for Irvine as well on Percox and Langthorpe. A lot of changes of that lap as they come around to finish lap number 2.
Yeah, this is a big race for C2, not just in the context of today, but the championship. It's a great opportunity for both Pope and Irvine and the likes of Morgan and Douglas all to get good points. And let's not forget about our leader as well, as down the inside Daz Teal on Ned Douglas takes 4th place.
Lovely move.
Chris Lewis-Evans is, what's his pace like at the moment? 56.0 last time around. A couple of tenths slower than Rhys Pope, but the good thing is he's got a 1.2 second lead. This is a good spot for Chris Lewis-Evans, but Rhys Pope's been in such good form today, and he is closing in. Contact warning for the number 36, and what's going on behind?
Yeah, Langthorpe was all out of shape out wide, I think, at hairpin number 2, and it's carried on to the back straight, and it's allowed everyone to just bunch up on he and Rihanna Percox. I think Michael Preston getting involved. And is that Sam Essery?
Yeah.
Who's jumped a few of them as well. So Sam Essery, I think, now might be up to 7th place.
Sam Essery, currently he was the fastest driver out on circuit. He's just been displaced by Bailey Morgan in 3rd with a 54.660.
Absolutely. More good battles going on in Class 3, but Sam Essery at the moment, the only one to break out and challenge the drivers higher up. Here's your race leader, that's Chris Lewis-Evans, and now coming under intense pressure from Rhys Pope, who is going to be in no mood to hang around in trying to maximise his points in this one. Bailey Morgan is staying with them as well. And then it's Daz Teal, Ned Douglas and Alistair Irvine in 4th through 6th there. But Lewis-Evans coming under sustained pressure now from the 42 of Rhys Pope. As I say, he'll know that Irvine's in this race. And he needs to capitalise on where he can get this kart. 3¼ minutes to go. On to lap number 5. Daz Teal currently the fastest driver on the circuit, although it's worth bearing in mind, in these kind of conditions, everyone is setting personal bests pretty much at this point as they all get to grips with these conditions. We've seen it for the last few heats. They all spend the first few laps going, oh yeah, it is dry, let's go for it. And going for it now is Rhys Pope down the inside of hairpin number 1. He's going to be out wide on the exit, but he'll have the inside for the next hairpin, so one presumes he's going to be able to hold onto it. Here they come into shot. Yes, indeed he has. Rhys Pope to the head of the field, and Chris Lewis-Evans now immediately has the close attentions of Bailey Morgan behind him.
You feel if you're Alistair Irvine in this situation, sat in 6th place at the moment, you've got to find a way past Ned Douglas, because Rhys Pope, on the form that he's been on so far today, is just going to pull away from the drivers behind now. Even drivers of the calibre of the likes of Chris Lewis-Evans, Bailey Morgan and Daz Teal. Daz is looking fast though, and that's another new fastest lap of the race so far. 54.380, took 5½ tenths out of Bailey Morgan on that last lap. Is Morgan shaping up for a move into the little hairpin there of 3 and then 4. No, he just holds fire for the moment, but all the while Daz Teal gets closer and closer and closer. Samuel Essery's pace is still good as well. He's in the 54s. And there's a contact warning for Alistair Irvine as he tries to find his way past Ned Douglas. Samuel Essery is in the mix here. Yes, he's right on the rear bumper now of Alistair Irvine and could start taking points away.
Yeah, Irvine was eyeing up a move on Ned Douglas. There's Daz Teal is robustly getting by Chris Lewis-Evans there. And Bailey Morgan swoops down the inside of Teal. That's a brilliant move there for Bailey Morgan there. That is a bold move there into the penultimate corner. That'll have put a smile on the birthday boy's face. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, really good stuff from Bailey, who is a driver that, again, has had a great season. He's improving all the time. And I think next year is going to be a big year for Bailey Morgan. He's going to be doing more racing. He's going to be competing in the Endurance Championship. And it's always one of those things that the best ways to improve in Club 100 is track time.
Yeah,
get as much track time as you can.
Irvine did get by on Ned Douglas last lap. Also Russell Cooper by on Peter Sharp for 11th place. That's in amongst Class 3 drivers slightly further down the field. But yeah, Alistair Irvine, can he get onto the back of Chris Lewis-Evans? He has pulled away from Ned Douglas. In fact, Douglas coming under pressure from Sam Essery on this lap. There they are firing through shot now as sunshine breaks through the clouds and starts to beat down on the circuit here in Sittingbourne in Kent as we go on to the last lap of heat number 9.
We do indeed. So Rhys Pope's lead is 1.3. Bailey Morgan there, blue suit, 2nd place. Daz Teal will be happy with the points he's got at the moment in 3rd. If the opportunity is there, he will take it to go up the inside or around the outside, whichever way he wants to overtake. He won't take too many risks to do so. Rihanna Percox has recovered to 8th place in this race. It's been a tough day for Percox. I think there's going to be a number of Class 1 drivers not making the A final here.
Yep.
Been a bit of a topsy-turvy morning in the lightweights so far through these heats, and we've got the much talked about Heat 10 coming up next. But here's Reece Pope, who's having one of the best days we've seen him ever have in a Club 100 kart, and it's going to take race victory in heat number 9. Bailey Morgan happy with P2 there. Daz Teal 3rd, Chris Lewis Evans 4th, 5th for Alistair Irvine. Douglas, Essery, Percox, Langthorpe, Preston is your top 10. Russell Cooper, Peter Sharp, Reminas Sakauskas, Aaron Stillwell and Gareth Pritchard take us down to 15th. Kim Ely and Ross O'Brien complete the field. We're going to take a very short break. Heat 10 is up next. Here we go then for the most stacked grid of the day. Jed Toole and Garrett Berry have pole position. Mike Coppin and Mike Philippou are on row 2. Steve Brown and Anwar Barul Smith on row 3. It keeps going, ladies and gentlemen, because you've got Owen Jenman and Ed Bars on row 4. Keith Segal and Greg Smith on row 5. Oscar Lancaster and Dan Healy on row 6. Into our novices, who've got the best seats in the house. James Browning and Andy Berry, row 7. Andrew Bushell and Toby Smith, row 8. David Hamer and Dean Everest, row 9. 18 karts in the field. Away we go then. This has been a much talked about grid in the lead up to today's event, and down the inside already Steve Brown look at all of that, running wide the front row, and poor Jed Toole and Garrett Berry are going to fall down the order here. Mike Coppin takes the lead as they go into turn 3 for the first time. Steve Brown has held on there and is still in second place, but look at them all charging in. A very, very high quality field in this one, and they all want to win it, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. And bear in mind, you know, if they're all, there's spinners around as well. David Hamer's facing the wrong way, and there's another, was it Keith Segal? Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's worth bearing in mind, Andrew, if they're all in the same heat, they're all slightly compromised in that way of making up the points they need to get into the A final, which is what they want, as that's Dan Healy challenging Oscar Lancaster further down the order as they all work the way. He still can't get by Oscar Lancaster, actually. I think he's going to get through there. No, Lancaster's hanging up. Good, fair play to Oscar there. Really hanging on to that position well against an experienced driver in the form of Healy. It is Mike Coppin who leads, though, at the end of lap 1, ahead of Steve Brown. Mike Philippou in in third, and Owen Jenman. Steve Brown, though, right on the tail of Mike Coppin. Bit of a rerun, Andrew, of both of their first heats of the day, as down the inside goes Jenman on Philippou. So that is Owen Jenman up into third place, and Garrett Berry now challenging Philippou, though he's going to have to go the long way round at hairpin 1, and it's going to compromise him, as we've seen many a time at hairpin 1 already today, and it's allowed Anwar Barul Smith and Ed Bars to get by, but just as quickly as I can say it, Garrett Berry is trying to challenge back again, but he's going to be compromised down the back straight, and there is the challenge for the lead. Steve Brown and Mike Coppin, but Mike Coppin shuts the door robustly there.
There were only 2 drivers who didn't change positions from where they started on the grid on that first lap. They were Philippou and Barul Smith. That's how crazy that first lap was. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 2. It's Coppin from Brown, Jenman, Philippou, Barul Smith, Berry, Bars, Lancaster, Healy and Smith. That is your top 10.
Jed Toole working his way back up the order, up to 12th now. He's just cleared Andrew Bushell and Greg Smith. So he's working his way up on his recovery drive. Mike Coppin go defence, and look at this. It's Jenman to the inside of Steve Brown there. Brown will have the inside line of the next hairpin if he can just hang on. Yes, he can. But they're both going to be slowing each other down and allowing Coppin to have a bit of breathing space. Again, Jenman goes for it on Steve Brown. Going to push Brown out wide as far as the grass.
Have wet tyres.
He'll have wet tyres going into 8. He's going to be compromised on the grip, but he's able to hold it together. But that'll have been like blood in the water to a shark for Mike Philippou in 4th place, who will have seen that all of that happening ahead of him. Still yellow flags out for this latter part of the lap, Andrew. Someone's been tagging the tyres on either this corner or this last chicane, I think. It's still Mike Coppin at in the lead at the end of lap number 3.
It is indeed. I get the feeling, though, that Mike Coppin's going to try a bit of a Gandalf job here.
Yep. And
hold this one out from, well, he's already been holding it out from 5 minutes to go, 4 minutes still on the clock. But Owen Jenman, he is so good round here. He really is. He's a very, very good driver wherever we go, but particularly here at Bayford Meadows.
Ed Barr's putting a lot of pressure on Mike Philippou for 4th.
Oh, just as I say that, though, Owen Jenman's got a bump and pass penalty, so he cannot win this race now. He can take the lead on the road, but once the 4 places are applied post-race, the best he can hope for is 5th.
Is that for how he got by on Steve? To be fair? Steve was pushed out to the
quite
grass.
Possibly, yes.
But yeah, still very much a presence in this though, even with that penalty to be applied. Mike Coppin still in the lead of this one as they come around to finish another lap. Steve Brown then will benefit from Gemman. And Gemman, oh, what a dummy to be sold into turn one. That was beautifully done by Gemman. Coppin's out on the banking. He keeps his foot in it, and Steve Brown's going to look down the inside. The door is shut by Mike Coppin. Still allows Brown to have a go at Gemman though, and he's up into second place. What an exchange across those corners. I think Ed, and now it's going to be Gemman trying round the outside. Ed Bars has got past Philippou for fourth as well in the midst of all that. Dan Healy, Anwar Brule-Smith is arriving on the scene in all of this as well.
Silverstone 1986, anybody?
Yes,
My goodness, that was a really good go from Owen Gemman. Didn't quite pull it off. Mike Coppin still leads this race. Steve Brown back up to second place. And again, I know I keep using the E word a lot today, experience, but you know, Steve Brown saw the gap, went for it, knew there was a risk making it 3 wide on the run to turn 2, but held the inside and got that position. Just jerks to the inside a little bit, makes Owen Gemman think twice about trying to throw one down the inside. Ed Bars is there as well. It's been relatively quiet so far in this race. He's already up to P4. It's strange because it is a heat, but this almost feels a bit like an A final at the moment with how many key drivers we've got in it and how ferocious the racing is out there. Steve Brown's having a little look down the inside again, but Mike Coppin, his kart placement so far in this race, Howard, has been supreme. Simply no opportunities for anybody to get through.
I want to give a shout out to Garrett Berry, really holding his own here as a Class 2 runner in amongst of all of this. He's just got by an Anwar Brule-Smith on the previous lap, so really doing well at the moment is Garrett Berry in that number 60 kart, keeping Brule-Smith and Healy at bay. That is not too many people who can say that. As they're coming round again, we're going to have, I reckon, 2 more laps of this one. Yep. Mike Coppin's still in the lead. Steve Brown stays to driver's right, and he's going to find the gap somehow on the inside and fires it down the inside there. Again, Coppin is out on the banking. Again, it goes 3 wide towards turn number 2, but this time it remains 3 wide. And Gemman goes through on both of them. Ed Bars coming as well through, trying to get second place. But Steve Brown is going to have the inside line for the next hairpin as Garrett Berry is now challenging Mike Coppin.
Yeah. Barry's round. Barry is round. Now, if he was encouraged into that, there may be a takeout penalty coming. Oh, I can see Mr. Underhill getting on the radio. It's Brule-Smith has touched the tyres. My goodness me, what a save that was.
I think that might have been a violation of track limits. It's just a hunch. Just a hunch. Owen Gemman now in the lead. Steve Brown still somehow in the wheel tracks of the leader. After all of that, he's remained in second place on this one. But coming round to start the last lap, it's going to be a completely new order here. Gemman, Brown and Bars, the top 3.
Gemman has a penalty though, so at the moment, for the second time today, Steve Brown is sitting on the race victory. He doesn't want to do it with the penalties though. He's throwing it down the inside to take the lead. Can he hold on to it? Bars is trying to go around the outside there. That's a dangerous spot to be in, Ed. And still Gemman has the lead on the road. Bars is going to cut around the outside. Brown to the inside. This is brilliant racing here at Bayford Meadows. Still, Gemman has the lead, but crucially, Brown is in that second spot. Mike Coppin's coming back into it now as well. Feels he hit him there, so he's going to let Ed Bars back through. And after all of that, it's still, the near double back again from Super GT. He clearly doesn't know that Owen Gemman has a penalty here and that he's sitting on a race victory, but it's entertaining nonetheless. Who's going to make it round the final couple of corners still in one piece? Owen Gemman's going to take it on the road, but has a +4 penalty for over the second time today. Super GT, Steve Brown is going to take race victory. Ed Bars in P3, Mike Coppin P4, Mike Philippou's your top 5. Dan Healy, Anwar Brule-Smith, Garrett Berry, Oscar Lancaster, Toby Smith, who's your top C3, that is your top 10. Andy Berry, Jed Toole, Andrew Bushell, Dean Everett, Greg Smith, top 15. James Browning, Keith Sakal, and David Hamer's your top 18 to finishers here in this race. What have we just seen? What a crazy finish, as expected in heat number 10. We're going to take a short break. Heat 11's next. Oh my goodness, here's your Heat 11 grid, ladies and gentlemen. Dom Cliff and Matthew Cockerham on the front row. James Martin and Josh Adams, row 2. Aidan Rudge and Christopher Powell on row 3. Andrew Rabbage and Callum Brule will be on row 4. Stephen Westwood and Cameron Williams, row 5. James Wattis and Tony Philbin, row 6. Into the novices, and away we go actually for Heat number 11.
Yeah, absolutely. Domcliffe leads them away into turn number 1. James Martin looking to make early progress here. That looked like, where was that? Stephen Westwood, I think, going out onto the curbing on the exit of turn 1, but it all remains clean enough as they come out onto the second stretch. And that looks to me like Aidan Rudge has again had a lightning start here and got to the head of the field, Andrew. That is another good start for Rudge there with the 61 of Andrew Rabbage in second place.
Yeah, he's having a really good day so far, is Aidan Rudge. I'm just
Get your breath back.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
For the lead of the race, you're not allowed to. Andrew Rabbage goes down the inside of Aidan Rudge, and I think has been able to make that stick for the lead of the race as they all work their way now through the faster part of the lap. Indeed it is the 61 of Andrew Rabbage that has got himself to the head of the field as they head towards the chicane. Here at the end of lap number 1, it is going to be Andrew Rabbage ahead of Aidan Rudge, and then Domcliffe has got up into third place. As that's the best start that Dom has had so far today. He's picked up penalties. I think he was spun around in the first heat, I want to say, if memory serves correctly. So good start for him there. Under pressure though from Josh Adams there in the number 9 with the blue and white suit. He's going to go down the inside of hairpin number 1. Meanwhile, Stephen Westwood battling away with James Wattis there. That is in the battle over 6th place as Domcliffe is back down the inside of Josh Adams there at hairpin number 2. But Adams is going to seize the advantage of having the inside line of the next corner. James Martin there in the 64 as well as James Wattis and Stephen Westwood still battle. Wattis down the inside now of turn number 8. Callum Brule there in the yellow helmet looking to capitalise but can't find a way through there. And Christopher Powell rounds out this little pack of karts, taking you down to 9th place.
If anyone's eardrums that are hurting now, I do apologise for
I tell you what,
the end of heat 10 there. That was manic.
In all the excitement, I hadn't clocked that JV was stood behind.
Oh yes, we had a visitor.
I'm very glad neither of us flung her.
Clobbing it with the face.
James Martin tries down the inside of Domcliffe now. This is over 4th place, heading towards second, third, and fourth. Turns 2, 3 and 4 as Rabbage comes under pressure, renewed pressure now from Aidan Rudge, and that comes because Rudge has just set the fastest lap of the race as Domcliffe is trying to shut the door on Martin, but Martin has already prized that open, and Wattis is now going to fancy his chances down at hairpin number 2 on James Martin. Reads the situation well indeed and gets through in that one. James Wattis though is going to go down the inside of Domcliffe again. Domcliffe I almost thought was going to be able to cut back under and get a switch back halfway round turn 8, but it is Wattis now up into 4th place. What a lovely exchange between these drivers, albeit James Martin might be feeling a bit punch drunk after all that.
I may be wrong here, and it may just be racing drivers racing hard, but I get the feeling that there's a number of drivers who know, with the way how topsy-turvy it's been so far today, this is the last race for all of these guys, and they're all thinking, if I can get a top 5 here, I could get an A final. That's what's lit it up today, because there's some big opportunities for drivers to finish with the biggest point hauls that they've had all season.
Domcliffe there was having to go all over the curbing at turn 1. Going to have to be careful about that as Westwood again has to go defence against Callum Brule, and Christopher Powell is looking to get. Oh, and Wattis has been slowed up, and look how far out wide Domcliffe is going. That's going to allow James Martin to try and go around the outside of all of them, and Domcliffe is round. Oh, dearie me, that was all bad and skewering off there to driver's left. Was that Jagjit Singh?
Yeah, I think it might have been. We'll count it through in a moment.
Very unusual.
4 minutes to go. I just wanted to get some water on his tyres. Was there any?
I don't know. I mean, he would have been
contact to the tyres of Cliff.
Yeah,
Cliff into the tyres. Cliff into the tyres. Water out the tyres. Onto Singh's tyres, and around he goes. I think that's what happened there.
Definitely plausible. It wasn't Jagjit Singh. It was Tony Philbin. Apologies there. So Philbin's race compromised. Callum Brule as well lost out heavily out of it. It was actually to the benefit of Jagjit Singh. Now up into 8th place in the number 66 kart. Here is your race leader, Rabbage and Rudge.
Here's a good example of a C3 driver moving up into C2. Rabbage, who started last year. And again, this has been... It's quite interesting this. You've got Rabbage and Rudge both having days better than I've ever seen him have before on a stream Club 100 round. Josh Adams, who we've been talking about a lot this season, this has been a big breakthrough year for Josh Adams. He's stepped up again from 2021. It's good to see 3 younger drivers coming through the ranks here in Club 100, fighting at the front, getting good results.
Josh Adams with a good opportunity here, Andrew. He's the highest placed Class 1 runner at the moment. James Martin, some 4.4. James Martin has got there. He's managed to work his way up the order, but it's taken so long that it's allowed these top 3 to break away. And here is Josh Adams having the look at Rudge into hairpin 1, but Rudge isn't being intimidated easily here. Holds on to it.
Wasn't talking drivers coming through the ranks. 2022, a big year for Club 100. The start of the all-new Club 100 Cadets Championship, which you can go over to the website www.club100.co.uk and find more about. A championship designed for younger drivers, same cadet ages as Sport UK, and then the juniors as well. As here goes Josh Adams down the inside of Aidan Rudge, takes second place. Very nice move indeed. Communicates to Aidan Rudge that they need to work together now to catch and overtake Andrew Rabbage. Plenty to look forward to for drivers of all ages next year in Club 100. Check out the website, entries will be opening towards the end of this month, I believe.
By my reckoning, if Rabbage can hang on to this, Andrew, it will be his first win in a heat. Would not be the case were Josh Adams to take the win. He has had wins before. What a showing this is, as you say. There are some drivers today, Andrew, who I think are really on for their best results and will be relishing the momentum that they can potentially carry into 2022 on this one.
And the element of it being a last round and probably, pressure being a little bit off. You're not necessarily thinking about championship scores as much as Josh Adams is now down the inside of Andrew Rabbage. Got a good run through and out of turn 1. Takes the lead on the exit of turn number 2. Now, can he hold on to it? He'll have to go defensive into the first of these technical hairpins. I wouldn't describe them as tight as slow, but you've got to string them together and keep the momentum up, especially here onto the back straight. Sight of John Patterson there, busy at work on the camera. This is the last lap for everybody out there in heat number 11. Josh Adams has had a very solid morning once again. We should be seeing him through and in the A final later on. But a very good run nonetheless from kart number 9. Josh Adams is going to take heat number 11 by 3.5 tenths ahead of Andrew Rabbage. Aidan Rudge in third, James Martin and James Wattis wrap out the top 5. Stephen Westwood a good result again in 6th, Matthew Cockram 7th, Christopher Powell 8th, Callum Brule in 9th, Jagjit Singh takes the win in C3 and is in the top 10. Robin Kassam, Sam Morris, Alex Brandon, Simon Sharp, Tony Philbin is your top 15. Dom Cliff had a tough one out there in 16th. Grachan Kalvinsky completes the field in 17th. And all of a sudden, we're on to our last of the heats. Heat number 12 are out next.
Let's take a look at your grid then for this last lightweight heat of the day. Steph Theodora and Jack O'Neill are row number 1 with Josh Sangster and Fraser Brunton coming up next. Thomas Barrett and Bryn Alban are row number 3. Dan Seeger and Rogerio Mendes are next, and then it's Steve Hicks and Archie Hobson to round out the top 10 of the grid. Dante Dillon and Amy Breacher are row 6. Row 7 is going to be Matthew Cliff and Tim Clark. George Lawler and Rizwan Mangad are next, with Justin Draper and James Dunnett rounding out your 18 kart field. And we are ready for the off here. Steph Theodora will lead them away. The cone just goes into space there. That is the new cone-based space program being launched here at Bayford Meadows today. Jack O'Neill is looking to try and get a move on Steph Theodora, but can't get the job done, as it's all fairly clean and respectful through turns 2 through 4. Dan Seeger having to go defensive, though. You can see the 93 of Thomas Barrett was trying to make progress there and round towards the back. Is that that might be the 150 of Rizwan Mangat? Just got to double check that one, as Jack O'Neill now looks for the move on Steph Theodora into turn number 8, and he's going to get the job done. O'Neill is going to get through up into the lead. And Andrew, you were talking earlier about how we'd had a conversation with O'Neill and perhaps not mentioned that he was in the Heat 10 manic grid that we could see from it. That means he's got the opportunity now, just capitalise and take a relatively easy set of points.
He needs it though, because the first 2 heats that he's been competed in this morning, he's not had good results. Yellow flag is out, perhaps. Yep, Fraser Brunton just has to back off there. He did have a run on Steph Theodora. It is for tyre replacement off the start there.
Rizwan Mangat was your spinner at hairpin 2.
We've got a message on comms box, Cam. Apologies, we've not got the the YouTube comments today, but do keep your comments coming in on the Alpha live stream. Make sure you subscribe as well as Fraser Brunton goes down the inside of Steph Theodorou. Nice move there from Fraser. He'll get it done on the exit, takes second place. Michael Preston can confirm his incident at race 7 was definitely a 4X. That's an iRacing term, meaning he may have made a little bit of contact there.
Yes.
But yes, 5.5 minutes to go. Jack O'Neill out front by 1.7 seconds, rounded up to the nearest 10th, ahead of Fraser Brunton. Steph Theodorou there in third. He's being challenged by Josh Sangster, who's had a good day so far.
Amy Breacher past Bryn Alban for the 12th place. Dante Dillon past Thomas Barrett as well. So moves going on throughout the field as Seeger goes to the inside of Sangster there in the battle over 4th place. But it's still going to be with Sangster for the next apex because he'll have the inside line. It's all going to be about whether Dan Seeger can optimise his run onto this back straight. And I don't think he's close enough to be making a move there. The next pack of karts behind them being led by Dante Dillon now, which Steve Hicks is trying to get to the front of Andrew, but he's not moving as forward as quickly as I perhaps would have expected.
Yeah, it's been,
this stage.
It's been a very quiet day for Hicksy so far. Not really seen him up in the top 5.
Wasn't the best run onto the start-finish straight, I don't think, for Sangster there. Seeger's going to be looking for turn 1, and he is indeed down the inside. Nicely judged by Seeger, so long as he can keep it within track limits, he can. But Sangster's going to get the switch back on him and try down the inside of 2 again. Indeed he is, so it stays as they were. Nice little exchange between these two, between the 45 and the 28.
TLW for Tim Clark. For reference of why on the timing is he Tim Clark 2, is because we've got multiple Tim Clarks.
Seeger tries down the inside of hairpin 2 now, but he's also going to be compromised once again coming onto the back straight, but Sangster's going to be at the disadvantage. He's going to keep his foot in it over the run-off curb. I think he'd argue force majeure on that one, but it doesn't matter either way because that is Dan Seeger up into 4th place.
Yeah, good stuff there from Dan Seeger.
Amy Breacher ahead of George Lawler now up to 11th place, so heads up the Class 3 running orders. Steve Hicks has also got past Thomas Barrett, so he's nearly at the front of that pack of karts. In fact, he and Dante Dillon are working up onto the back. Here they are. Steve Hicks chasing Dante Dillon for 6th place, but one gets the impression, Andrew, that they're actually working together for now to try and get onto the back of some greater treasures up the road.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a good amount of time in this heat remaining. You can do that, you can work up, and it is one of the things with Bayford Meadows. You can race round here, but you do lose a lot of time when you battle with another driver. So, you know, a 2-second gap can disappear very, very quickly if you are, you know, a chasing driver or a chasing duo. In the case of Dillon and Hicks, they just need to keep going with this. It'll serve them well. Jack O'Neill, though, 54.157. That is astonishing pace from the reigning champion. You know what? It's even more astonishing now. 53.996. That may well be one of the quickest laps we've seen so far this weekend.
Ridiculous pace out front. 2.4 seconds the gap, though. Fraser Brunton with a strong showing here, mate. Let's not take away from his pace either. He is keeping in touch with O'Neill more than many would, but one does get the feeling that O'Neill is now controlling this one towards the end, as Joshua Sangster now very much under pressure from Dante Dillon and Steve Hicks. This is the battle for 5th down through 7th. As I thought that was a look from Dillon there into the hairpin. Hicks is going to be strong onto this back straight, I think, because of the line that he took through the 2 pre-sequent corners, but he hasn't got a move opening up for him there into turn number 8. Hold station for now. It's a hard track to overtake on this one. You know, that technical nature of it means that you were sort of alluding to a moment ago, Andrew. If you come off the racing line, you can lose a whole heap of time. The gaps can open and close quite quickly. Steph Theodorou having a little bit of a quiet one at this point now. 3 seconds the gap from it is. Dante Dillon down the inside of Josh Sangster. Nicely just moved there. That is the prime overtaking spot. Hicks now trying to look for an opportunity into 2, and Sangster opens the door. I don't think he realised quite how close Hicksy was there, and that means that Dillon and Hicks are now through on Sangster. So all change for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, well raced between all 3 drivers there. Good overtaking. Sangster recognising doesn't want to be too aggressive. Still good points that he's sat on here.
Or even 5th, 6th and 7th, Howard. Yep, with Dan Seeger there still in 4th place ahead of them. Track limit warning for Steph Theodorou. Justin Draper gets by on Amy Breacher. Takes himself up into the top 10 down in Class 3. But our leader is now on the last lap. Jack O'Neill, the 54 dead, takes it on to the last lap. Rather quiet amongst the top three. It's a 3-second gap for the lead, then a further 4 seconds back to Steph Theodoru. Danziger is closing in on Theodoru, but he's going to need a mega last lap to take that fight to him for position. It's now Dillon versus Hicks, your closest battle. What we're looking at now, your closest battle in that top 10. Dillon just going a little bit defensive into the first of their hairpins, but is that going to allow Hicks to get the switch back through the next 2 hairpins and potentially have a bit of a look into turn 8? And they come onto the back straight. No, Hicks is going to hold station for now. He doesn't seem to be keen on taking that tight line that we've been talking about that can open up the overtaking opportunities. We need to take a look at start-finish, though, because Jack O'Neill is coming round to take the win. There it is. Jack O'Neill takes some much-needed points, we have to say, with taking that win. Fraser Brunton in second place. It's going to be Steph Theodoru, who held off a Dan Seeger, charging at him there for third place. Dante Dillon holds on for fifth place ahead of Steve Hicks. Then it's Josh Sangster, Archie Hobson, Thomas Barrett, and Justin Draper, your highest placed class 3, rounding out your top 10. Then Sammy Breacher, Rogerio Mendez, Bryn Olban, then it's George Lawler, James Dunnett, Rizwan Mangat, Tim Clark and Matthew Cliff will round out your 18 karts, finishing that 12th heat, and that are your heat races for lightweights. Just going to be a couple of minutes here then at Bayford Meadows whilst we work out all of the grids for our finals coming up next here on your Alpha live stream with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Just going to take a break here on the stream whilst all those grids are worked out here at Bayford Meadows.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Right then, drivers, listen up. We're at the C final here with me. We're just going to call out your numbers for the C final. So we have numbers 58, 110, 66, 26, 98, 24, 52, 62, 32, 48, 76.
Moving into the finals then for lightweights on their 11th round of their 2021 Club 100 Sprints Championship. Here is your grid for the C final. Job in this one is to finish in the top 4 to move on to the B. Keith Segal has pole position for this C final. Robin Cassam joins him on the front row. Jagjit Singh and Russell Cooper on the second row of the grid. Those 4 drivers will be looking to hold on to those positions and proceed forward into the next part of the afternoon. Greg Smith and James Dunnett on the outside looking in at the moment. They're on the 3rd row of the grid. Ramanas Sakauskas and Andrew Bushell are on the 4th row. Aaron Stillwell and Sam Morris could have a good run from the 5th row of the grid. George Lawler and Peter Sharp are there on row number 6. Tony Philbin and Tim Clark start on the 7th row of the grid. Gareth Pritchard and Alex Brandon are on row 8. Ross O'Brien and Kim Ely are on the 9th row of the grid. And then we find Rizwan Mangat and David Hamer on row 10. Matthew Cliff and Simon Sharp on row 11. James Browning and Gachan Kalvinsky are on the 12th row of the grid. And then last but not least, Karen Williams and Tim Crowter complete the 23 kart field.
The thing I want to know about this one, very often when we're looking at a C-final grid, mate, it's, is there a Class 3 podium position or even a win for the round up for grabs? Nope. We've got a lot of Class 3 drivers having a stellar day here today and are already up into the B final. I don't think we've got any who've got into the A outright, but we have got several in the B final. So if you want to stand on that rostrum within Class 3 for this final round of the 2021 Club 100 Sprint season, you're going to need to get through. And in order to do that, you need to finish amongst the top 4 in this race. There are a few in this one, though. I can just see Greg Smith there, Andrew. I'd have thought he'd be trying to get up into the B final in this one. He had the incident at the chicane, didn't he, where he was turned around in his heats, and I think that was quite a costly moment for him in his bid. So he'll be looking to get, well, I mean, everybody's looking to get up into those top 4. That's the key thing, and that's the interesting thing about the C final, and why we like it so much. A, it gives us an opportunity to look at maybe some of our drivers who we haven't been able to feature quite so much on the stream thus far this round, and B, you want them in that top 4. It changes the tactics of it.
We're not going to spoil that, what we've just seen.
So we've just been shown a very interesting looking grid for later on today. But it changes the dynamic of this race. It changes the tactics. If you're in 4th place, you are on the bubble, as they like to say in Formula 1 qualifying. But it's not qualifying. It is racing, and you have to think tactically about that and not hold each other up in your bid to stay in that top 4 come the checkered flag.
Absolutely. This is a race that is an actual race ahead of some further races later on today. This is not qualifying. Oh, what a mess they've got themselves into. Anyway.
They could have just qualified for the B final, made it much easier. No, sorry, that's harsh.
But yes, no, C final drivers getting themselves ready. I saw some good keepy uppies in the background. One of the Club 100 staff members with the fuel cap, which is, I would just like to publicly announce, because there were a couple of people who were asking about it earlier. Yes, I got quite angry at an inanimate object yesterday in the endurance race. I'd like to formally apologise to all Club 100 fuel caps.
Yeah, for anyone who witnessed Andrew in our last pit stop yesterday, I think it's fair to say my colleague was projecting his frustrations slightly on inanimate objects.
That's frustrations that have been coming from about round 6.
I think if you'd have attempted keepy up, you'd have managed one as you.
It would have got booted out of the county.
Drop kick it outside of the facilities. But yes, it was an interesting day's racing for us, wasn't it, mate?
Just as we're saying that, I'm sorry, John. I had a strop yesterday. It's all right, but it was at the fuel cap. It was at no individuals. It had not gone well.
If anyone captured that.
Yeah.
If anyone captures that on film, I want a still of Andrew just.
Well, we did.
It's true.
We will have caught it on our GoPro.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
You did it in front of the cart. That's brilliant. There you are. Stay tuned for Double Dash Motorsport Media for an interesting psychological insight into Andrew's mindset.
Endurance 2021. There's Keith Segal.
Yep, starts on pole.
AKA cup of tea.
That's what we call it.
Cup of tea.
Yeah, we always support him on the radio. Go on, Cups.
You see, we need you, John, here to feed us the. You've got.
Because he's always bringing biscuits.
Is he another biscuit fan in the paddock?
He brings loads of packets of biscuits
There you go.
He's a lovely lad. Been racing with me since '94.
Since racing since '94, so most of the 30 years. Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, we're being
Right. Cup of tea on pole. As I say, you guys are
Thanks,
hearing
John.
one
That
side
was
of the
great.
conversation, but yeah, you'll have seen it on Comspots, Cam. John's set it up.
No. If anyone's wondering, we know all of this.
Yes.
John's definitely not just been stood there feeding us.
I have heard about that Keith always brings the biscuits.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The sprints rounds.
I mean, I knew Keith was experienced. I'm not sure I've clocked him since '94.
Yes,
that
since
is
1994.
right. I mean, Club 100 hitting its three decades of action in 2021. So yeah, Segal, one of those drivers who's been here for the majority. There are a few drivers like that in the field who've been supporting Club 100 for many a year. Just goes to show the compelling experience that Club 100 is able to bring.
Here we go then for the C final. Keith Segal will take us from pole position in kart number 58. On the charge to turn 1. Are they all going to make it through? It's a good start for Keith Segal, rounding turn number 1. But up the inside when Jagjit Singh there got the run out of turn 1 and will take the lead. Greg Smith's had a good one as well. Oh, big massive sideways moment for Keith Segal. Brilliant hold from Cups of Tea there. 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This is a longer race, of course. And
that is the 77 of Simon Sharp.
Yeah, slight glance at the tyres there. Did well to hold on for that one. Contact warning for the 87 of Tony Philbin. So it is Smith ahead of Singh. Bryn Albans had a good start as well. The number 32 of Sam Morris has come through from the 5th row of the grid. It's up to P4. So if that top 4 have got a good opportunity now, Howard. They've got a gap, they've broken away. If they can work together, they'll have these 4 places into the B final sewn up.
Yeah, absolutely. Keith Segal battling away with George Lawler in the mid part of that lap and has managed to make the move stick. The 58 now ahead of the 48, but it is indeed Greg Smith who leads to the end of lap 1, but not for long, because there is Jagjit Singh down the inside of Smith. He's going to try and tuck underneath again, back into 2, and Andrew Bushell is going to try and get into this as well in the 52. Singh and Bushell have a bit of pod-to-pod contact. You've got to be careful of that. You don't want to be getting... if you get an ABC bump and pass, that is your qualification for the B final done and dusted.
And there may be a cone penalty coming there. We saw a similar incident with, I want to say it was Rob Langthorpe earlier on this morning.
Yes.
So just watch out for the number 66, maybe receiving a one-place cone penalty. Now, if it stays like this, that's fine. He's not going to get moved out to the top 4. There is a penalty for Tony Philbin, so he's had a bump and pass. He's currently down in 14th place. Apologies, not Bryn Albin in this race. It's because it's the same suit. But Andrew Bushell there in 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Penalty for Tony Philbin. ABC bump and pass. 4 places to be deducted at the end of the race. Definitely not qualifying for the B final. As a result, Greg Smith still in the lead of this one. 1 lap on since Singh challenged him for the lead. And going down the order now, Andrew, James Dunnett and Tim Clark have come a cropper in some way, shape or form like that, right to the back of the pack.
Oh, hate being right. Yep, cone penalty for Jagjit Singh. So he's got to finish 3rd or higher now to qualify through to the B final. If he finishes in 4th, even if the gap is huge behind him, to at the moment it is Robin Kassam, he will still lose the position. Having said that, Robin Kassam in the 110 is the fastest driver out there at the moment, a 56.530 last time around. The gap to Sam Morris there in 4th is 0.9 of a second.
Yep.
And Kassam took just over 3/10 out of Morris on that last tour of the circuit. Let's see what it is now. Jagjit Singh challenging Greg Smith for the lead of the race.
Whoa.
And gets forced there. Good hold. Really good hold from Jagjit Singh, but Greg Smith needs to be careful because I think that may be a contact warning, but it could have very easily been a forced driver wide. It's an overtake under yellow penalty now coming in for Simon Sharp.
Keith Segal's fallen off somewhere, Andrew, down to the back as well. But I tell you what, Jagjit Singh is lucky that the pit entry is where it is here at Bayford Meadows, because without the grip of that tarmac, he was going straight into the tyres at turn number 1, and he's got to be careful. And this is what we're talking about. There's no point throwing it all in to get that race. I know that you want to take a race win. You know,
and
it's a natural racing drive, and a little trophy indeed, a racing driver's mentality absolutely through and through. But the bigger picture is that you can get more points by getting up into that B final. At the moment, it's okay, as there's a cone penalty for Greg Smith. Cone penalty for Greg Smith, and that means that we've now got another penalty to take into account as Jagjit Singh, someone else who has a cone penalty hanging over him, takes second place back off of Andrew Bushell.
Right, the mental abacus is coming out now. So at the moment, you've got to remember that grid penalties are always applied from the back first. So Jagjit Singh's penalty would be applied before Greg Smith. So effectively, Andrew Bushell is in the lead of this race because he'd get hot past Singh when he gets his cone penalty applied on the timing, and then he'd get past Smith as his penalty is applied on the timing.
But is unlikely to know it, so will still likely fight tooth and nail to try and stay in this top 4, is the key thing to bear in mind. Sam Morris, Andrew, I note, has done well here, I think, to stave off the attack from Robin Kassam. Has upped his pace significantly and is doing well there in the number 32. So that's one to bear in mind. New fastest lap of the race from Jagjit Singh. Is he going to try and challenge for the race win again? I'm not saying he shouldn't, I'm just saying he's got to pick his moment carefully here, otherwise it could be, well, it could all end in tears, basically, in terms of getting into that B final. Just, I mean, if nothing else, folks, it's the most cost-effective way to race here. You get a free extra race. It always found, you know, it's your little lottery win, that, whenever you get that.
Always how I like to do things when I did sprints, because I ignore them. Greg Smith continues to lead the race on the road, though. Jagjit Singh's pace is good, though. 55.199 last time around, and he's closing in on Greg Smith. Who else is on the move?
Well, Tony Philbin up a couple of places on that last lap, but if memory serves correctly, still has an ABC bump and pass penalty to be applied, so he's trying to negate those more than anything. As again, Singh is going to look for the lead of this race. This looks a slightly cleaner move here down the inside of turn 1, gets the job done. Again, Greg Smith thinks about tucking under in time for turn 2, but can't get it done this time.
So for Andrew Bushell, that doesn't change anything at all. It's still these 2 drivers ahead of him who both have cone penalties. There's been an unsafe release penalty for Aaron Stilwell, so that's probably him returning to the circuit after an off-track moment, and somebody needing to take avoiding action as a result of that. There's a penalty for Rizwan Mangat as well. Bump and pass. A number of drivers ruling themselves out of the top 4 here, but also losing points in the midfield.
Aaron Stilwell, we covered unsafe release.
Yes, we have.
So have we covered what we're meaning by that one?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
5.5 minutes to go. Change of the lead will be confirmed in a moment's time as Jagjit Singh crosses the timing beam. There he goes. Greg Smith there in second place, ahead of Andrew Bushell. Slightly defensive line against Bushell there. Sam Morris still holding on to 4th place.
Gareth Pritchard passed Alex Brandon for 9th place as well, at the same time as Ross O'Brien gets by on Russell Cooper. Greg Smith having to go defensive here into hairpin 1 against Bushell.
I don't want to criticise too hard, but I would not be defending here. I would not be defending. I'd be working with Bushell because Bushell's got some tidy pace.
Yes, albeit you've got the 1 cone penalty hanging over you.
And you don't want to encourage Sam Morris and Robin Kassam back into the battle, because it really is a thing around here at Bayford Meadows. If you start fighting with other drivers, you lose stacks of time around this circuit, with it being by far the most technical circuit that we go to on the season. I mean, let's just have a look at it. Singh does a 55.1. These 2 guys are in the 55.8s now. Morris and Kassam 55.7, 55.6.
Yep.
So I know Greg won't be able to hear me right now, but watching this back, try and keep working with a driver in this situation, because it can encourage those behind.
Problem Singh. Singh has got an issue with his kart and has just lost all sorts of time there, and is down to 3rd. Is he back up to speed now? It looks like he's okay, but something there, Andrew. There was some issue there. His kart bogged down or something in the lower race. He seems unhappy, but he's able to keep up with Bushell now down the back straight. That was a dramatic moment there, and now Singh. Well, I mean, as you say, there's a gap back to Sam Morris, so he should be all right. But he has got a 1-place deduction to be applied. He'll be paranoid now. I would have thought about that happening to him again.
I don't know whether it's a kart issue or whether he just ran wide and clipped some tyres and was questioning the position of the tyres.
Maybe.
He was very, very slow off of turn 4. He seems back up to speed now. 3.5 minutes to go. Contact warning for Ross O'Brien. Right, so let's look. Sam Morris is getting on the pace now, 55.4. They can just see him there in the back of shot. 1.6 seconds is the gap. The trouble is, he's pulling Robin Kassam with him. As down the inside there goes Jagjit Singh. He's going to let it back through, and look at this.
You're losing time.
You're losing time.
Massive time by doing this. Just pick your moment. Pick your moment if the move is on. If the move isn't on, hold station.
Yep.
Hold station, because it's going to pay dividends when you get your extra opportunity to score bigger points, let's not forget, in the B final. That's what it's all about here. Unless you're really, I mean, as I say, don't get me wrong, there is a little trophy that you get for winning this, and it'll look very nice on your mantelpiece. But eyes on the prize, and the prize here is points.
So the driver that will be licking their lips at the moment isn't necessarily Sam Morris on your screen at the moment in P4. It's the driver behind him, Robin Kassam, who at the moment has got nothing to lose. He's sat in 5th place. It's the worst place to be in a C final because he's the first of the ones not going through onto the B final. He will just keep hoping in his mind, come on, fight guys, let me get back into this, because 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go on the clock. That's still a good amount of time to make some moves, even if it's on the last lap or two.
Yep. Peter Sharp and George Lawler starting to close up as well behind. So this could, I mean, I don't want to overhype it, but if they do start really battling in the last few laps, we've already seen a fair few. I think we've already seen, Andrew, a fair old reluctance to work together here. If this really starts to be a gloves-off battle, it really could bring a lot of these drivers into it. And I think you can sort of detect from Greg Smith a will to sort of want to get on up the road ahead of all of this, because I feel this is about to all kick off. Andrew Bushell is your net leader of the race, don't forget, though he may not himself yet be aware of that, because Greg Smith has a one-place deduction to be applied at the end of the race for a cone penalty. So too does Jagjit Singh there in 3rd place in the number 66. Andrew Bushell in 2nd and Sam Morris in 4th are thus far penalty free. We've got 1.25 minutes left on the clock with this C final. Russell Cooper's just got past Rizwan Mangat. That's in a battle over 14th place. James Dunnett as well getting by Matt Cliff on that last lap as well for 21st. Some drivers on a bit of a recovery here, trying to get as many points as they can out of this one. For all but 4 of these drivers, this will be the last time they race in this Club 100 2021 sprint season, as we go on to the last lap.
Well, the top 3 have got themselves organised now as Jagjit Singh goes down the inside of Andrew Bushell. That's okay. Bushell correctly just gave a bit of room there to Singh, let him get through. It's not going to affect things in terms of grid position for himself. There is a very close battle going on though for 4th place. Sam Morris is now under pressure from Robin Kassam. That is the last spot in the B final that you're looking at on your screen, folks. Can Sam Morris hold on to it? He's keeping it nice and cool through the middle sector. Greg Smith looking to win another C final. He's got a good gap over Jagjit Singh behind, but of course has still got that cone penalty hanging over him, so he's going to lose that C final win to Andrew Bushell. There was a little bit of a worry on our parts that this top 3 weren't getting themselves organised, but they did in the end. Greg Smith takes it on the road, Jagjit Singh 2nd, but it's Andrew Bushell who'll take the win, and there's a celebration from Sam Morris, who's qualified for the B final. A great drive from Sam Morris under extreme pressure from Robin Kassam in 5th. Sharp was in 6th, Lawler 7th, Gareth Pritchard 8th, Tony Philbin with penalties finishes on the road in 9th. Good drive from Kim Ely as well, up to 10th place. Alex Brandom, Aaron Stillwell, Ross O'Brien, Russell Cooper and James Browning was your top 15. Rizwan Mangat in 16th, David Hamer in 17th, Tim Clark in 18th, Simon Sharp in 19th. The real shame for Stakit Segal, who deserved a lot more than 20th place in the C final today. James Dunnett, Matthew Cliff and Vrachan Kalfinski. That was your runners in the lightweight sprint C final for Bayford Meadows round 11.
Yes, indeed. The top 4 will be confirmed and will repechage onto the back of the grid for the B final, which is coming up next for you here at Bayford Meadows. Let's take a look at your grid then for this B final. It'll be Archie Hobson. We've got another biscuit fan
connoisseurs on pole position.
That's how we're doing it here today for the final round. On pole position with Jack O'Neill on the B final grid. Only 2 spots get you a promotion up into the A final. Jack O'Neill needs one of those if he's going to have anything like the kind of result that we come to expect from him, or have come to expect from him. Rob Langthorpe and Josh Sangster are your second row, with Chris Lewis-Evans and Callum Brule on row number 3. Row 4 is going to be Sam Essery, the highest placed of your Class 3 drivers off the back of the heats. Had a really good day's running so far, with Rogerio Mendes alongside. Justin Draper and Bryn Alban round out your top 10. Rihanna Percox, another Class 1 driver there, down in this B final, with Oscar Lancaster alongside. Matthew Cockram and Dean Everest are on row number 7. It'll be Michael Preston and Toby Smith on row 8. Jed Toole and Christopher Powell on row number 9. Rounding out your top 20, bigger grids of course as we go through these finals. Thomas Barrett and Dom Cliff, Amy Breacher and Andy Berry are your 11th row, and then joining them on the back of the grid, now confirmed as your top 4 from that one, are going to be Andrew Bushell, who won that C final, Greg Smith alongside, and then it'll be Jagjit Singh and Sam Morris, now your confirmed promotees from that C final.
Well, there is a driver that at the start of the day we weren't expecting to be in this B final, but in this B final he is.
He's also not in a kart.
He's clearly very happy though, that's the most important thing. Yeah, top 2, remember, go through from the B final into the A final, so Jack O'Neill will still be the favourite for this one. The start will be key though, and I think the one thing that will be going through Jack's mind is like, oh heck, I'm in P2.
Yep.
We have mentioned it before. P2 is, if I'm being honest, is not a nice place to start here at Bayford Meadows, because the first corner is so fast and so weighted towards being on the inside, and he can get forced out wide as well.
Yep.
That will, I think, be on his mind to go, if I can get through there and still be in, say, 3rd, maybe 4th, as people on the inside come through, we'll be all right. But if Jack gets forced out wide, as can happen, he could be 7th, 8th, 9th, and he's got a real job on his hand to work his way back into that top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob Langthorpe as well, starting behind him there on the grid in the number 12, another Class 1 driver. I want to say that there was a heat where he and Rihanna Percox were both lying astern in sort of the mid-pack and were struggling to make progress up the field in maybe their second heat of the day, and it's interesting to see that they're both here in this B final, so with work to be done. They can't all make it, Andrew. Not all the Class 1s could make it by definition. There's more than 2 of them.
C3 situation. Have we managed to get any C3s into the A, or is Samuel Essery our effective?
We have got C3, so we've got Sam Essery, we've got Dean Everest, and we've got Amy Breacher and Andy Berry as well.
So that would suggest that there's none of them in the A final.
Yeah, no, I don't think we had any Class 3s in the A final. So Class 3 standings, Class 3 finishes are to be determined in this one. I'll double check that theory, but I'm fairly confident of that. I don't think I can see any Class 3s.
Nope. So yeah, so this is a big race for C3. Seeing who's going to take the rewards in that one. Very short roll-up lap here at Bayford Meadows, because it's a very simple one, just a big oval around the outside. So we're already into position. Archie Hobson, one of our Warwick BUKC drivers of years gone by, has pole position. Jack O'Neill, champion already in the Lightweight Sprints Championship for 2021, on the outside, starting from P2. This is going to be a very, very interesting start. Away we go. It's a good start for those on the inside. Wow. Now, crucially, can Jack O'Neill get himself in and survive around the outside? He's going to run
Rob
wide.
Langthorpe out very wide there. Sorry, Andrew, my wow was just how poor the start from the anti-pole side is, and Bryn Alban's round. Or is it Bryn Alban? Or is it Bushell, having been promoted from the seat? No, it was
Bushell got through.
Apologies, yeah, it was Alban. You're absolutely right. Rob Langthorpe having to go side by side with Sam Essery on the start, as Oscar Lancaster and Rogerio Mendes are battling away, with Dom Cliff in the mid-pack as well. Amy Breacher is pushed out wide on the grass, but he's going to come back on the inside of hairpin 2. All very close in the mid-pack there, but Archie Hobson, Andrew, has had the dream start here as Rihanna Percox, goes up the inside of Sam Essery into turn number 8. So she has had a very strong start. Jack O'Neill trying to follow through after what was, Andrew, a difficult start for the 99.
Yeah, and it was as expected. Get a little bit loaded sometimes when you start P2 on the grid.
It was a weak start for that anti-pole side of the grid outright. It was very clearly, it was not an even start between the two sides of the grid there. Archie Hobson leads. Chris Lewis-Evans up to second place at the end of lap number 1, but with close attention of Rob Langthorpe as Oscar Lancaster there goes down the inside of Thomas Barrett into turn number 1.
Only time in this race for the likes of Langthorpe, Percox and O'Neill to get through. But the thing is, you've got Chris Lewis-Evans has been on good form today. A very good second heat.
Your Class 1 runners, sorry Andrew, are 3rd, 4th and 5th right now. All just going, right, the promotion spots are ahead.
Yes.
We can't all have them. We can't all have them. And, I think that to Chris Lewis-Evans had it wasn't a pole start, was it? It was a second on the grid start, but he managed to immediately get up into the lead earlier in one of his heats. He was not in the mood. Yeah, he was not in the mood to, not put up a good defence, as I recall. So this is going to be not the easiest challenge here as they cross the line. And Rihanna Percox would like to get by on Rob Langthorpe and be leading this Class 1 charge. But Rob Langthorpe with a good drive there. Chris Lewis-Evans had poor drive off the second corner and was gesturing to allow them through there, Andrew. And, Langthorpe and Percox have duly gone through on him.
Well, that's very sporting. Very sporting of Chris Lewis-Evans.
Oh, down the inside on Rihanna Percox. That's allowed O'Neill to take both of them in that hairpin. Brilliantly judged there by Jack O'Neill. Costly moment there for Rihanna Percox. She's not going to be too happy at this point after that exchange, and it's allowed Rob Langthorpe to get a bit of breathing space here, Andrew, in what is currently the lowest of the promotion spots, as that's Barrett looking down the inside of, is that Jed Toole? Oh no, it's Cockram. It was Matt Cockram who was looking down the inside of there, because Lancaster, I think has got
grey and blue.
Yep, got past both of them. Well, no, he's in between them. I think that might have been a tag on the tyres slightly. Might get away with that one on the inside of turn number 10. Hobson leads, Langthorpe in second, ahead of O'Neill and Lewis-Evans.
Critical couple of laps now for Archie Robson and Rob Langthorpe, and it will be very telling to see what the gaps are in about 50 seconds time. At the moment, it's a 0.8 second gap between Langthorpe and Hobson, and it's pretty much the same back to O'Neill as well.
Change for 4th place. Percox got by on Chris Lewis-Evans. Lewis-Evans clearly not happy going through that first corner, Andrew. He seems to be very compromised heading towards turn number 2 on both of the last 2 laps. But Percox already has... there's still a bit of a gap for her to make up here. If she's going to stay in touch with the opportunity to get promoted, she's got to be quick about it, because the pace at the front is, I think, the heat is going to be turned up to 11 now. Archie Hobson is... he's got a fair amount of experience as Hobson.
You see Jack O'Neill there. He's clearly having fun today, which is really good to see. See him encouraging the kart. See, he's talking to inanimate objects as well. It's like, come on, get the waft, let's get going.
Well, he's being nice to him.
That is true. That is true.
On the tail of Rob Langthorpe. And I was going to say, Hobson with a fair amount of experience here, but one does get the feeling he's sitting on a bit of a powder keg here of a battle for these last 2 promotion spots at the head of this B final. Dom Cliff gets by Matthew Cockram for 9th place further down. It's been something awkward has happened there for Amy Breacher. She's down to the back of the field, unfortunately. Can't see any penalties for taking the driver out yet, so not sure what happened there. Rogerio Mendez by Andy Berry as well for 15th place. Good battles going on throughout the field in this B final, Andrew, but our eyes for the most part are at the front amongst these drivers going for the promotion. There's that Langthorpe letting O'Neill through. Now, is that tactical?
I think that was tactical.
To effectively launch a missile ahead of the lead of the race, but that is one heck of a gamble to take. I suppose you just I don't want to lose time. I don't want to lose time trying to defend. You go ahead. Jack, maybe you can prise open the door for me to get a second place that I can hold on to.
I think you're absolutely spot on there, Howard, and I probably would have done the same if I was Rob Langthorpe in that situation. It is very circumstantial. The driver that you've got ahead, they can pull you in. You can learn something off a driver like Jack O'Neill, and even if it's for a couple of laps, you're just able to hold on to that rear bumper and even a little bit of slipstream around here. Pull yourself back to Archie Hobson and try and get past Hobson in the latter stages of this race. Look, Jack O'Neill is on to Archie Hobson already. Now, won't risk a big one here, and there is a yellow flag out as well.
Yep.
Because for Jack O'Neill, doesn't matter whether he wins this race or finishes second, he'll be through to the A final.
There is a penalty for Toby Smith for taking another driver out.
Now, this is where it is a risk for Langthorpe, because if Jack O'Neill's quite happy to just sit there behind Archie Hobson for a lap or 2, it's going to help Archie. He's going to be receiving a little bit of a bump draft from behind. push that gap out. This is a very intriguing B final in how this is all going to play out. And Rihanna Percox is still there as well,
Yep, she's
in 4th place.
Yep, catching up to the back of Rob Langthorpe. Took half a second out of him last lap, in fact. So this is an important point indeed, Andrew. What is it that... there's a driver going
Andy
slow
Berry.
there, Andy Berry. And yeah, Jack O'Neill on the tail of Hobson, and he's going to be able to tuck underneath here,
Nope.
heading towards turn 2. And Hobson's going to let him through as well.
Yep.
Well, that's what having success. And Hobson knows.
Yep.
That means that Hobson's wise to it as well. It's like, yeah, I don't want to lose that time, but it matters not, I think, Andrew, because Langthorpe and Percox are right with him now, and one would suppose that based on prior form coming into this, one would suppose that O'Neill's now going to pull away, and it's now going to be a slogging match between the remaining 3 of this pack for who gets that final place.
And this is what we want to see as neutrals in the box. A proper scrap to get into that A final, which could be an unpredictable race in itself. Rihanna's wide there. That may be a TLW for Rihanna.
We've been corrected here in the box. I was getting a bit too excited about 3 decades of club.
Oh, down the inside
there
goes Percox on Langthorpe.
That's crucial. That is a
Did get a
crucial
track
move.
limit warning though.
Yeah. But that is a big move there, as you say, Andrew. So, yeah, sorry, I'm getting a bit excited about Club 100 hitting 30 years on. It started in 93. I think I said 91 earlier. Sorry. Nevertheless, plenty of years that Club 100 has been going. And yeah, it just underlines, I think, how there's been a lot of conversations this weekend, mate, where we were getting excited about the additions being made, the young driver champ, the cadets, a lot of excitement. But as we approach 30 years, Club 100 is adding these things to its portfolio to give a full-on ladder, and that is Rihanna Percox pushing hard there to get onto the tail of Archie Hobson. If that was right on the limits of track limits, if not flirting with going over it.
I think that was one of those where you're looking for the ball being grounded on the line.
Paying off so far though. She's right on the tail though. And this is the moment for Hobson.
The tyres were just there, but Hobson's under a lot of pressure. These two have experienced racing against one another in the BUKC in years gone by. You can watch the qualifiers next weekend from Whilton Mill on both Saturday and Sunday. It's 54 teams, well actually no, 126 teams try and qualify for the mains championship. 54 of them will make it, the rest will not. 3 minutes to go. Can Archie Hobson hold on? And actually I shouldn't count Rob Langthorpe out of this, because he's got BUKC experience as well, of course, for Newcastle.
Yep.
Jack O'Neill has checked out though. You can see that over his shoulder. Calmly run this one home now. Yeah, in the mid-54s. We know Jack O'Neill can go a lot quicker than that.
It has been a tough day. I just want to mention that Christopher Powell is the other Class 1 runner who's not at the forefront here. He's having a bit of a tough one, I think it's fair to say. Battling at the moment with Andrew Bushell, winner of the C final. As Hobson's going very defensive, but Percox is getting impatient. He's going to try around the outside. That's a risky move because it's going to open the door for Langthorpe potentially. It stays as they were, but both Percox and Langthorpe trying to get a switchback move in many respects onto the back straight.
I was worried there that Archie had gone too defensive and was going to compromise his exit, but actually dealt with it very, very well.
Good battles going on further down, has to be said. Let's see, Callum Brule's a driver who's had a difficult one as well, I think, battling away with Bryn Alban now. So Sam Essery, we should say, is the next driver down the road from this in 5th place. And then Oscar Lancaster in 6th, 7th for Chris Lewis-Evans. Dom Cliff has just got by on Thomas Barrett. As once again, Hobson's going to go defensive, but that's going to open the door surely for Percox this time. He's going to have to hang it on the inside of 4. Rob Langthorpe still can't find a way to capitalise on all of this battling ahead of him. I really thought that was going to be it for Hobson then, mate, but he's able to hang on. He is defending this one valiantly.
Rihanna made a good decision there. That is a correct contact warning, but if she'd pushed through and taken the move, it would have been an ABC. So just holding off there, covering Rob Langthorpe's charge to go down the inside of 3rd was a wise piece of driving in that situation. The trouble is, though, time is running out. 1 minute to go. There'll be one more lap. There'll be one more lap, I think, for Jack O'Neill.
Say, I mean, it would take quite the hold-up at this point. But Sam Essery is taking half a second a lap for the last couple of laps out of these three.
Hold that thought. I think Jack O'Neill might have crossed the line with 5-point-something seconds on the clock. Now, if he has, this is going to go longer. This is going to be a 14-lap race and not a 13-lap race. This is going to be very, very crucial for this battle. For Archie Hobson. Does he need to defend for 1 lap or 2 laps? We don't know at this point.
He's had a good last few corners. He's just got far ahead enough that he can... Rihanna was too far back there to try to turn 8, and by and large you're secure now up until the chicane. It takes quite the move to get by into the chicane, although Percox is strong through this part of the lap, isn't it? She's going to be all over the back of Archie Hobson going into turn number 1. The last lap it is indeed, mate. You were bang on with your assumption there with Jack getting by. So O'Neill on the last lap here, but it is all about this battle for who can get into the A final, the last promotion spot. Hobson's going to go defensive. He's going to hang it to the inside of 3.
Good.
That's much better than we saw a couple of laps ago, but it's still going to be pressure coming into the hairpin. He's defending as if his life depends on him. There's the move from Langthorpe down the inside of Percox, and that isn't going to pay dividends for him because Percox is going to swoop back on the inside, but this is the lifeline potentially that Hobson needs.
Yeah, that was a really good moment for Archie Hobson, even though he probably wasn't aware of it, because it meant Percox could not attack into turn number 6. They're going round into the faster section of circuit now. There's got to be, I think, one more opportunity for Percox to get through, but she's got to be right on the rear bumper through this corner. She's not there, and it's going to be Jack O'Neill taking the V final. But what a drive that is from Archie Hobson. Well done, Archie. Second place through to the A final. That is one of Archie's best full Club 100 drives I think I've ever seen him have. Good to see another BUK seer coming through to the 4. Rihanna Percox in 3rd, Rob Langthorpe 4th. Samuel Essery completes a fantastic season in C3 as the C3 champion and the C3 winner here today in 5th. Oscar Lancaster in 6th. Dom Cliff 7th, Chris Lewis Evans in 8th, Jed Toole and Greg Smith is your top 10. That's a great drive from Greg up from the C final. Thomas Barrett, Rogerio Mendez, Michael Preston take us to 13th. Justin Draper is 2nd in C3. Matthew Cochran rounds out the top 15. Joshua Sangster in 16th. Jagjit Singh is also on the C final podium. That's a great drive as well from the C final onto the C3 podium. Bryn Albin recovered to 18th after his early spin. Callum Brule, a tough day there in 19th. Dean Everest was inside the top 20. Christopher Powell 21st. Andrew Bushell, Amy Breacher, Sam Morris, Toby Smith and Andy Berry. Well, Andy Berry was a retirement there, the one retirement of the 26 runners. There in the B final. Good race that.
Yep. Very good race, really showed the... I think we've had 2 finals that really show the dynamics of this promotion system really, really well. But some brilliant battles going on throughout the field there for certain. I think it's probably time that we stored up a bit of... not caught our breath, but just took a breather, because up next is the A final, and we've seen the grid. So that's coming up next for you here on your Alpha live stream here at Bayford Meadows. Right then, let's take a look at your grid. Super GT, Steve Brown is on pole for your A final here. Reese Pope, who, I'll remind you all, is one of the drivers contesting for 2nd in the Class 2 standings within the championship today. He's not going to be in the mood to mess about in 2nd place, but just underlines quite how good a series of heats he had as a Class 2 runner to be there overall 2nd on the grid. Daz Teal and Fraser Brunton are on row number 2. Dan Healy and Owen Genman are row number 3. And it's going to be Ed Bars and Josh Adams on row number 4. Aidan Rogers had a stellar day as well, getting there into 9th place on the grid. Mike Philippou alongside to round out a very, very tasty top 10. James Martin has been battling through the heats there, has Dan Seeger next to him. Steve Hicks and Steph Theodoro are on row 7. Dante Dillon and Alistair Irvin are on row number 8. Then it's Stephen Westwood and birthday boy Bailey Morgan there on row number 9. Mike Coppin, perhaps a little bit further down than he'd have expected to be. A few penalties playing into that position on the grid. Ned Douglas rounding out your top 20. James Wattis and Anwar Burrell Smith are on row number 11. What can Burrell Smith do in his little cameo appearance here in the lightweights? Garrett Berry and Andrew Rabbage are on row number 12. And then joining those karts as well are your two promotees from the lightweight B final, now confirmed as B final winner. Jack O'Neill did manage to get himself onto this A final grid, and such good defence to get him up into this race of 26 karts. Archie Hobson on the number 33.
I'm going to give you a task, mate, whilst the practice laps are going on. When was the last time a pole sitter won an A final?
Ooh, okay, I'll have a look for you.
You may have to look at some heavyweight tables.
I may have to look at some heavyweight tables.
But yes,
I'm being given homework here on a weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, sir.
Get on with it. This is another wide open lightweight A final. And as I say, Steve Brown on his return, pole position. Fraser Brunton out there as well. He's been very strong today.
These are warming up laps, by the way. I just want to confirm, because it doesn't look like it.
Daz Teal, who has been the man recently in the A finals, is on a winning streak at the moment. That includes Lydd last time out, and Whilton Mill before that. So he, I mean, he's a driver who, we keep mentioning it, before the win 2 rounds ago, hadn't won any of these A finals for 18 months. Can he make it 3 in a row? Jack O'Neill there has got his hand up to say he's probably going to be coming into the pits.
So the last pole sitter to win an A final was
Sorry,
this
so the last time our pole sitter, without mentioning his name.
The last time our pole sitter?
Yes.
The one coming into this one?
Yes.
Right, sorry.
Because I've said this stat before and cursed it.
Okay.
So you're going for your championship tables of previous years.
Sorry, I misunderstood the assignment, sir, and my dog ate it. Bear with me.
Reece Pope there, who has been fantastic today. He could be a factor in this final. It's not going to be this year.
It's not going to be this year. Good point.
Ned Bars, last race he'll have that number 1 kart plate on his kart, so at least for now. He'll want to finish this well.
No, I'm not going to guess it. I think I know which one it is now.
He's still working. Keep your comments coming in. If you're enjoying the coverage as well, and you haven't already, do please make sure you click that subscribe button for Alpha Live. James Fitchie will like you very much if you do that, and the channel's cracking on to 20k subscribers, so thank you for your continued support.
Is it the controversial finish at Buckmore that I'm thinking of?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. So he was in the heavyweights. Well, there's one. You can see one there, and there's another one a little bit later on in the season. So at least looking at, what are we looking at? Round 8 of 2019 in the heavyweights, which was at Whilton Mill on the 8th of September 2019.
Nope, wasn't on pole though.
Wasn't on pole that day, but
Yeah,
that was the last time Steve Brown, unless he won one very early on in 2020 in the heavyweights.
No, I've checked that.
It's the last time Steve Brown won a Club 100 Sprint A final. Can he break that duck here today? Can Daz Teal continue his streak of A final wins, or is it going to be someone else? I think we're going to go around one more time.
Let's see if he did he start on pole at then? Might go back even further when he's done a lights to flag. Really.
Yeah, I think he's had a final pole position more recently than that. I want to say one of the Wilton streams last year in 2020 he had pole position.
So yeah, it was round 8 2019 when our pole sitter last won one. Either way. But yeah, this is going to be. I'm sure we've got plenty of flans. Maybe we've got some flans. What I was thinking of was fans. I'm sure we've got plenty of fans tuning in for this one. But it's a really, really impressive top 10, this grid, isn't it, mate?
It is. And the early laps of this race, I feel, are going to be crucial. If someone can break away from the pack They may have a good chance here that the others cannot overcome. Here we go then, a final time in the lightweights for Club 100 at Bayford Meadows to finish the season. Away we go, good start for Steve Brown. Can Rhys Pope get in P2? It's the difficult thing of starting in P2. He's having a good fight with Daz Teal, but I think Teal has got second place. Has a look down the inside of Brown for P1, but off of turn number 4, that's the first difficult bit of the job done for Steve Brown. He's held onto the lead from pole position.
Absolutely. I haven't mentioned as well, Alistair Irvine further down the field, he wants to try and catch Rhys Pope in all of this as well. There's a few championship permutations out there as well, but it is indeed Steve Brown ahead of Daz Teal down this back straight. Ed Bars is under pressure from Josh Adams, who puts a cheeky move in there down the inside of turn 8. Ed Bars is going to try and hang it up the inside. Owen Genman looking to capitalise, and he does get through on Josh Adams, so that was that didn't quite come to fruition there, that attempt by Josh Adams, as good as I think it was. It was well judged there, but unfortunately didn't go his way. At the end of that one, though, it is Steve Brown. Daz Teal, crucially, though, Andrew, in the latter part of that lap, to my mind, managed to close the gap a bit again.
Big move down the inside from Josh Adams on Owen Genman. Owen Genman on pace is probably one of the favourites for this race, and that's a bold statement from the youngster Josh Adams to overtake for 7th place.
Jack O'Neill up to 20th place on that first lap. Andrew, he's working up the field. What can he do? Mike Coppin not able to make quite as much progress, only up 2 positions there. James Wattis up to 15th on that first lap as well. Good effort there throughout the field. But those are some of your biggest movers. Garrett Berry as well, actually up 4 as well. But not a lot of spread in this field in the early stages here. So much pace under these drivers.
If it has Teal, you've got to work with Steve Brown at the moment. Get that gap out to Rhys Pope. Let's have a look at the times as they come over the line. Daz Teal took a fantastic victory 2 weeks ago at Lydd. It's another popular victory in the paddock. The gap is just under 7. He's gone down the inside. He's gone down the inside of Steve Brown. It's a clean move and has taken the lead. Daz Teal leads Mr. A final in the autumn of 2021. He's at it again.
Yeah, this is another impressive turn of pace here from Daz Teal. Rhys Pope still in 3rd place there. Fraser Brunton as well. What a great showing it is from him today. There in 4th place.
Round this tricky section now. Grip not at a premium, especially today. Kart wants to understeer away from you, but that is a big lap from Daz Teal. He has the lead as they finish lap number 3, but it's closed everything up. Rhys Pope is there in 3rd place with the blue and black helmet. Fraser Brunton in 6th. Fastest driver out there at the moment, though, is Ed Bars in 6th place. Down the inside goes Rhys Pope. It's happening again for Super GT. We've seen this before. Him get the pole position in the A final, but just not quite have the speed in the longer race format to hold on for victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Andrew was talking about Mr. A final, Daz Teal has won the last 2 rounds. Just so happens we've been able to stream that as well. If Daz would like to hire myself and Andrew to commentate on all aspects of life, such that we bring in such good fortune, then we're open.
We can talk about that.
We can talk about it in both senses of that. But yeah, this would be his 3rd straight round victory to close out a very impressive end to his season. My goodness, what a momentum that would be going into a 2022 campaign. Ed Bars staying in touch with Dan Healy there in 5th place. Mike Philippou past Aidan Rudge up into 9th place on that last lap, and Jack O'Neill up into 16th place ahead of Bailey Morgan. But it's a difficult final for these drivers to make the progress in. The calibre of this field is just so impressive at the end of this one. Rhys Pope, I have to say as well, is closing the gap on Daz Teal here. This is fantastic stuff from the number 42 driver. And I mean, as it currently, we've been talking a little bit about his battle with Alistair Irvine for 2nd in the Class 2 standings. This would very much seal the deal for Rhys Pope. And I think in that situation, we'll have to take the hat off to him. He really has taken this round by the scruff of the neck. And it's showing well here. Look at this, Fraser Brunton trying down the inside of Steve Brown into turn number 1 and gets the move done. Nice clean move there by Fraser Brunton in the number 71, now up into 3rd place. Does that cause the dam to break here? Is Dan Healy looking for an opportunity? He was having a bit of a look half in attack, half in defence against dead bars, if anything else as well, but can't find the way through yet. Steve Brown looks to have got back onto his rhythm, having been demoted another spot, and that's now might be the close of business there for Dan Healy to try and get by for now. Owen Genman still staying in touch with this on the back of it as well. Mike Philippou trying to get onto terms with this in the 166 down in 9th place as well, but at the moment it's the top 8 as your sort of main pack at the front of this field. Track limit warning for Owen Genman. Jack O'Neill's just got by on Mike Coppin. Those are two extremely successful drivers having a battle over, perhaps unusually for them, 15th place, but O'Neill is through. That leaves Mike Coppin. There he is in the number 3, under pressure from the 14 of Bailey Morecambe, but Garrett Berry is himself putting pressure there. Brilliant battles all the way through this Club 100 A final in your lightweights for round 11 of 2021. It's the last round of the championship. We've spoken about how, to a large extent, so many of the championship battles have been sealed up here. It's just about what can you get, and that was Ed Bars going through on Steve Brown as well. Ed Bars in the number 1 going through and up into 5th place. So Steve Brown down another place there. Daz Teal still leading. Reese Pope staying with him. In fact, there, Reese Pope is as close as he's ever been to Daz Teal here as they come round to finish lap number 6. Here we go, on to a new lap. Personal best, fastest lap from Reese Pope. Fastest lap of the race from Fraser Brunton of 54 dead. It's all closing up nicely here at the front of the field. Change of position for 5th confirmed on the timing now. Bars now ahead on your timing towers, and if you're watching along on our Double Dash stream as well, you can see that on your timing again, and indeed live.alphatime.co.uk/club100. You can be such a nerd along with us here on your stream today. Here we go on to the back straight though. Reese Pope still keeping Daz Teal very honest at the head of this field. Alistair Irvine past Anwar Burrell Smith for 19th place further down the order.
Just to confirm, the spreadsheet of doom has called it. As things stand, this would be Reese Pope in the very last race of the year, overhauling Alistair Irvine for 2nd place in C2.
Yep.
There's nothing Alistair Irvine can do about this at the moment.
Nope.
Fraser Brunton, a lovely switchback there from Fraser Brunton to take 2nd place. Dan Healy's now trying to get involved in it. He's won an A final round here in previous editions of the Sprints Championship when they visited Bayford Meadows, and Ed Bars is resuming the rivalry as well. It's a great top 5 still. 4 minutes of this to go.
I didn't know you were allowed to sell the dummy like that unless you had a moustache and were driving a red 5. But anyway, yeah. That is Reese Pope having to go very defensive against Dan Healy. But again, just as we saw earlier on with Steve Brown, Healy, oh no, here goes Healy for it down the inside of turn 8, just as I was about to say, he can't find the way through. He's done it. That's put Pope out wide as well, and Ed Bars is going to go around the outside of turn number 9. And that is all change, please. That is now Daz Teal, Fraser Brunton, Dan Healy, Ed Bars and Reese Pope, your top 5.
Reese Pope is still in a position where he would get the points advantage over Irvine at the end of the season. There's Steve Brown still plugging away in 8th place, and down this was that. So no, it's side by side. Here we go for one last time, ladies and gentlemen. The number 1, the number 2 from last season. It's going to be number 2 and number 3 for 2022, and Healy has held on to the position ahead of Ed Bars.
Down the order, Dan Seeger gets by and Aidan Rudge. That's over 10th place. Both of those drivers having a really good day to feature so prominently in a field that as strong as what we're commentating on here. Garrett Berry ahead of Bailey Morgan for 17th place as well. As you say, mate, there's not a lot Alistair Irvine can do. This is such a strong field to try and make up places here.
And he's just got a cone penalty as well.
Yeah, Jack O'Neill up to 15th place. I mean, you know, that's our champion, who's you know, yes, okay, he's come right from the back of this grid. But still, you know, it's hard to make progress up through this field. Under 3 minutes now left on the clock. Daz Teal leads by 0.3 of a second from Fraser Brunton. Dan Healy there in 3rd place, but Ed Bars has just set the fastest lap of the currently has the fastest lap of the race, I should say. But he's still hounding the back of Dan Healy. Through hairpin number 2 comes the leaders. And then they'll go through turn number 7 here. Onto the back straight, into this swooping left-hander here at turn number 8. And who's that defending in the background? That looked like Genman having to defend against Steve Brown. Is that Super GT putting in a move in the back? Well, he was trying, I think, but he couldn't make it stick. Still Josh Adams ahead of Gemman and Brown. That's 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. Probably the calmest lap of the race, that one, so far, as we come on to lap number 12. That's Teal still controlling this one, but Fraser Brunton has taken another 10th out of him on that last lap. How good has Fraser Brunton been today at Bayford Meadows? I'm just going to check.
You read my mind. 1 minute and 40 to go. What an intriguing battle this is. One of the most experienced, I hope he doesn't mind me using this word, oldest drivers in this A final versus one of the youngest. Who's going to take this A final victory? 1 minute and 20 to go.
Just looking, Fraser Brunton has had an impressive turn of form of this season. He's also had 2 second places out of the last 3 rounds. In fact, if it were to finish like this is the top 2 finish that we had 2 rounds ago at Whilton Mill.
I don't think Fraser Brunton's won an A final before.
No, sorry, that was. I think you're correct. He has not taken a win.
Took his first podium at Rye House, I want to say last year.
Yeah, but I don't think he's ever had a round victory. You're absolutely right, mate. So he'll be chasing this one. There'll be one more lap after this, so he's got about a lap and a half to try and execute the pass. And you know what? He's got a fair amount of space to do it in, relatively speaking.
He's not been at all the rounds this year, Fraser Brunton. It's been a big year for him in terms of education exams. Moving on to university. But every time he's been here, he's been on form and getting stronger and stronger. And I do think this is a driver, if he continues into 2022, is going to be a championship contender. There's a penalty for Anwar Barul-Smith, ABC bump and pass. We're on to the last lap. Daz Teal going for 3 in a row. Ed Bars has just set the fastest lap of the race at 53.954, but can Fraser Brunton find a way through to win his first ever A final in Club 100 sprints? Superbly defended there by Daz Teal into turn 3. That was a big opportunity for Brunton that he simply didn't have the opportunity to get up the inside. Teal defends again, and all the while Healy and Bars are coming into this.
They are, but they're battling amongst themselves, Andrew. I think they might be doing a bit of a favour for Brunton here, because they are still squirreling around with each other for 3rd place.
Oh, I thought Brunton was going to go for the switch back there, but Teal's defended it brilliantly. This is all the wisdom of Daz Teal. This is what we've seen over the last few weeks. This is what gave him the win at Lydd. It's what gave him the win at Whilton Mill. Is he going to do it again? There's going to be one more chance for Fraser Brunton. He hadn't won one for 18 months. It's 3 in a row for Daz Teal in the Club 100 lightweight sprints. What a way to finish his season. A top 5 spot in the championship is more than confirmed for Daz Teal. Fraser Brunton will have to wait to another day, but it will come. It's another 2nd place for Fraser Brunton in the A final. What a drive from him. Dan Healy finishes another fantastic season in 3rd. 4th for Ed Bars. A valiant last day with the number 1. Reece Pope wins in C2 and by our calculations is 2nd in the C2 Championship in lightweights this year. A fantastic day's racing to 5th in the A final. Top 2s in all 3 heats. What a piece of racing. Owen Genman in 6th place. Didn't quite have the speed in the final. Josh Adams 7th. 8th for the returning Super GT. Steve Brown in the top 10. Mike Philippou 9th. Dan Seeger is on the podium in C2. 10th overall. Completing that podium in C2 is Aidan Rudge. He's been fantastic today in 11th place. Steve Hicks 12th. James Wattis 13th. 14th. James Martin. Jack O'Neill from the back finishes 15th in the A final. You saw him there congratulating Daz Teal. Great sportsmanship from your 2021 lightweight sprints champion. Where do we get up to? Garrett Berry in 16th, Bailey Morgan 17th on his birthday, 18th for Anwar Barul-Smith, 19th for Dante Dillon, 20th for Mike Coppin, 21st for Alistair Irvin. A valiant effort from him as well in C2. We'll see him in C1 next season. Steph Theodorou, Stephen Westwood, Andrew Rabbich, RG Hobson and Ned Douglas complete your 26 finishes in that A final. But Daz Teal, always a popular winner in Club 100, and who'd have thought this before we started the streamed run to the end of the season? 3, I say 3 A final victories in a row in the lightweights. Could it continue into 2022?
I was just thinking the exact same thing, mate. What does this mean lies in store for us in 2022. A lot of, discussions about what drivers want to do with their 2022. I know that there are some drivers who are, have been looking at some of the formats that are on Saturdays and all that sort of stuff. So we don't know that everybody who we're talking about here is necessarily going to choose to mount a campaign in the Sprints Championship, such as the range of championships that you have to choose from in Club 100. But Daz Till's been doing the Sprints for years.
Yep.
And this is the most impressive form that we've seen him in. I think you've got to say. So this is going to be, today has just made me look forward massively to 2022. I think it's, we've spoken about, well, you've got the people who we just saw at the sharp end there. We saw the incredible heat number 10 earlier on. If you've just joined us for the finals, you need to go back and watch heat number 10. I've got to say, that's possibly the best heat race I can think of this season.
Yep.
But you've got the Class 3s as well. Some of the Class 3s we've been talking about who next year are going to be stepping up into those Class 2 ranks, and that's going to be a fascinating one to watch as well. So I think today, I know we weren't looking so much at championship battles here. That's going to be more a factor this afternoon when we move into our heavyweight drivers, although the key headlines have already been written in that one as well. But what today, I think, showed to me, Andrew, is just how exciting a season we could be going into 2022. And the key thing for these drivers is going to be to carry that momentum through the off season, and what can they bring to bear in the early rounds of 2022, because it's going to be crucial to hit the ground running with that championship. Brilliant end to the season. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Before we wrap things up for lightweights in 2021, when will we next see the Lightweight Sprints Championship? Well, it'll be on the 27th of February 2022, where we will kick off the new season at Bookmoor Park. Entries opening up towards the end of this month.
Yes.
If you are a lightweight driver and you want to be involved, 75 kilograms is the weight limit. If you're below that, if you're lucky to be enough to be below that, you can always let it up. But 27th of February is where we will kick off the 2022 championship. Announced this week as well, round 2 will be at Whilton Mill on the 20th of March. Brilliant to see back on the calendar, Glannygores on the 8th of May. Hope people can turn out for that one. 26th of June, we're at Clay Pigeon. 10th of July, we'll be back here at Bayford Meadows. Lydd will be our hosts for the 31st of July. Rye House, as we say, returning to Club 100 with relaying in new curbs for Rye House. Very intrigued to see how that's going to go on the 21st of August. Landau on the 18th of September. Or I should say Landau for our Welsh viewers. 9th of October we'll be back at Whilton Mill. Ella Park for the 30th of October. 13th of November for Bookmoor Park. All of those dates remain provisional until the 31st of December 2021. But that is your 22 calendar. It's a belter, and we very much hope to be there.
Club100.co.uk is the place to go if you want details of any of that. If you're an experienced racer or you're someone who's looking to get into, what is regarded as the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, nay Europe, head over to club100.co.uk. All the details are there for you. Give the office a call if you've got questions. They're more than happy to help.
Well, that is it. That is Lightweight Sprints for 2021 done. Don't go anywhere. If you're on the YouTube stream with Alpha Live, do make sure you've clicked the subscribe button, the like button, and given the stream a share on your social media platform of choice. Because we are back this afternoon with it all again for the heavyweights. But thank you very much to the lightweights. Jack O'Neill is your champion for 2021. Congratulations to Peter Knight and Samuel Essery for their C2 and C3 championship wins. We will be back for more lightweight sprints action, as I say, on the 27th of February 2022. We hope to see you there. We hope to see you this afternoon for the heavyweights. If you're on Comsbox Cam, we'll have a new stream for heavyweights this afternoon. Thank you very much for watching this morning. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Howard Mitchell. Together we are DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media. We'll see you back here at Bayford Meadows at 2 p.m. for the start of the heavyweights. Bye-bye.
Hello everybody and welcome back to your Alpha Live coverage of round 11 of the 2021 Club 100 Sprint Series of Championships, coming to you live from Bayford Meadows in Sittingbourne in Kent, England. My name is Howard Mitchell, alongside Andrew Mather in the comms box. Together we are Double Dash Motorsport Media, here to bring you commentary coverage of the last round of our heavyweights. And we are going into the heavyweights now after some stellar action this morning in the final round of the lightweights. If you didn't catch that, definitely head back and watch that on the Alpha Live YouTube channel once all of this is said and done. It's our last stream of Club 100 Sprints for 2021, so the anticipation of this afternoon's action tinged with a bit of sadness that once we're all done, that will be it for 2021 in the Club 100 Sprints Championship. Let's have a look at your grid though for the first of our heat races this afternoon. Kevin Coombs will start on pole with David Jarvis alongside Joel Arguelles and Adam Wright are row number 2. Row 3 is Paul Williams and Francesco Volpe. There's Jordan Salter and Matt Wildman on row 4. Lewis Ridd and Brad Jones to round out your top 10. Chris Alcock and Matt Griffiths are on row number 6. Row 7 is going to be Blake Templey and Leon Duprise. And then Tom Stalker and Matthew Batter will round out your 16 karts going in this one. A little bit of time to go before they're heading out onto the circuit there. We'll probably give you a bit of a reminder of that. But yes, indeed, we are here for round 11 of the heavyweights. And if you've got a spare screen or device that you're watching your Alpha Live live stream on this afternoon, then we would recommend, humbly recommend, our comms box cam stream in the comms box over on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. It's enhanced, it's pepped up since you would have last seen it. It's now got some timing over there as well with the driver tracker. We've got elements of the Alpha Live timing screen on there as well. So it's not just looking at our ugly mugs for two reasons. Number one, we've added timing, and number two, Darren's in the background as well. So it's not just us that you have to look at. So head on over to Double Dash Motorsport Media, if you our YouTube channel, if you would like to capture that. It probably only remains for me to actually welcome. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
Welcome back. Who's just been setting up that comms box cam to go live with the new stream over there on DDMM, but he's very much alongside us here. And this is, mate, the story of lightweights this morning was the championships largely settled.
Yeah.
This one,
Complete opposite.
Yeah, the overall headline solved.
Yeah.
Class 1 has been taken. Joe Holmes stamping his names into the Club 100 history books again as one of the most successful Club 100 racing drivers. Was it the 5th season on the trot that he has taken the title in some shape or form? A little bit of a mixed statement to say that, because we've changed over the years from a Premier Championship to this Class 1 heavyweights format, but nonetheless he has been champion at the highest flight, the top flight I should say, of Club 100 sprint racing for half a decade now. So that's done, the overall in Class 1. And as a reminder, we have 4 subclasses going in your heavyweights. We've got Class 1, we've got Class 2, we've got Class 3, and we've got the super heavyweights. So Class 1 is settled. Joe Holmes has taken that one. Amar Smith has settled 2nd place as well. In fact, so much so that he thought he'd go and make a cameo appearance this morning in the lightweights. Hope he enjoyed himself in that. It was quite a mad melee to throw himself into. And then we've got, there's a bit of a battle to be had, is there not, mate, over the 3rd place in the Class 1s with Matt Wildman and Adam Wright quite close on points coming into today. But it's Class 2, behind those 2 drivers of Wildman and Wright, where it's really interesting, because there we find our top 2 drivers in Class 2. And that is Alex Pritchard in the number 77 and Richard Allen in the number 26. And they are separated coming into today by a single point. And it's going to be a really interesting one to watch how they get on today. Dickie Allen comes into this one with a lot of momentum off the back of a very successful outing at Lydd, but this is Bayford. It's dry. You no longer need a power boat and a rudder in order to navigate yourself to the front of the field as you did back at Lydd in the torrential downpours that we had there. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get on today. That is the key fight coming into today, or the highest fight in the championship that you and I are looking at.
Absolutely, and yeah, I'm excited for this one in different reasons to why I was excited this morning. And we did see some championship permutation changes this morning. For example, Reese Pope wrestling second place away from Alistair Irvin in the C2 championship. I just want to give a quick shout out to, because we are seeing the comments on the Comsbox cam, so hello to Yusuf at Milky Cereal. It says hello, lovely gentleman. Thank you very much, mate. And Marcus and Lauren Rhodes have got in contact with us as well, cheering on Tom Stalker, kart number 124, and Tom's out in this race as well. So. That'll be good. Have we done the grid? Sorry, I was up in
we did
social
the
media.
We got that one done and dusted
good.
nice and early. Might
Good.
give a quick reminder just as we're on the final rolling up lap. The other championship battle, the big one that we're looking at, is in Super Heavies, where it's between Lee Henderson and Bill Taylor. They come into today separated by 5 points, so you're looking out for the number 13, unlucky for some, but Lee Henderson will be hoping otherwise, and the number 144 of Bill Taylor. Assuming the Bill's here, I'm not sure if we've actually confirmed the Bill is here today. He's not been present at 3 rounds this championship. Now that's fine, you get 3 drop scores across a season, and so if you don't turn up to 3 rounds, then those count as your drop scores. It just means that every single the idea of the drop scores is that if something happens that is beyond your control, you know, if you have some kind of kart malfunction, they are rare in the Club 100 ranks, but it can happen, that's not the end of your championship bid. However, you could also choose to quote-unquote burn through those drop scores by not turning up. So by not being at 3 rounds, Bill Taylor is fine, he can have a full championship score, but every single race is going to count come what may. So if he does get struck by any reliability issues, that is going to have a bearing on his championship. Nevertheless, he comes into this one 5 points behind in the Super Heavies, and if he is here, I think he is, just haven't quite double-checked it looking through the grids yet, and that means we have very much got a battle on in your super heavyweights. There are also Class 3 things as well going on. Luke Phillips, I want to say, is our highest placed Class 3 driver, and I think he's quite comfortable in that position. It would take something quite extraordinary to knock him off of that. So as we're going round again, I think we've covered all of the major stories coming into this afternoon. On this one, Adam Wright, so for example, so a crucial one to look here, Adam Wright and Matt Wildman both starting on this grid. That's their battle for third in the championship immediately to go for there. So that's going to be something to bear in mind going into even this first race.
There is one other major story that I just want to cover. I haven't seen Dan Underhill there, who's confirmed that after his SpaceX mission this morning, Colin Nacone has been returned. He's come back to Earth. The mission has been completed. The tests were good properly, and he's now back on terra firma, ready for the start of heat number 1. There he is. Thank you very much.
Also, a service announcement. If anyone wants some of Bailey Morgan's birthday cake, there's probably some left.
Yes.
It's huge, brilliant cake. I now can't move, but it's brilliant cake, and thank you very much that his family brought that along today. Kevin Coombs is on pole for this one. David Jarvis alongside Joel Arguelles and Adam Wright, your second row. Paul Williams and Francesco Volpi round out your top 3 rows. We are good for the go here at Bayford Meadows. Heat number 1. It's a fairly even start from both sides of the grid as they head into turn 1. Arguelles goes round though, immediately trying to make progress, and he's shunted into by someone as well there, which actually helped spun him back round. Yeah, somebody else.
Blake Templey span at the back.
Was it Templey who spun off, trying to avoid all of that? So, not a great start there. That was Arguelles trying to go for the early advantage there. But I'm just trying to work out who it is who's come out to the front here. It is the 63. So it is our pole sitter of Kevin Coombs, and it is David Jarvis who has come to the. Okay, he's held on to his second place as well. So everyone who was ahead of Arguelles there has stayed in position as they work their way through. Paul Williams going defensive here through the final set to Adam Wright, not able to make his way past as they come around to finish their first lap of this Bayford Meadows circuit. It is Kevin Coombs in the lead, David Jarvis, then Volpe, Williams and Wright your top 5. Blake Templey confirmed as falling to the back, unfortunately. That was just wrong place, wrong time, I think, for him there. But Paul Williams has been got by now. Adam Wright and Lewis Ridd both through, as has gone Chris Alcock, and now Matt Wildman. It's a costly few corners for Paul Williams. It was just once somebody prized open the door, so many were tucked up behind that 4 have gone through on him. So unfortunately for Paul Williams, I think that puts him down from 4th place at the start of the lap to 8th place now, but he's staying with them. and he's got a lot of experience as Paul Williams, so we'll see how he gets on. Here's Lewis Ridd, though, down the inside of Adam Wright into the long left-hander here at turn 8. Been seeing a lot of moves there today. There's a surprising amount of grip on the inside there. These drivers, of course, not having to deal with the same conditions that our lightweights did this morning, where it was damp to start off the circuit. I mean, you can see the sort of darker patches on the very outside of some of these corners where the karts hardly ever go, but by and large we are talking a dry track and no rain anticipated in this afternoon's running. Lewis Ridd confirmed up to 4th place now. There is the battle for the lead going through your shot. That was Kevin Coombs and Francesco Volpe. There is Adam Wright being pressured by Chris Alcock, who of course moved to heavyweights partway through the season, so isn't, you know, battling for stuff in the championship per se, but is very much a potential disruptor, as we like to say. As here's the move for the lead, Volpe to the head of the field, just had a great drive there off of turn number 7 and had the job done by the turn in for 8. So now it is Francesco Volpe ahead of Kevin Coombs, and I think that's a change for 3rd as well, because Jarvis has been passed. Lewis Ridd ahead of David Jarvis now, so the Class 1 runners, those denoted by their yellow number plates in these heavyweight ranks, moving to the forward. Here is a key battle in terms of the championship. Adam Wright versus Matt Wildman at this moment in time over 5th place in this heat, but this is going to run and run all afternoon. So you're looking for the number 3 versus the 70. There they are. As I say, Chris Alcock in the 160 there, looking to pounce. He's not got a dog in this fight from a championship perspective, as there is Lewis Ridd going down the inside of Kevin Coombs for 2nd place in the 2nd hairpin and makes that move stick. So it's another good move there, and that is a bad moment there for Adam Wright. You could see him shaking his head. He went wide there. Got to be careful. Don't want to get too many track limit warnings round here at Bayford Meadows. There's 3 critical parts of the lap where they're looking at track limits, and that was one of them. The other one is the corner you're seeing them go through now. They don't want to see them running it out beyond the white line on the exit. Got to be careful through this last chicane not to collect the tyres, and there is a penalty for Adam Wright for track limits, and I'm unsurprised to see it, to be honest. This is the other place where they're being hot on track limits, out of turn number 1, and you know what, Adam Wright was right on the limit there, but that's okay. That's okay, being right on the limit, as he fires a move down the inside of David Jarvis. But track limit warnings off the top of my head would generally be a 2-place deduction at the end of the race, so he's now trying to stay 2 places ahead of Matt Wildman, because he's got to take the fight today. Adam Wright is the one behind in the championship, as Chris Alcock does him a favour and goes down the inside of Matt Wildman whilst I'm talking about that. So the 160 ahead of the 17, and Alcock immediately goes for the move on David Jarvis, and Jarvis might be feeling a bit mugged here because they're all ganging up on him a little bit there, but that is Chris Alcock by on David Jarvis, and up there now into 5th place, I want to say. We'll see that confirmed as they come through to finish this, the 5th lap of the race. New fastest lap from Lewis Ridd. The gap is down to 7/10 of a second as Adam Wright goes for it on Kevin Coombs, and it was a robust move, but I think that was fair enough from my perspective. Brad Jones has picked up an advantage by contact bump and pass penalty, which means that he got by making contact basically and pushing a driver out of the way, so that'll be 4 places deducted from wherever he finishes in the race. All penalties in Club 100 sprint racing are penalty positions, they're not time based. But we're going to need to keep an eye on the lead gap here as well, because Lewis Ridd is definitely closing that down. He just set the fastest lap of the race, 55.1, which is, for those of you watching the light race this morning, is well into the dry weather times now. This is a fully dry circuit, make no mistake about that. Adam Wright then up into 3rd place now. There it is, there's the lead gap, and then here comes Adam Wright in 3rd, ahead of Chris Alcock. Then it's Kevin Coombs, Matt Wildman and David Jarvis in this quite closely packed top 7. Then Paul Williams comes, he's having a bit of a quiet one, 2 seconds further back and 2 seconds ahead of Matt Griffiths, who's leading a battle with Matt Batter and Tom Stalker. Jordan Salter down there as well, so good drive-by way so far from Matt Griffiths to be the highest place of our Class 3 drivers. Just as a reminder, your Class 1 runners have the yellow number plates, your Class 2s and 3s have blue number plates, and then your super heavyweights have the green number plates, slightly different to the red and black backed number plates that we saw this morning in lightweights. Adam Wright here in 3rd place. Chris Alcock staying on terms with him. Then this is the battle for the lead. right here. And Volpe's had a fairly quiet few laps of leading this one, but with a 54.9, Lewis Ridd is not messing about here. We are on to the last lap. The gap is 0.4 of a second, but such is the rated knots that Ridd is pulling in the leader here. How is this going to play out in the last few corners? There is the potential. We saw some great defensive driving this morning in the lightweights. It is a circuit where you can put the defence on and make it stick. This is a challenge here for Francesco. Has a look over the shoulder, constantly trying to work out where Ridd is. Is Ridd going to be able to fire one down the inside? No. Volpe goes tight to the inside through 8, and now really there's not a conventional overtaking opportunity right up until the last chicane, and this is something that I think we're going to see throughout this afternoon's running in round 11 of the heavyweights for 2021. But going round now into the final chicane, there isn't the opportunity for Lewis Ridd. Francesco Volpe holds off the pressure there and takes the first win of the afternoon in heavyweights. Lewis Ridd in second, Adam Wright is in third, but crucially has a couple of places to be deducted for track limit violations. Chris Alcock in fourth, Matt Warman is in fifth, then it's Kevin Coombs, good drive from him, holding off from pole, not defending well generally speaking, to come home in sixth. David Jarvis, the highest placed super heavyweight, in seventh. There's Paul Williams, Matt Batter, Jordan Salter, Matt Batter, the highest place of Class 3 runners in the end. There was Jordan Salter, Matt Griffiths, Tom Stalker, Leon Dupreez, Blake Templey, Joel Arguelles, and Brad Jones. Those latter drivers definitely recovering from that initial first lap contretemps. Heat 2 is coming up for you next here at Bayford Meadows.
All set to go for heat number 2 then. Richard Masterson will be on pole position. Bill Taylor going for super heavyweight glory alongside him on the front row. Dave Pethers and Steve Lindley on row 2. Simon Kavanagh and Ben Bennyworth form up on the third row of the grid. Alex Pritchard is going for T2 honours. He starts his day on the fourth row of the grid alongside Andrew Cherry, Luke Pullen and Miguel Hall on row 5. Jonathan Elliott and Christian Hoos on row number 6. Stephen Hullock and Jaden Cadigan on row 7. Lawrence Chair and Daniel Hollinshed is on row number 8. Apologies folks, comms box cam is done for the day. We've run out of data here at DDMM. It's just one of them. We'll have that fixed for next week, but means that you can be fully focused now on the Alpha live stream. If you're new around here, it's great to have you along. If you can press that subscribe button, that'd be absolutely fantastic for you all and for us here at the comms box here at Bayford Meadows. But heat 2, drivers out on circuit now doing their free practice laps. So yeah, very good first result from Francesco Volpe. He was very quick yesterday in the first race of the day in the endurance, so continuing that form into the sprints here today. Weather conditions pretty good for racing in November. The track is now dry, bit of a breeze across it. Still quite chilly though, but none of the wet, damp conditions that we saw this morning for the lightweights. So drivers just completing their laps here, and then they'll form up that grid, which is to say Richard Masterson on pole position, Bill Taylor P2 on the grid, which is a tricky spot to start from here at Bayford Meadows. If you weren't with us this morning, or this is the first time you've watched some racing round at Bayford Meadows, turn 1 is a very, very fast, it's quite a short run from start finish to turn 1. But you're kind of still accelerating as you go through turn 1, so if you're on the outside you can lose a couple of positions very easily on the first lap, and then you keep going to the right all the way to turn 4. So you will see the drivers on the opposite side of the grid to pole position trying to sweep across. There's a driver that just passing through shot that I wanted to give a mention to, Howard. Steve Lindley, very strong yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he could be on for a good day here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been putting in some strong drives recently, and yeah, you and I yesterday were noting he did have a strong showing in the endurances yesterday. We were out there for the final round of the Endurance Championships, and the final rounds of the Endurance, the final rounds of the Sprint 60 Championship as well as of course what we've got today. This is the final race weekend of the Club 100 portfolio of championships, although there's some other stuff coming next weekend. We'll get on to that, I'm sure, but right now we're ready for the away in heat number 2. Richard Masterson in the number 29 immediately moves across to deter any moves into turn number 1, but it's Dave Pethers who's on the attack into turn 1, and not for the first time today we've seen the third place on the grid get up into second place, and that looked like a costly moment there for Bill Taylor, who of course is in his, and there's some clearly Steve Lindley isn't too happy about something here going on, and Simon Kavanagh ahead of him, I think it is. But yeah, that was an interesting start there, but it's still Richard Masterson who's in the lead, as behind them that's the number 31 of Jonathan Elliott, who's had a lightning start there, and I think he's challenged for third place and has got it. But meanwhile at the front, Dave Pethers has found a way by on Richard Masterson to take the lead off of him, and it is indeed Jonathan Elliott who's gone up to third place. But at the front of the field, Dave Pethers comes round to finish lap number 1 at the head of the field.
Yeah, Pethers with a really nice overtake in and through the long left-hander off the back straight. Use that inside line. Bit of knowledge knowing that there's some grip there. Some of the nuances of this Bayford Meadows circuit. Richard Masterson still there. Oh, it's all getting very rough towards the back here. Steve Lindley is involved. Alex Pritchard's in there as well. Pritchard needs a nice solid start here in this battle between him and Richard Allen, going for 5th place in the championship and also the C2 honours, the top C2 driver. Just a single C1 runner in this race. You can see Miguel Hall denoted by the yellow number board.
Ooh, getting quite close to the tyres in that one as well. Through that fast right-hand, excuse me, at turn 10. Costing that there for Simon Kavanagh and Steve Lindley. They both lost a fair few positions on that last lap, going side by side here into turns 2, 3 and 4. We cut back ahead actually to Miguel Hall challenging, as that is the 1-3-3 of Lawrence Cheer going for a move on Luke Pullen, I believe, there. But good battles happening throughout the field. That's a bit wide at track limits for Bill Taylor. He doesn't want to do that. We saw the 2-place deduction applied to Adam Wright in the last race, and if Bill's going to take the fight in the super heavyweights to Lee Henderson, then he definitely needs to stay away from acquiring penalties throughout today. New fastest lap of the race from Dave Pethers, although it's immediately beaten. A lot of drivers improving as they get used to the conditions here and get their eye in on these Club 100 karts for one last round. That is a move from Lawrence Cheer, I believe, again on Luke Pullen. And they're still battling as they arrive on the scene at turns 2, 3 and 4. And Andrew Cherry in the number 23. Green number plated super heavyweight driver does not need a second invitation to take advantage of that. Neither does Daniel Hollinshead, who tries to find a way through. Actually, he does need a second invitation because he's not able to make that move stick. But he's going to try through turn 7 and still can't get by on Ben Bennyworth, who's there in the number 37 kart. Another super heavyweight driver there. Jonathan Elliott, got to keep an eye on him in this one. Lightning start up the field, now in third place and has the fastest lap of the race, putting the pressure on Richard Masterson. We're looking at the likes of Cheer, Cherry and Bennyworth battling away.
Track limit warning for Bill Taylor. Just a quick reminder, this corner here, turn number 1. Track limits are being watched there. Also onto the back straight towards the final chicane. Could be one of those three that Bill Taylor's just wandered over. All 4 wheels over the white line. It's been called into race control. Not a penalty though at this stage. As it walked down the inside there on Andrew Cherry. That was an attempt from the number 127 of Daniel Hollinshead. Jaden Cadigan there in number 45, yellow and white helmet. Had a good run last time out 2 weeks ago at Lydd, if my memory serves me correctly. C3 runner looking to move through the order. All the C3s as novices starts the heats from the back of the field. Will have opportunities to race their way up through the order. Change for 5th place. Miguel Hall has got past Bill Taylor. Now that's potentially important in the story in super heavyweights. Let's go a quick look at Jonathan Elliott and Alex Pritchard. Pritchard's trying to find a way through. 4th place would be a decent start to the day. Can do something from there. 2 more chances to race, of course, across the course of the afternoon. Jonathan Elliott's having a little look down towards the radiator and the choke, maybe just checking that everything's okay. Seems happy enough now. Carries on his way.
Alex Pritchard to catch up a little bit more onto the back of him, though. It's the driver in the number 77, one of the drivers that we're talking about in that key battle in Class 2. So you can see a rival ahead of him looking down anxiously at their kart. He's going to go for a move, and indeed he does go for a move, but Jonathan Elliott's going to very robustly close the door, and Pritchard is not all that happy there. I think he felt a bit squeezed over to the grass on the run down to turn number 2. Miguel Hall is looking to pound. Jonathan Elliott's still not happy with his kart. Again, looks down at the engine. Miguel Hall. Yeah, sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, Miguel Hall looking for a move by. Steve Lindley's coming into it as well. Pritchard defends. Retakes the position. In fact, was that Lindley? That was Lindley getting past Bill Taylor.
It was indeed, yes.
So yeah, so Lindley up to 6th place now.
Yep, absolutely. And again, Bill Taylor, a driver who needs to take the fight to Lee Henderson if he's going to take the super heavyweight title this afternoon. Richard Masterson has a bit of a look behind him going, what's going on behind me? I thought I had a Jonathan Elliott bearing down on me. You did. But clearly Elliott's not too happy about this kart as we're on to the last lap. Dave Pethers leads this one by 2.8 seconds. Richard Masterson is fairly secure in 2nd place, but Miguel Hall having a very earnest look there down the inside of Alex Pritchard for 4th place on this last lap. Still Jonathan Elliott, conscious of some kind of kart woes here, is defending as much as he can. Miguel Hall is going to try a repeat performance from last lap, and this time surely he's going to make the move stick on Alex Pritchard. Yes, he is. Meanwhile, Lindley's having to go defensive against Bill Taylor. Again, Jonathan Elliott has a problem here with his engine. Presumably it's cutting out on him as they go through turn number 8 and then into 9. And now Alex Pritchard is back on the attack against Miguel Hall. They're going to be side by side through these high-speed corners here. This is daring stuff from Alex Pritchard, but he knows he's got to take the fight here today to take home Class 2 honours into the final chicane. Dave Pethers takes the win. Richard Masterson in 2nd. Somehow Jonathan Elliott will hold on for 3rd. It's going to be Alex Pritchard. What a daring move in the dying moments of that race, who finishes ahead of Bill Taylor, who finishes 3/100ths ahead of Miguel Hall there. Then it was Steve Lindley, Simon Kavanagh, Luke Pullen and Lawrence Cheer round out your top 10, with Cheer being your highest placed Class 3 runner. Daniel Hollinshead was in 11th. Then it was Andrew Cherry, Jaden Cadigan, Christian Hughes, and then Stephen Hullock and Ben Bennyworth we expect to conclude that. In fact, Ben Bennyworth I think has had to retire from this one. So dramatic way to finish there on heat number 2. Next up here we're going to go straight into heat number 3 for our heavyweights and super heavyweights here at Bayford Meadows. Take you through the grid then for this 3rd heat of the heavyweights round 11. Mike Bodner will start this one on pole with Tim Williams alongside Kieran Chigsey, and Jason Bear make up row number 2 with Richard Newton and Paul Jameson on row number 3. Row 4 will be Tim Hill and Mikey Nichols. There'll be George Boothby and Harry Melvin to round out the top 10. Lee Henderson and Benjamin Wootton are on row 6, and then it's Bradley Porter and Marcus Narris ahead of Sam Bensley to round out the 15 karts taking part in this 3rd heat. Just a reminder, because I think we went straight into our heat 1 stuff, and then the discussions about the championship. We've got the 12 heats for you, and then that can be thought each driver will take part in 3 races out of those 12. So if you're tuning in to support a particular driver and you're going, I haven't heard their name on that grid, don't worry, they'll be in one of the other heats. And so you can think of these 12 heats as 3 rotations of 4 effectively. So if you took part in heat number 1, for example, the earliest next race you could take part in would be heat number 5, because that would be the first race of the second rotation, if you like. So by the end of heat number 4, every driver will have taken part in 1 race, which will also mean that they no longer get these warm-up laps that they've got now. That's why they're circulating not in formation order. This is a few warm-up laps to give them a chance to get themselves up to speed. They won't get that going into subsequent rotations though, so if you raced in this heat, for example, heat number 3, and your next heat was heat 6, which is the second race of that second rotation of races, you're going to go straight into rolling up laps in grid formation at that point. You do not get your warming up laps. At the end of the 12 heats, the points that the drivers have accrued do count in the championship, but also are totted up to determine their position on the grid for the finals. There are going to be your finals races, final C, B and A. There are promotion opportunities for those who have had maybe a bad time of it in the heats. And the last thing to mention is probably in terms of the grids for the heats, it is a randomised grid position across your 3 races, such that every driver ends up having the same average grid starting position across their heats, which generally in practice means, well, it will in practice mean that you have 1 position on the grid that is extremely good towards the front, 1 that's sort of in the middle of the pack, and then 1 towards the back. So you have the same average all the way through.
Thank you very much. Interesting race this for Lee Henderson. This is his one from the back. He starts P11 ahead of all the novices, all 4 of them. Might need your help here on this one, mate, to confirm what Bill Taylor was classified with in that last race. For Lee, this is his damage limitation job. But I want to say that Bill was, what was it, about 7th place in the end on that last one?
Yeah.
If Lee could equal that, that would be a really good start for him in the context of this battle. We've been talking a lot about cake today. There's several ways of cutting the cake, and that is the same with championship points in here, the final round. There's the way of looking at it in terms of with drops, we often say, or the way that Alpha Timing shows it, and that would show you that there's currently a 15-point gap between Henderson and Taylor. There's another way that I like to look at it, Howard, and that's kind of using the term of the weakest link and how much points we have banked in the accounts. And at the moment, because Lee Henderson's been around for pretty much all the rounds, he's got a few more points already banked. Yeah, you know, he could retire from every single race, and he would still, his score would keep growing because his scores that are currently drops would start coming into it. I'm going to shut up now because there's a race about to begin.
Bill Taylor was 4th in his first heat, just to confirm that for your score sheet. Mike Bodner leads them away for heat number 3 in the number 44. Tim Williams is on the outside trying to make hay whilst he can, but Kieran Chidze is looking to make progress from 3rd on the grid. A few drivers going wide, but looking a little bit cleaner than other races we've seen. And as I say that, I was far too early in saying that. We'll just confirm which driver that is who's gone off there. But as the main pack roll through hairpin number 1, you can see here Richard Newton trying to get by on Kieran Chidze. I want to say that they've got a bit of a battle going on within super heavyweights today as well. They're quite close in the standings, but it is the 44 of Mike Bodner who's been able to hold on to the top spot so far. Tim Williams doing what not everyone starting 2nd on the grid has been able to retain that position. Quite a difficult, the first 3 corners here at Bayford Meadows are right-handed, so it's rather difficult if you're on the outside to defend unless you can get yourself across into the inside. As they come round to finish this first lap, though, it is Mike Bodner in the lead for now, but look at the pressure being applied to him early doors here by Tim Williams. Kieran Chidze still in 3rd place. Jason Bair managed to get by Richard Newton in the latter part of last lap, and so is up into 4th. And Newton rounds out your top 5. Good start from Sam Bensley as well, straight to the front of the Class 3 runners. It was Paul Jameson who was your driver who went off at turn number 2, unfortunately, as Tim Hill attacks Jason Bair round the outside of hairpin 1, and he's going to get the job done, you know, because he'll have the inside for the next corner. Nice little move that by Tim Hill there in the number 12, experienced driver.
And already a good weekend for Tim Hill.
Yep.
Is part of the speed screen team with Richard Allen, which took the championship yesterday in the Clubman class for the Endurance Championship. And I have to say, we've been watching them whilst they've been coming flying by us on the circuit.
Yes.
They have been brilliant,
especially
in the run-in to the end of the endurance season. So as I say, for Tim, It's already been a strong one at the moment. At the end of lap 2, he sits in 4th place, battle for the lead here. Williams up the inside of Bodner, and surely he's going to get that move done. Yeah, into turn 3, nicely done by Tim Hill. Points the fingers, say, come on, let's work together. Which is also the, not direct, but signal to another driver. It's like, please don't re-lunge me into the next corner. Let's let me lead for a bit.
If re-lunge is not in the Oxford English Dictionary, I think now we start the petition. But there we go. Tim Williams to the front then, ahead of Mike Bodner. Kieran Chigsey is defending against Tim Hill behind them, though. How's that one going? We'll just catch up. You know what? Mike Bodner, he's got a very different line through turn number 9. Through turn number 10, sorry, or he's not in the mood to cooperate. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to find out. It is still Chigsey ahead. In fact, the 64 of Mikey Nichols has had a stellar lap there, getting up to 4th place. That all happened off camera. So Mikey Nichols, it is, up to 4th place. Has got by on Tim Hill. Jason Bear now defending against Harry Melvin, who's got into that position by way of getting past Richard Newton on the previous lap. So a fair few changes for position on that last run round this Bayford Meadows circuit, 1.2 kilometres, located on the edge of Sittingbourne, southeast of England. One of 3 tracks in Kent that we visit on this Club 100 calendar. Kieran Chigsey feeling the need to go defensive here against the charging Mikey Nichols. Manages to hold him off for now. As further down the order, Lee Henderson there trying to put a move on Samuel Bensley. I can see. JV goes for a Sunday afternoon stroll there as Tim Williams comes round to finish lap number 4. And again, Chigsey still driving the widest kart in Kent. But this time, no, they found a way by. That is Mikey Nichols ducking underneath. And Tim Hill right with him as well has got the job done. And actually, Chigsey's got to be careful because Jason Bear wants a piece of the action, but Chigsey will have the inside line, and that's going to allow Harry Melvin to capitalise and get by on Jason Bear as well. And Richard Newton there in the red race suit at the back of this as well is trying to get involved in the number 32, and Chigsey goes further back. Oh gosh, it's a horrible lap for Chigsey. His momentum has just been thoroughly upset by all the moves. And that's going to allow Newton through. And look at the number 25 of Jason Bear. Good opportunistic move there, swooping in on the inside. That was nicely done. And now Lee Henderson is having a go at Kieran Chigsey. That's a tough lap. It's tough for him to gather up the momentum again. And that's Samuel Bensley as well in the 108 challenging as well. Kieran Chigsey has managed to he's managed to stem the bleed, as it were. Oh no, he hasn't, because that is a move down. Oh no, sorry, that's on Lee Henderson there that Samuel Bensley has gone. This isn't quite what Lee Henderson needed to do, Andrew. You know, you're right, this is his lowest grid position.
Yep.
So it's not panic stations as Samuel Bensley puts in a nice move on Kieran Chigsey, but it goes round.
And that'll help.
And that will help. That is a costly moment for Samuel Bensley. He's frustrated at that one. There's your race. There is Mikey Nichols, excuse me, in 3rd place, not your race leader. Because 3.8 seconds up the road is Tim Williams and Mike Bodner, who are still very close together, by the way. Doing a good dress rehearsal for a B final here are our top 2. Here they are. Spread out, get yourself a gap at the front and fight at the end. But Mikey Nichols there. He's going to run out of time to reel in this gap, one would have thought, but really good, strong showing. And currently the fastest driver on the circuit, a 55.2, is his best time at the moment. Pulling away from Tim Hill and Harry Melvin. Here they are battling over 4th place. Yeah, it's a real shame that this race has got away from Chigsey as Tim Hill trying to fight there with Harry Melvin. Harry Melvin's going to wrestle that position away from Sir Timothy. Yeah, good strong move there from Harry Melvin. So when we're looking at the points in super heavyweight and the way that the drop scores are all working, essentially every position in this race that Lee Henderson can gain equals 1 point. And we've already seen this weekend some titles go down to countback, so every point does count. One I'm referring to is Dan Brewer yesterday taking the heavyweight sprint 60 title on countback on race victories versus Anwar Barul Smith, so it can happen. We're on the last lap though. Tim Williams looking pretty good here, and another driver that it feels to me, Howard, in this latter part of the season, as we've been at the wet weather of Lydd, Whilton Mill a few weeks before, has really come on song in the last
few recent weeks as we've been streaming here in Alpha Live.
Yeah, and this will be his first heat win at least of this season, but I'm minded to say that it's actually his first heat win outright. Don't quote me on that one, but it's definitely going to be the first one of his 2021 season, so this is going to be fantastic stuff for Tim if he can close this one out. Mike Bodner, though, has driven a good one. Mikey Nichols, he might have hoped that this race went on a few more laps because his pace is definitely going to be one to watch. Tim Williams it is, though, who comes out of the chicane to take the win in heat number 3 for round 11. Mike Bodner in second, Mikey Nichols finishes third. Then it's Harry Melvin who managed to hold off Tim Hill there for fourth. Jason Baer in sixth. Then it's Richard Newton ahead of Lee Henderson in 8th, Bradley Porter in 9th, 10th for Kieran Chigsey. Marcus Narris gets by on Samuel Bensley on the last lap for 11th. Then it's Benjamin Wotton and Paul Jameson. I'm afraid he's a long way up down the order after that incident in turn 2 on the first lap. That was heat number 3. Coming up next is the last of the heats in this first rotation for our heavyweights and super heavyweights, heat number 4. Here's your grid then for heat number 4 for heavyweights and super heavyweights. Richard Lavender will start this one on pole with Darrell Lowe alongside. It'll be Richard Allen opening up his tally for round 11 with Tom Fuller alongside on row number 2. Anthony Ridd and Vinod Hirani are your third row of the grid. Joe Holmes, our champion for another year here in heavyweights for Club 100, will start on row 4 with... Is that right? Is Anwar in both classes today? Steve Bosley and
Why
Bradley
not?
Shears. Why not indeed? Anwar Brule-Smith alongside. Steve Bosley and Bradley Shears are on row 5 to round out the top 10. There's David Wilson and Luke Phillips. Luke being the, I'm pretty sure, mathematically your class 3 champion for this year. Max Jameson and Andrew Hicks rounds out the 14 kart grid. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Karts 1 and 2 confirmed as retaining kart numbers 1 and 2 going into next season, starting just casually on the fourth row of the grid. That's the kind of row on a grid where if you're a driver who's maybe got, you know, you've got a goal coming into your heats, you've got a bit of an agenda. It's like, I've got to get on up the grid. This is my lowly grid starting position. Oh goodness me, it's them on row number 4. Is that kind of a grid? But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they can do. Both obviously taking their mid grid slot.
We like talking about a start here at Bayford Meadows. Big opportunity this for Richard Allen. You know, grid 3 is a nice spot to be in when you're on your front of the grid start.
Yep.
He'll be looking to get at least a second place and ahead of Darrell Lowe, using that inside line. But I wouldn't put it past him to be going for the lead, especially down into that first big braking zone of turn 3.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one, and yeah, look for that move. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen third place on the grid going for the move on the anti-pole side of the grid.
Just to confirm, mate, that was P4 for Alex Pritchard in his first heat, which was heat number 2.
Check that one for you, sir. Pretty sure you're correct.
Drivers just completing their warm-up laps.
It was third place,
okay,
because of some penalties, I think. Yeah, so it's Alex Pritchard in third. Bill Taylor it was who was in fourth in that heat.
Okay, well, that does improve things ever so slightly for Alex Pritchard.
Going to go for a good cone throw here.
Do a cone flip down. He can't hear us.
No, but did you see he was good at throwing the cone into the middle of the road for the first race?
Well, he's got that out to a T.
He's got that skill. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, this one. A lot of big names in this one. There is Amor. It is, yes. So Amor's just out for, I thought he was guest
that
starring
well-known lightweights driver.
Well, no, yeah. That, yes. Success in the lightweight. Well, it was a difficult lightweight A final to make progress in for Anwar this morning. I wonder how he enjoyed his outing in lightweights. But yeah, as you say, well-known lightweight driver Anwar Brule-Smith taking to the track once again. That is Max Jameson, who just went through in the 48. Oh, that's a graceful placing of the cone, actually. Oh, nice thumb. as it hits the ground as well.
That was a good
that
noise.
That was good cone placement there. You see, folks, you don't want to hit a cone when it's been so deftly put in place.
You've said it now. He's going on another space
Going back into orbit. Right, Richard Lavender is on pole in the 162. Alongside is Darrell Lowe in the 115. Eyes on the lights, and away we go for heat number 4. And immediately Richard Allen does as predicted and goes from grid 3 straight up into second place there. Anthony Rydd as well is going to battle away with Darrell Lowe as they head towards turn number 2. It's still the pole sitter of Richard Lavender out in front, but he's under pressure here from Richard Allen, who one would presume is going to not waste his time going for the move. Joe Holmes has sprung up the order already into 4th place as they work their way through the hairpins. And Marlborough Smith not able to have the same sort of start as Holmes from the same row of the grid. Still
towards the back.
Oh yeah, good point. We'll look to confirm who that was, as there's a contact warning for Luke Phillips.
May have been David Wilson who went round there. It was someone from the novice ranks. But here are Lavender and Allen. Is Allen going to go down the inside? To the outsider, a move into that chicane looks quite easy. It's like, right, it's a stamp on the brakes.
Yeah.
It should be down the inside. As Richard Allen does go down the inside on Richard Lavender. The thing is, though, with that chicane, it's uphill.
Yes.
So you can brake quite late as just on a normal line. So there's not much braking zone distance for you to get up alongside and get a move done cleanly, which is why often, you know, a move that we see into the chicane has to be a superbly executed one.
Yes.
Richard Allen just took the option there, get the good run out of the chicane, get him into turn 1, and was given him the lead.
Yeah, and as Joe Holmes puts a move here on Anthony Rydd, the one going for a move on the 68, and he's going to go for a double overtake as well on Richard Lavender, and Lavender's going to be out wide. He's going to find very little grip there, and Anthony Rydd's going to go through as well. The other thing about the chicane is how blind it is at driver's eye view.
Yes.
Bear in mind, there's tyres on the first apex, tyres in the background. You're looking at an amazing landscape of tyres in the foreground with tyres behind. It's difficult to spot your turn in, and everything about that corner is very blind, so it's difficult to make the move, and we have seen some, but it's so easy for it to end in tears. Richard Allen in first, then Joe Holmes up to second place, then it's Anthony Rydd who got by on Darrell Lowe as well. Richard Lavender being taken by Marlborough Smith for 5th there, though, into turn number 3. The number 2 moves up past the 162 now, as Steve Bosley's trying to get involved as well, but can't quite find a way through there in hairpin 1. There's Joe Holmes in second place. Anthony Rydd staying with him for now. It's going to be interesting to see if Joe Holmes can make any progress onto the back of Richard Allen, who is very much on a mission today. And as I say, Allen comes into this one with a lot of momentum off the back of Lydd. It may be aquaplaning momentum, but it was momentum nonetheless that you could get at Lydd a couple of weeks ago. On to lap number 4, new fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes. Here's Marlborough Smith looking to the inside of Darrell Lowe. He's going to make that one stick. And Lowe running a little bit wide, trying to hold on to that one, but in the end he's going to have to concede the place. Track limit warnings coming in from Bradley Shears, Max Jameson. These drivers have got to be careful. We saw with Adam Wright in the first heat of this heavyweight round that too many track limit violations are going to get you with the deducted positions come the end of the race. Tom Fuller by Luke Phillips in the last lap as well. As the 153 moves at the order.
The C2 situation, Allen versus Pritchard. If this result was to stay this way, the lead would swap hands but still be 1 point. It would be Allen leading by 1 point ahead of Pritchard. That's why I think he's so keen to just keep an eye on where Joe Holmes is, because this would be a big 2 point swing if he can bring this one home. And of course, if Holmes was able to catch and overtake, it would tie them up. It would tie Alex Pritchard and Richard Allen as it would stand, 1,283 points each.
Nice. Liking how close this is for the Class 2 title in the heavyweights. And Marlborough Smith trying a move. No, not quite close enough to try that yet. But Marlborough Smith is coming up onto the back of Anthony Rydd. Further back. Still a good battle going on. Sure, Bosley and Shears. A bit of battle in the background. They swoop through turn number 10 through turn number 11, then through this chicane at 12 to bring them back onto a new lap of the circuit. Circuit that's got to be feeling very different to Anwar Burrell-Smith to the one that he was experiencing first thing this morning. Significantly dried out, and he's got the move on Anthony Ridd on there into 2, and he's got the job done. So the number 2 moving up past the 68 in the background of his shots, as we're looking primarily at this fight between Richard Allen and Joe Holmes to lead the race. Holmes is going to go for it. He's arrived on the scene, goes for it to hairpin 2, and Richard Allen's going to fight back through the left-hander of 7 onto the back straight. Joe Holmes, unusually perhaps, doesn't go for the switchback, is in on the outside now for turn number 8. Going to be difficult to make that one work, and one would have thought that Richard Allen will be able to hold on now for the remainder of this lap, unless Holmes can tuck underneath and find a way through at the chicane.
Good stuff there from Richard Allen, didn't panic, saw the move coming, knew what to do, knew there'd be an opportunity to switch back and retake the lead, and that's exactly what he did. 2 minutes to go, so there'll be 2 or 3 laps. A switchback attempt by Joe Holmes. Allen leaves space. There's a bit of a shake of the head there, but they both carry on now. What this will be doing is encouraging Anwar Burrell-Smith back into the play, and it is. 55-5 for both of them as Holmes is looking down the inside again. Has he got the move done? Yeah, I think he's going to get that this time. If he can, no, he's not. Richard Allen retakes it. But there's Anwar Burrell-Smith now, who was 4/10 quicker last time around, and he's right in the mix now. Anthony Ridd is there as well. Where's Darrell Lowe in 5th place, a little bit further back. He's not completely out of this as well. There's going to be at least one more lap, Howard.
There is. It's going to be an interesting one, this, at the moment. It's a 4-horse race for the leader, this one. I really thought, because Richard Allen clobbered the curb at 3, and I really thought that was going to, well, it was compromising him down towards 4, but he was able to defend hard against Joe Holmes. Here we go then, on to what will be shown as the last lap. Yes, indeed, 4 karts in with the win here. Richard Allen not wide on the entry this time, goes super defensive. Joe Holmes looks to tuck underneath, but Allen is going to shut the door on that one. And Burrell-Smith is trying around the outside of Joe Holmes here. Anthony Ridd trying in on the inside as well. It's going to be 2 abreast coming out of it, but somehow it stays in exactly the same order as it was. And I think that may have thrown a lifeline to Dickie Allen here for a few corners, although Joe Holmes is right back onto the hunt here. And while Burrell-Smith taking a wider entry into the second hairpin gives Anthony Ridd an opportunity. But he's lucky to get the switchback as Burrell-Smith, but I don't think it's going to work. Look how defensive over to driver's left Richard Allen is going here. He wants this result to take the lead in the Class 2 runnings on this crucial day of racing in that particular subclass of this championship. It's going to have to take something special now for Joe Holmes to take the win off of him. And in fact, is Anwar Burrell-Smith going to look? He had a little look, didn't he, into the chicane. It's going to be Richard Allen who defends beautifully to take the win in heat number 4 ahead of Joe Holmes. Anwar Burrell-Smith, he must be getting a bit tired by this point. He comes across the line in 3rd place as Anthony Ridd finishes in 4th. Darrell Lowe in 5th, 6th for Steve Bosley. Then it was Richard Lavender, Bradley Shears, Tom Fuller, Luke Phillips rounds out your top 10, and he was your highest placed Class 3 driver. Andrew Hicks, Max Jameson, Vinod Hirani and David Wilson rounds out your 14 karts. That was a bit of a thriller, wasn't it? For heat number 4, but I can see already that the drivers are out for heat number 5, so we're going to cut straight into your next race here at Bayford Meadows. Going straight into our grid then for this one. Chris Alcott starts this one from pole with Brad Jones alongside Matt Warman and Luke Pull in a row 2. David Jarvis and Bill Taylor a row 3. Then it's Joel Arguelles and Dave Pethers, Tim Hill and Richard Newton, Ben Bennyworth, Dan Hollinshead. And then it's Cheer, Templey, Dupreez and Naris as they go into turn number 1. No rolling up laps, so we've got to be sharp in the comms box here. Chris Alcott holds on to his pole position through turn number 1, but I think Brad Jones lost out heavily. Not the first time we've seen that from second on the grid, so it's Matt Wildman up into 2nd place, and that is something we're keeping an eye on in the bid. The battle over 3rd place in the championship overall. There's Dave Pethers going down the inside of Joel Arguelles into hairpin number 1, and we've got a spinner at the back, which is the number 79 of Blake Templey, which I want to say maybe a repeat performance of his earlier heat. Not a great day, unfortunately, so far for Blake. And that's even worse.
Stuck on the curb.
He's stuck on a curb there, but that's round from as he's trying to get it turned round again, I think. So costly moments there for Blake Templey as the rest of the field work their way through the fast final sector now.
Richard Newton was putting in a good move there in the red suit. I think he's got up to maybe 8th position. He's working his way past David Jarvis.
Richard Newton under attack here from David Jarvis indeed, as that looked to me like Newton was having to go up onto the curbing there as Tim Hill works his way through there. So Tim Hill and Jarvis battling away here through turn number 4. That's all going to get a bit tight, but somehow they all make it through without hitting the tyres. Look at this, Tim Hill under such pressure and a bit of loading from behind there as they're doing all their best impression of Noah's Ark, going 2 by 2 through the hairpins.
Ben Bennyworth's had a tough start again as well. He's there in the red and blue suit, down in 14th place. Had to retire from the first of his heats. He's now looking down the inside. Ojalo Aguila's there, our BIKC Super Heavyweight champion. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Alcock and Wildman out front. Another big race in the Super Heavyweight competition. Bill Taylor still there in 3rd place. Bill kind of just had to go for it today.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Wasn't the best race for Lee Henderson, his rival, in his first heat of the day, but then again that was his lowest starting position on the grid, as that looked to me like Dave Pethers putting a move on Luke Pullen ahead. So that might be a change for 4th place there. Here's your leaders, Chris Alcott, Matt Warman, and you could just see Bill Taylor pulling onto the back straight behind them. This is this underlines the point of how, you know, Chris Alcock switched from lightweights to heavyweights midway through the season. Bit of a disruptor potentially today in some of these championship battles still to be decided. Dave Pethers confirmed ahead of Luke Pullen, so that was a change for 4th place. Tim Hill as well did get by on David Jarvis. We saw that battle going through turn 4 in the early part of the lap. Here is Alcock though turning into the hairpins. Matt Warman, he'd like the win, he'd like the points, but I think he's just biding his time at the moment, giving himself some space to breathe and have a think about where he wants to attempt to make a move here for the lead of this race. Bill Taylor, I'm sure, quite happy to sort of sit in 3rd place and see if the race comes to him at all. Having a bit of a quiet one now, being 2 seconds behind these two, 2 seconds ahead of Pethers. Going to be interesting to keep an eye on Dave Pethers' pace though, because he was lightning quick in his first heat of today.
So the interesting thing that I'm looking at the moment, Howard, Bill Taylor, 3rd place at the moment. He's not got any drop scores to play with. He's used all of them through competing 8 of the 11 rounds. Different situation to Lee Henderson, but with these kind of performances, Bill Taylor is taking chunks out of Lee Henderson's lead. Lee's in one of those weird situations that you get to at the end of the season. It's like, okay, well, I've got like my baseline score, and if I get like a 5th here or a 4th there, and I can improve it, but he's not necessarily getting the full points complement. It's not like simple points of like a Formula 1 race win plus 25 points. He's getting like half of that, whereas Bill, because he's not been at all the rounds, he is getting the full complement in his calculation. So this is putting a bit of pressure on Lee Henderson now in his next race, because I've currently got Bill Taylor now sitting on 1,061 points. Lee Henderson, as it stands before he's taken out to the track, 1,066. It's down to 5 points. So this is going to be a very intriguing day. As down the inside, looks like it's Hollinshead on Bennyworth. Bennyworth will do the switchback. This is over 10th position.
Absolutely into turn 4, and Bennyworth's going to hold on around the outside of there, so nicely done. Hollinshead's going to have another look here down the inside. I've liked the way that Hollinshead's driven this season. I think he's had a very strong debut.
Yep.
He's one of our Class 3 runners. Not as... we saw a lot of Class 3 runners in the lightweights this morning. Slightly smaller ranks than them in the heavyweights, but still nice, healthy numbers. Great to see drivers coming along and trying their hand at Club 100 for the first time. And of course, there's much discussion of that with this being the last round. There is the 2022 calendar, provisional until the 31st of December, but it has been announced, and registration for that will be open before the end of this month. Head over to club100.co.uk to find out details about that. If you're looking at this and going, yeah, I fancy a piece of that, and why wouldn't you? Head on over there, give the office a call if you've got some questions. There's also an active Facebook community behind Club 100 as well. Plenty of ways for you to get involved.
Just looking at Matt Whilton there, you'll need to help me again, mate. What did Matt Whilton do in heat number 1? Because he's obviously still trying to hold off Adam Wright here for 3rd in the championship. Can't take 2nd away from Anwar.
He was 4th.
He was 4th. Okay, I can ask the same question for Adam Wright, how he did, as we are now on the last lap. Chris Alcock, who made the switch to heavyweights midway through the year.
He was 5th once the penalties were applied for track limit violations.
Okay, well, that was good news for Matt in that case. And this is another solid run for Matt behind Chris Alcock there. I really have to say I've been very impressed with Matt Whilton this season. I remember racing him in the Endurance 60-minute challenge last year. He's a very nice guy, very respectful racer, and seeing him do so well this year has been a pleasure. But Chris Alcock's going to come around the final couple of corners, take heat number 5. A really good run there from Chris Alcock. 2nd place and more strong points for Matt Whilton as he closes in on 3rd in the championship. Bill Taylor takes a big 3rd place overall and a huge heap of points in his super heavyweight campaign. Dave Pethers 4th, 5th for Tim Hill, 6th for Luke Pullen. David Jarvis 7th, Lawrence Chair, Richard Newton, Ben Benny with his top 10. Daniel Hollinshead was top C3. Sorry, no, Chair was top C3. Hollinshead, Arguelles, Debris, Naris, Jones and Templey. That's your 16 runners there in Heat 5. We'll take a short break as Heat 6 are heading out on circuit now. Very quick grid. Jonathan Ellington, Miguel Hall on the front row, Mikey Nichols, Luke Ridd, row 2, Adam Wright and Kevin Coombs on row 3. Richard Masters and Joe Holmes go from row 4, Simon Cabinet and Francesco Volpe on row 5, Vinod Hirani and Matthew Batter on row 6, Tom Stalker and Stephen Hullock on row 7. Jaden Cadigan completes the 15 kart field.
Well time, mate. Looks like we are good for... We go around again. Oh, badly timed, mate. No, what are you playing at?
Adam Wright in this race, as I say, was classified 5th in his first one. Needs to respond, I feel, to that 2nd place for Adam for Matt Whilton. So as it stands, Matt Whilton on 1,322 points, counting. Adam Wright by comparison 1,315, but he can improve that in this next race.
Overcast conditions here at the circuit. Thankfully it's fairly mild for a mid-November afternoon, which means that did Joe Holmes go for a... Joe Holmes was out of position. It means that bringing the tyres up to temperature isn't quite such a concern. It's probably the best grip conditions that we've had all weekend at this point for our heavyweights. Nevertheless, there are surface changes around this circuit. See one quite clearly there in the back of shot in the mid-sector, and it does change slightly the grip profile here. We're ready though for heat number 6. We're halfway through our heavyweight heat after this one. The 31 of Jonathan Elliott with Miguel Hall alongside. Away we go then for heat number 6. Immediately look for Mikey Nichols in the 64 going for 2nd place. Yes, he does. Adam Wright's going to go for it as well. And there is Miguel Hall getting the treatment that has been all too common for 2nd on the grid, unfortunately, today. Getting ousted out onto the curb. It is a difficult gig to be starting from 2nd, but it's been to the benefit of Adam Wright, who's immediately got himself up into 2nd place here and needs to start securing these big points finishes, because he's just seen Matt Whilton have a very decent 2nd heat in his campaign. Coming onto the back straight, still Jonathan Elliott in the lead, Adam Wright, and then it's Mikey Nichols, Lewis Ridd there, and Joe Holmes rounding out your top 5.
Quick note on Jonathan Elliott's: there was a slim but a possibility mathematically that he could have still taken the C2 title. With that win for Richard Allen in his first heat, that chance is now gone. Yeah. So Jonathan Elliott is purely racing now for today. His championship campaign is done, but he's started this heat very well. Nice lead there over Adam Wright. Down the inside, Richard Masterson goes Simon Cabinet. That was a nice move for 6th place. Francesco Volpe is trying to go through as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Volpe following on from that very good first heat to the day. There's the 63 of Kevin Coombs as well. This time trying to work his way up the order, having started from pole in that first heat of his earlier on. Jonathan Elliott still leads them though. It's top 5 just breaking away slightly here. Elliott, Wright, Nichols, Rydd and Holmes around this fast final sector of Bayford Meadows, now fully up to speed in these dry conditions through the chicane. I do quite like that chicane. It's difficult, but it's also, I don't know, just psychologically it's like, yeah, let's take on this next lap. There's something about it. It's because you bring it to a sharp stop and sort of turn it on a dime, as it were. Joe Holmes by on Lewis Rydd in the last part of that previous lap. Also Francesco Volpe past Simon Kavanagh, and Kevin Coombs past Miguel Hall. It's a frustrating one for Hall as Holmes goes down the inside of Mikey Nichols there and takes third place. Nicely judged. Joe Holmes is just picking them off, just pecking. He's very frugally making moves here, getting himself up into third place. Already confirmed as our champion for this year. As we've said, that makes it his 5th successive title at the sharp end of Club 100 sprint racing in the UK.
I mean, Joe will be recognising from the lightweights this morning, grid position for the A final around this place is huge, and to get a good grid position you've got to be clean through the heat. So, okay, you may not take, it's not about winning a heat and being 5 seconds out ahead of everybody else. You know, if you can get your seconds and your thirds, as we saw from Daz Till this morning in the lightweights, get yourself a good grid slot for the final. You can work from there, whereas throwing it down the inside, getting a penalty, making a mistake, it's not pushing yourself further down the grid. It's very, very hard to recover from there when you're in an A final, because this place is so difficult to overtake around.
Yeah, absolutely. Miguel Hall back past Kevin Coombs recently. Matthew Batter as well getting by Vidon Harani. That's over 11th place. So a few battles going on throughout this field. Still Jonathan Elliott leads though. 0.3 of a second ahead of Adam Wright, who's coming under increasing pressure here from Joe Holmes. If you're Adam Wright, you want all the points you can get. You don't want to be giving points away, even if it's to somebody with whom you're no longer really fighting in the championship. Very consistent driver is Adam Wright. He's been featuring, I mean, he's got that number 3 in his car for a reason. He's always there or thereabouts in the championship. As Joe Holmes fires one down the inside nonetheless of hairpin number 2. And demotes Adam Wright down to third place. And it's all denying Adam a few more points in his battle against Matt Wildman for third in the championship.
So as things stand, it would be 5 points the difference between Wildman and Wright after the second rotation of heats.
Which I want to say replicates the situation they came into today.
Yep.
In other words, it's still a bit of a stalemate. But there's the change for second place confirmed. Fastest lap of the race from Joe Holmes, a 54.9. Now starting to apply pressure to Jonathan Elliott. Jonathan Elliott himself, former champion in heavyweights under the old format, I want to say, when we had the invitational classes above. And there's Joe Holmes looking for a move, but that's going to open the door for Adam Wright, I think. Wright sensed the opportunity there and went, well, if you're going to take a swoop in wide line to try and set up a move on the leader, I'll just go for second, but it didn't quite pay off, and it stays as they were.
I believe what I saw there. That was almost a mistake from Joe Holmes.
I know.
1 minute 45 to go on the clock. Jonathan Elliott still leads. Down the inside goes Holmes. What a big move that is. If he makes that work, he's still got the inside line as they go towards turn 2. Now they'll be braking already for turn 3. And what a move that is from Joe Holmes. Adam Wright's trying to fight through as well. Had his nose ahead for a smidge of a second there for second place, but Jonathan Elliott fights back beautifully and holds on to second place.
Bit of a present for Mikey Nichols though, because it puts him right onto the back of these 3 as well. So that's 4 karts at the head of the field, but the first of those karts, Joe Holmes, he wouldn't put money against him pulling away from them now, such as his pace around here. Part of the G3 Pro squad who took an extremely tight victory in yesterday's endurance race here, actually. What was the gap? Was it a 10th at the line?
Possibly
Between...
it was the length of a Club 100 kart.
It was, yes.
From where I was sat on the track at that point.
Yeah.
Elliott defensive into turn 1, right just behind, and Mikey Nichols continues to have this really strong run there in 4th place. Kevin Coombs, I can tell you, has got past Simon Kavanagh for 9th place.
Oh, and there's Adam Wright with the opportunity down the inside of hairpin 1. I thought that Elliott was going to cover that more, but he didn't. He's allowed Adam Wright through and allows Mikey Nichols, what a move, to just swoop in opportunistically and take both of them through hairpin 1. All changed then on this last lap in many ways. Joe Holmes just going to bring it home, but there, Nichols has allowed the door open, has he? Is allowed enough for a crowbar to be stuck in it and prise it open. Adam Wright is trying, but he couldn't make it work. And now Lewis Ridd is getting involved with Jonathan Elliott for 4th place. Joe Holmes swoops around this corner. Somehow Jonathan Elliott held off Lewis Ridd there. It's going to be Joe Holmes who takes the win. Mikey Nichols, what a lovely move there to take 2nd place. Adam Wright 3rd, and then a drag to the line there, which is won by Jonathan Elliott just for 4th place ahead of Lewis Ridd. Francesco Volpe finishes strongly in 6th. Then it's Richard Masterson, Miguel Hall, Kevin Coombs and Simon Kavanagh. Matthew Batter, the highest place of the Class 3 runners, in 11th. Then it's Vinod Hirani, Tom Stalker, Jaden Cadigan and Stephen Hullock for heat number 6. We're halfway through our heats. Heat 7 is next here at Bayford Meadows.
Lee Henderson starts on pole position for Heat 7. Harry Melvin alongside him on the front row. Andrew Cherry and Steve Lindley will be on row 2. Darryl Lowe and Mike Bunner on row 3. Richard Allen and Alex Pritchard side by side. The C2 battlers on row 4. Paul Williams and Anthony Ridd on row number 5. Andrew Hicks, Matt Griffiths, David Wilson and Bradley Porter complete the 14 karts in this field. Big start this for Lee Henderson. Needs a good result for super heavyweight. He swooped around the outside. There's a bit of contact in the middle as Mike Bodner spins off towards the back of the field.
Yeah, I can see right in the middle of this pack though, Alex Pritchard and Richard Allen doing battle immediately here, Andrew, and Alex Pritchard has got back through because Richard Allen was out wide at turn number 2. So it's Pritchard up to 2nd place. Lee Henderson in 1st, and there is Richard Allen down the inside of Alex Pritchard. This is the battle for 2nd in the championship. Right there in front of you, in the flesh, in the metal, as it were. As they come onto the back straight, they're still side by side, are Allen and Pritchard. They do not want to give this up. You can see how much this means to Pritchard, but Allen is going to be down the inside at turn number 8, and he's going to take 2nd place for the moment from Alex Pritchard. Lee Henderson still holding on to the lead of this one, but this is a event, and Richard Allen raises his arm to go, "What you doing trying down there, mate?" This is going to be interesting stuff, I think, for the whole of this race, potentially, between these two. But as they come around to finish this first lap of the race, Lee Henderson leads ahead of Richard Allen, Alex Pritchard, Darryl Lowe and Anthony Ridd, your top 5.
I think it's raining out there.
It is raining out there.
The lap times have completely dropped off.
So this is going to be now, and here's Richard Allen going for the lead on Lee Henderson, and that's down the inside of turn number 4. Yeah, raining indeed here. Wasn't forecast, or was forecast as having a low percentage chance, perhaps we should say more accurately. But yeah, okay, this could add a whole new factor because, Andrew, the corners in the last sector here in particular, where you're putting so much faith into the grip levels,
yeah,
you don't want the grip to be getting worse.
No.
We've had situations this weekend where it's been getting better on a drying track. We've not yet had this as Darryl Lowe and Anthony Ridd go side by side into turn 8, as Alex Pritchard and Lee Henderson go side by side because Richard Allen's got through. Alex knows he's got to get through on Lee Henderson here and take the fight to his championship rival in the Class 2 standings.
Lee Henderson on the same part, though, this is a huge opportunity for him. What happens in the wet conditions? You get a lot of field spread. He's got a good track position at the moment there in P2. If he can hold on for it and say finish in the top 5, that would be a massive step forward for him in his super heavyweights battle. He's going to have the challenge of Alex Pritchard there. Alex Pritchard tries to slip it down the inside into turn 3. Will Henderson have the run off of turn 4? Yes, he will, and he holds on to that 2nd place. Here comes Ridd down the inside. Darryl Lowe is in there as well in the sky blue and yellow helmet with the chrome.
I thought Anthony Ridd was going to end up in a tyre barrier there as Alex Pritchard went to the outside. I didn't know if he knew that they were going basically 3 wide heading into turn number 2. This is destroying any intentions that Alex Pritchard had, though, of getting onto the back of Richard Allen, who's strolling out front at the moment, but he's got through on Anthony Ridd into turn 8, at least as Alex Pritchard. So it's Pritchard back up into third place now behind Lee Henderson.
1 point lead for Alan before this race. At the moment, it's 3 points with one heat and the final to go. There he is, hopping along down the pit straight. 4 minutes to go, and still Lee Henderson holds on to second place. But now the risk, Howard, is that the field is not spreading out. It's closing up. It's bunching up. Pritchard's underneath again. I think this time he is going to have second place, but the door's going to be open now for each and everybody to come through past Lee Henderson. He's got to hold himself up the front. He's fighting. He's lost third place to Ridd, but he's held to fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. And the rain must have abated because lap times are tumbling now. 57.8, the fastest lap of the race. But yeah, it was costly for Henderson. He was just in that. Once you get on the outside of 2, 3 and 4, it's so hard to hold, you know, keep your elbows out. But Lee Henderson did an admirable job there. Harry Melvin here under pressure from Andrew Hicks as well, who's having a good drive in this one. Highest place your Class 3 runners in 7th at the moment. Alex Pritchard, though, goes through turn number 10. And now the question is going to be, can Alex Pritchard do anything about Richard Allen? It's hard to think that he can, because it's 4.7 seconds up the road. Darrell Lowe goes defensive against Harry Melvin, heading into turn number 1. This is over 5th place. There's Pritchard in the 77. Then it's Anthony Ridd in the 68. That's 2nd and 3rd. And then it is the 13 of Lee Henderson with the blue helmet there with the high-vis yellow, going a bit defensive against Darrell Lowe. And there is the 44 of Mike Bodner coming in on Harry Melvin.
That shows you how crackers this race is. Mike Bodner was facing the wrong way at turn 1.
Yeah, my head was thinking, is he a lap down or something? No, he's there. Not quite sure how that's happened, but he's very much there, isn't he?
Yeah. I think that was the thing, that the pace of the front group was so slow as they were all negotiating each other, that Bodner has been able to catch back up, and he's such an experienced driver as well. He's been able to pick his way through the field, and he fully deserves this 7th place at the moment.
The rain has melted away. We're basically back up to dry lap times now. 55.8 set by Richard Allen. A bit more pace to find maybe out there, but that's pretty much back up to normal conditions. But it's 5 seconds the gap now. Alex Pritchard just got caught in these battles for too long. You can see the gap there on your screens, and it's going to be difficult now for Alex. Anthony Ridd there in 3rd place, not too far behind though. It's crucial that Pritchard doesn't let him through. Here is Steve Lindley doing battle with Andrew Hicks as they go through the hairpins. But it is crucial for Alex Pritchard. All right, if he can't catch up and pass Richard Allen, he's got to maximise the points he can get. As Harry Melvin's having a bit of a look at Mike Bodner into turn number 8, but can't find a way through.
Lee Henderson digging really deep here, Howard, holding on to that 4th place. As things stand, that would mean his lead over Bill Taylor in the Super Heavyweights Championship is 10 points with 2 races to go. The big thing, though, is that one of those races is the final. The final is where the biggest share, I should say, of the points is. Winning one of these heats, 20 points. Winning a final, 130. It is all set up towards that longer format. It's Darrell Lowe challenging Lee Henderson now. Darrell Lowe's got a nose down the inside into the first hairpin. I think he's going to have this move done. Yes, he is. So that's 4th place for Lowe, but Henderson's not giving it up, trying to fight back there.
This is crucial as well. Anthony Ridd challenging Alex Pritchard here, Andrew, and he is through.
Yep.
Ridd is through on Pritchard, so that's doing favour than there. You can see how frustrated Henderson is, but it's crucial that he keeps the focus here because Mike Bodner's getting through as well. And Lee Henderson needs to try and maximise his points here, but that's costly for Pritchard. As I say, okay, maybe you can't catch up onto the back of Richard Allen, who's just coming around now to start the last lap, but he's got to maximise his points. You've got to think that Pritchard, I mean, it's all or nothing, but the Class 2 Championship is potentially slipping away here from Pritchard. He's got to try and get by an Anthony Ridd, and he knows it. Tries to tuck underneath, but Ridd is going to go super defensive here. Ridd's got nothing to lose. Down the inside, though, at 3, though. Great move by Pritchard, but does it compromise both of them too much? Darrell Lowe is coming along for the party. He's going to try and go around the outside. Pritchard will go defensive into hairpin number 1, and he's going to be able to just about hang on to that one. This is nip and tuck stuff for Alex Pritchard in his effort to try and take the Class 2 victory here. Darrell Lowe, Mike Bodner's now having a go at Anthony Ridd as well, but he's going to go outside the track limit. It's going to be interesting to see how they climb the course. They're leaning on each other. Look at the 67 of Harry Melvin. Ridd is on the back of Mike Bodner. Oh my goodness me, that was a dramatic moment there. Richard Allen is going to come through the chicane to take the win in heat number 7. I would not want to lose steering in the middle of turn 8 at Bayford. The 77 of Alex Pritchard is going to hang on for second place. It's Darrell Lowe ahead of Harry Melvin, Steve Lindley, Lee Henderson. How did Harry Melvin manage to come out in fourth after all of that? He was being steered into the grass by the three of them leaning on each other. We're going to watch this here. Look at this. So Bodner's coming back onto the track. The 68 is Anthony Ridd. And Melvin's there just going, what have I got to do here? And it just, you lose all the steering and it just pushes the two of them off. Dramatic stuff there. It was Lindley, Henderson in 6th in the end there. Andrew Hicks, good drive for him. Class 3 runner in 7th. Paul Williams, Bradley Porter, Mike Bodner round out your top 10. Next up is heat number 8 here at Bayford Meadows.
Back at Bayford Meadows, here's your grid for heat number 8. Bradley Shears has pole position. The Boz, Steve Bosley, is alongside on the front row. Anwar Barul Smith and George Boothby are on row 2. Jason Bear and Tim Williams on row 3. Richard Lavender and Kieran Chigsey on row 4. Jordan Salter and Tom Fuller is your top 10. We're ready to go though. Away we do go. Bradley Shears on the left of your screen takes us from pole position. Anwar Barul Smith is already up to P2. Steve Bosley a little bit slow off the line there. All of these drivers won't have experienced the slight damp conditions out there. Let's see what happens into turn 3.
No, I actually quite like that approach from Steve Bosley. If you think you're going to get hung out to dry in second place, just hang back and get he actually got a switch back on Anwar out of turn 1. Tim Williams and Kieran Chigsey there slotting into 4th and 5th respectively. As Steve Bosley is going to therefore, I mean, it is an interesting thing of some of the races. You know, for these drivers for whom second place is their highest grid position of the day, this is actually quite costly here. Steve Bosley's going to try round the outside of Bradley Shears. That's going to be an interesting one. It's not going to pay off, but he has got by an hour. Yes, it is going to pay off. Steve Bosley is to the front of the field. What a lovely little exchange here. And this, I'm going to submit that this is the first person we've seen start second on the grid to end lap number 1 in the lead.
This is 500 IQ racing from Steve Bosley there. I love it. Across start, finish, end of lap 1. Steve Bosley leads, Anwar Barul Smith P2, and Kieran Chigsey's had a good start here. Can't win the super heavyweights title anymore as Barul Smith goes to the front.
I think Bosley gestured to let him through, and I don't know if that's because he felt that he had defended by way of contact, or he just thinks
it's the high level strat.
I'm not going to let my time be wasted battling with you, Anwar. You can go up the road, and I will worry about. I mean, where is Steve Bosley in
Steve Bosley is racing in a dimension beyond anything any of us can understand. Do not question the man known as Boss.
I wouldn't dream it. I mean, he comes into today tied on points with Jordan Salter in the championship. Our higher placed Class 2 runners. But yeah, I daren't question. He's here defending against Kieran Chigsey right now. Heading into the chicane. Tim Williams behind them as well. Back of his heat win earlier on. Chigsey having a look here, but yeah, brilliant stuff. Right, Jordan Salter gets past on Jason Bear. And Luke Phillips has just got by on Samuel Bensley and Christian Hughes as well.
TLW for Anwar.
It is.
Tim Williams up there again. I see Howard had a very good first heat in the number 96.
Yep.
4th in the early stages of this one.
Absolutely. Tom Fuller as well there in the 163, putting pressure on Richard Lavender. In fact, here he is down the inside at turn number 8. It goes Tom Fuller. Nicely done move. Becoming a bit of a textbook move here around Bayford Meadows. As Tim Williams starts to put pressure onto the back of Kieran Chigsey. And Fuller and Lavender head into the chicane. Fastest lap of the race from Anwar Barul Smith. Steve Bosley, 1.8 seconds back. Here's Tim Williams. Oh, Tim Williams using all the banking. And that can't stand. That's a bit, yeah, Chigsey coming back through. To my mind, that was gaining a bit of an advantage by using the curb, but I'm not in the position that makes that decision. And Tom Fuller's gone down the inside anyway, so now he can't give the position back.
Yep.
So what's done is done. Tim Williams in 3rd place behind Steve Bosley.
That's some really good driving from Tom Fuller to read that in this instance and go, oh yeah, if I can tripping over one another, trying to be stewards and drivers at the same time, I'll take advantage of this.
Yep.
Gain the position.
there is a bit, I know you can't, they're looking at the track limits, but there's a bit of me that wishes you could use that curving on the races. It looks a lot of fun because of how it's banked towards the circuit. Do a bit of oval racing in your Club 100 kart. Oh, that was the moment for Bradley Shears there.
Yeah, just climbing on the top of Richard Lavender's bumper. The bumper's doing their job. I know it's been a while since we've had this shape of Club 100 kart, but that's the kind of thing that you used to see, a bit of a climb over situation that we don't nowadays in Club 100.
No, always looking for the improvements. Are they at Club 100 with these karts?
After next week's BUKC qualifiers, the work won't be over for the Club 100 staff, who are just a stone's throw away from us here at Bayford Meadows. There's a bump and pass penalty for Bradley Shears for what's been going on out there, but new engines for next year.
Yep.
For the fleet, which makes everyone smile.
It does indeed.
2 minutes 10 seconds to go. Anwar Barul Smith, your leader. 4.2 seconds is his lead over Steve Bosley and here Tim Williams. Tim Williams looking down the inside. Can't get the move done though.
A few movers and shakers on the last lap. Andrew Bradley Shears got past Richard Lavender. That was for 6th place. And Luke Phillips and Samuel Bensley, 2 Class 3 drivers making hay, getting past Jason Bear and Jordan Salter respectively. So a few moves on that last lap.
Another question for you. Richard Newton, how did he do in his second heat? Because we're keeping an eye on this points battle that he's having with Kieran Chigsey. Kieran Chigsey still running in 5th place in this race. In fact, no, he's not. He's in 6th place now. No, sorry. No, he is in 5th place. Sorry. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th on your screen. It's been a long season, folks. There is your leader. We'll have 2 more laps to complete in this one. Steve Bosley, bit of a tap on the tyres there from Tom Fuller, and I think he knows that he made contact with the tyres, so that may be a warning or something greater coming in the direction of Tom Fuller. But Steve Bosley still doing a great job here, holding on to 2nd place, taking advantage of his higher grid slot in this 2nd rotation of the heavyweights. 1 more after this and then our finals. We do seem to be flying through the agenda today. Track limit warning for Jordan Salter in kart number 42. Salter currently running in 11th place. Down the inside goes Williams. Great move from Williams. Uses the grip that is available on that inside line, but Bosley's fighting back here and retakes the position. So Bosley back to 2nd, Williams 3rd, Fuller in 4th. Anwar Barul Smith sets the it goes us on to the last lap of this race. Can Bosley hold on? There he was. He was 9th, wasn't he? Heat number 5.
He was 9th in heat number 5, as I'm severely questioning the finding page function of this thing I'm using to browse the results. Anyway, yes, last lap indeed. Steve Bosley under attack here from Tim Williams, who's going to have a little look into hairpin 1, but Bosley shuts the door on him. Great racecraft that Bosley's shown so far in this one. Behind them, Tom Fuller and Kieran Chigsey are going for a little bit of a dance there. I thought that Tom Fuller was going to get turned round a bit there. Tom Fuller not too happy with that, but it's given a bit of a lifeline to the Boz. He's looking tidy now to come home in 2nd place, albeit some 7 seconds behind Anwar Barul Smith, who's coming around the final corner now. Anwar Barul Smith's going to take a comfortable victory here in heat number 8, but it is going to be Steve Bosley. Very impressive drive from the Boz, who takes 2nd place there, just at the line by a 10th ahead of Tim Williams. Tom Fuller is in 4th, then is Kieran Chigsey, highest place in the super heavyweights. Richard Lavender in 6th, 7th for Bradley Shears, Luke Phillips, Samuel Bensley and Jason Bear, with Luke Phillips being the highest place in Class 3 runners. That rounds out your top 10. There's Jordan Salter, Christian Hoos, Max Jameson, Benjamin Wotton and Paul Jameson, and my goodness me, there wasn't a lot of field spread because I couldn't keep up with them going across the line. But that was the end of your 2nd rotation of heats. Coming up next here at Bayford Meadows is heat number 9. Here's your grid then for heat number 9. Francesco Volpe starts this one from pole with Richard Newton alongside him. Tim Hill and Lewis Reed make up row number 2 with Harry Melvin and Lee Henderson on row 3. And it's Andrew Jerry and Dave Penn, Adam Wright and Darryl Lowe to round out your top 10. But we're already away and it's a good start from the pole side of the grid. It's a very good start from the pole side of the grid because Harry Melvin in 5th is going to take that. And still, unfortunately for Richard Newton, he gets hung out to dry. Now that could be very expensive for Newton there in his battles within super heavyweight ranks. Adam Wright and Lee Henderson battling away through 2, 3 and 4 there. Oh, it's just, oh, and Dayton Cadigan has got tangled at the back with, I want to say that might be Stephen Hullett, but we'll look to confirm that on timing as they come around.
It's all getting a bit pushy in the middle there.
It is. Richard Newton coming back out. Look at this little super heavyweight scrap here. Andrew Cherry, Lee Henderson, Richard Newton all together there in the middle of the pack. Meanwhile, Francesco Volpe under severe pressure now from Lewis Ridd at the front of the field, but Harry Melvin's trying to get involved as well in the white helmet and the black suit. He's going wide in 10, which allows Tim Hill to swoop back through into third place. There's a bit of a frantic feel to our heavyweights in the last few heats, I feel, and this heat is no exception. There are a lot of people with scores to optimise and perhaps scores to settle in the championship, or at least championship battles to settle, shall we say. Francesco Volpe leads though, but Lewis Ridd is right in his wheel tracks now. Look at this, Adam Wright knows he needs to move on up this field. Robust move there going through, and Harry Melvin for fourth place. Adam Wright up in the number 3 kart.
I mean, if you're one of those super heavyweights in particular, we talked about it 2 weeks ago at Lydd, getting into the A final as a super heavyweight is already, it's a big haul of points.
Yep.
You know, you're in a B final. Yes, you could be starting at the front of the B final, but if all goes wrong for you, you're going to be down in 20th or something, losing a stack of points. And I think that's what's on the mind of a number of the C2s and the super heavyweights. Same as we said with lightweights this morning, there's opportunities here to get into that top 24 qualifiers to automatically be in the A final, but it means that you've got to be very, very brave with your overtakes out there.
Absolutely. Here's Lewis Ridd though for the lead of the race. Oh, textbook move down the inside, but that's going to open the door for Volpe to get the switch back, and it's exactly as they started the lap. That was as simple as that. Textbook in both regards there for the move, but that's opened the door for Adam Wright, who goes down the inside of Lewis Ridd. And that's Adam Wright. Yeah, he's really taken this one by the scruff of the neck, hasn't he? Up into second place. Tim Hill trying for third place.
It is a thing with turn 1. You turn in, there's a good amount of grip, but then it drops away from you, I find, mid-corner. So I can see what the frustration was for it there. He's turned in, it's like, oh, this is great. And then he's got a sack of understeer.
There's 2 phases to turn 1, definitely. It's not, double apex is the wrong term, but because of the way that the pit entry goes off and the edge of the circuit starts to encroach, you've sort of got to start, it forces you to start an earlier turn in than you would otherwise choose to do for that apex.
Yeah.
So it forms this interesting sort of double phase corner, if you like. Francesco Volpe leads now, but now it's Adam Wright who's challenging Volpe for the lead. Volpe keeping it tight through turns 3 and 4.
From Adam Wright at the moment, I try and work together with Francesco
Yes.
Volpe to pull away, but now that was the, if you can hold on to it was the right decision. Big off.
Yeah,
is that turn down at turn 3?
Yeah, is that Newton and it's Newton and Cherry, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's Richard Newton and Andrew Cherry, by the looks of it. Lewis Ridd battling away with Tim Hill and Volpe here. Oh, wait, was that off? Was that down at 2? We think.
Yeah, turn 2, turn 3. I think that's where that was. But no, the reason why I like that move from Adam Wright, he'll have wanted to work with Volpe, but Volpe didn't want to work with him. So he's like, right, well, I've got to get by you then.
Yeah.
And move on up the order. So that was very, very good from Adam Wright. Here's Lewis Ridd trying the same move that he had to go out a few laps ago, and this time it does work. This time on Tim Hill for third place. I'm sure that was actually at turn 3 now, because it is Richard Newton and Andrew Cherry. Really, that's not good for Richard Newton in his fight for third place in super heavyweights.
Yeah, he's quite close with Kieran Chigsey, isn't he, going into today? So that's for third place in our super heavyweights. Adam Wright ducks his head, knows he wants to open a gap here to give himself a comfortable victory. Volpe there doing well to hold in second. Lewis Ridd, so much pace that Lewis Ridd has had this season. He's always one of those drivers, when I see him on a grid, it's like, yeah, he's going to be a challenge. He's going to be going to have some pace. He's going to be a difficult person to deal with, and yeah, in third place, putting the pressure on Volpe. Tim Hill.
Eagle-eyed amongst you will maybe have noticed there's a slight shine on the helmets now, because we will race into dark here tonight. Floodlights will go on. You'll get the end of the Club 100 season under the lights here at Bayford Meadows.
It's something that we don't see so much, Can we see a lot in when we cover? Oh, Dave Pethers down the inside of Darrell Lowe there into hairpin 1. But yeah, we see this sometimes when we give you coverage of the BUKC qualifiers in November. Something sounded wrong, yeah.
Like someone's brake disc was running out of alignment there.
It sounded like it was running out of tune. Yeah, Adam Wright comes out to finish lap number 6. But yeah, floodlights are on, in fact, are they, at the circuit now. So, yeah, Tim Hill's helmet is probably the best one for that. That silvery chrome reflecting the lights, that's going to be good as darkness falls. But yeah, it is a pleasure to be bringing stream coverage of the last round of a sprint championship. Not something that we've done ever in previous seasons. So yeah, great that we're able to show you this finale weekend to the season, and indeed we will be racing into the darkness here with our heavyweights and super heavyweights.
Talking super heavyweights, so Lee Henderson at the moment sitting on an 8th place. The good news, that's improving his score. The bad news, that is really opening the door now for Bill Taylor, because if Bill Taylor's to strike in, let's say, a 4th place again, it's cutting that lead down to 4 points. Oh, Tim Hill and Harry Melvin very, very close there to having an incident.
Yeah, on to the last lap we are, so it's now or never for these moves, but you'd probably pick never if the now was going off wide and going into the grass, but that was a close run thing there.
And the other opportunity that I think it gives to Bill Taylor, an 8th, 6th and 8th for Henderson, that'd probably be final territory. Bill Taylor currently with a 4th and a 3rd and a race to run. He's got an opportunity of getting in the A final. Yeah. And already consolidating a big amount of points even before he's turned a wheel in that A final. It really is putting the pressure on Henderson now as we are on the last lap. But here comes Adam Wright, who's also putting pressure on for the battle in 3rd place overall. Takes race victory. Volpe in 2nd, Rydd 3rd, Hill 4th. Harry Melvin wraps out the top 5. It's Pethers, Lowe, Bodner, Henderson. So in the end, it's P9 for Lee Henderson. 10th for Bradley Porter. Jaden Cadigan races well there to 11th place, 2nd in in C3. Bradley Porter was top C3. Andrew Hicks and Stephen Hullock, 12th and 13th. Last of those on the lead lap. Andrew Cherry and Richard Newton had that incident. Finished 14th and 15th.
Absolutely. That was, I think that was Adam Wright's 10th heat win of the season, if that's correct. Coming up next, speaking of which, is heat number 10 here at Bayford Meadows. Grid then for heat number 10, Vinod Hirani on pole with Anthony Rydd alongside. It'll be Joe Holmes and Steve Bosley on row number 2, Miguel Hall and Jonathan Elliott on row 3. Joel Arguelles and David Jarvis are your 4th row with Kevin Coombs and Richard Masterson rounding out the top 10. It's Leon Duprise and Lawrence Cheer rounding on row 6, and then row 7 to round out your 14 kart grid, Blake Temperley and Benjamin Wooten. And if they're going round again now after I've gone through that quick laugh,
He'll be storming out the box.
I will. Ah, no, we're fine. We're good. Well, they could still go around again. But here we go. We are trying to get through these grids quite quickly. There's lightning turnarounds here today by the Club 100 crew, making sure that we get a full race programme in today. Here we go then. Vinod Hirani will lead them away in the number 74 kart. But there is Joe Holmes. He's going to go to the inside from 3rd on the grid. And Anthony Rydd from 2nd on the grid is going to try around the outside. He's going to be all over the curb. And that's questionable that he's keeping his foot in it. But keep it in he does, and he leads them through into turn number 3.
Yeah, identified that Vinod Hirani was a little bit slow off the lights there, and there was going to be a chance to go around the outside.
Yeah, Hirani's dropping back, and that's Masterson round as well. That's all got a bit clumsy at the back. I think Blake Temperley involved as well.
Yeah, 3rd race, unfortunately, that Blake Temperley's come to blows at turn number 5 on lap number 1. 6.5 minutes to go. Holmes looking round the outside of Rydd here. There's a penalty for Anthony Rydd. Now I'm going to be interested to see what that is on timing. Is it going to be...
It's for a jump start.
It's for a jump start then. So crossed the line as Holmes gets into the lead. Miguel Hall follows through. So that will be... I mean, that'll be a bit of a slam dunk, really. Yeah. That Rydd will have broken the timing beam before Vinod Hirani did.
Yeah, now if memory serves correctly, it's 2 positions for every 2 positions deducted for every row that you're ahead. It'll be 1 because he jumped basically onto row 0, if you think of it that way.
Yep.
So 2 positions to be deducted for Anthony Ridd come the end of this race. As Jonathan Elliott goes down the inside of Kevin Coombs. That's for 6th place in hairpin 1. And so coming onto the back straight. Joe Holmes starting to pull away here. As further back, Vinod Hirani is defending against Lawrence Cheer. Hirani has found this one difficult. He had a starting from pole, of course, but he just seemed to have a particularly poor drive off of the corners during that first lap. As coming round to finish the second lap of the race comes Joe Holmes. Steve Bosley there in 4th place, having a strong day so far. David Jarvis there in 5th place. And here's Miguel Hall.
Had a tougher run in the early parts of today. This would be a good booster for him. Could finish second on the grid and give him a shot of getting in the A final, I feel, with how the scores have been working out. Steve Bosley trying to find a way past Anthony Ridd. Anthony Ridd's job now is to try and keep himself as far up the order as possible, reduce the impact of the penalty. He's going to go back 2 places no matter what. If he can hold in the top 5 once that penalty has been applied, that would be good.
Cheer did get past Vinod Hirani in the end, and there's some movements further back as well. Blake Temperley and Richard Masterson getting by on Leon Dupreez as they both do a bit of a recovery drive after that. And who was that off in the chicane? That was the 172. I think that's Leon Dupreez in the wall there, now recovering. But that was a bit of a heart in the mouth moment for him, as there was a move. It was the attempt from Benjamin Wotton, I want to say. But that led to Dupreez going into the wall at the chicane, and yeah, that was a blink and you missed it one. I think you were wondering what we were going on about for a second.
I was just looking over at this at the SOD, and suddenly we were getting very excited. But you were right, mate, because Benjamin Wotton has received a takeout penalty for his part in that incident.
Absolutely. That is David Jarvis starting to come under sustained pressure from Jonathan Elliott. It's in the battle over 5th place. Here they are. Number 116 versus the number 31. Jonathan Elliott having a strong finish here to his season, I think. As Andrew was saying, his mathematical chances of Class 2 honours have slipped away, but well, he's having a strong day nonetheless, securing his 3rd place in those standings. Potentially, so I imagine there's a chance for him to take second. He's going to go down the inside of David Jarvis either way here. But Jarvis is going to try and switch back, but I think that's going to be job done for Jonathan Elliott. Yes, it is. And the number 31 moves up to 5th place.
Sorry, was that a question on
can he mathematically still take second within Class 2, I suppose, was the question?
No, he can't.
Okay, he's out for the count on that one. Okay, fine. So 3rd in Class 2, but finishing strongly nonetheless here is Elliott. Joe Holmes sets a new fastest lap of the race, 54.611. Still setting impressive pace. He leads by 2.8 seconds over Miguel Hall, who in turn is 1.3 ahead of Anthony Ridd, still with that penalty hanging over him.
The other quite big thing in the scoring in Class 2, we'll go through more of this when we get to the final. Both Pritchard and Allen have good, currently being counted as drops, final scores, kind of in their back pocket.
Yes.
If their finals turn out to be a complete and utter mess, they're still going to score a good haul of points.
They're not hiring us to represent them, are they?
No, no. But it is something to bear in mind that, yeah, even if it's a bad run for Richard Allen, for example, it's still over to Alex Pritchard to have a really good final to overhaul the amount of points that Allen's got in his back pocket. So, as I say, we'll monitor that more as we go along. There's still this heat and 2 more to go. Points to decide as to who's going to get into those finals and which ones they're going to be.
One of the rules when floodlights come on in Club 100 karting is that you do have to have either a clear visor or you are allowed to have a yellow tinted visor.
Yes.
So it's very much like that effect you always get when they have the Singapore Grand Prix. We get to see the driver's eyes. You get to see the eyes of the drivers in the helmet as they're spotting their apexes and generally got their eyes on the rivals around them. There's always a nice little difference when you're watching the karting during sunset, twilight and into the darkness. Last lap though for Joe Holmes. 4 seconds to the good. Here's Steve Bosley, who's still within 6/10 of Anthony Rydd.
He's converted his positions on the grid really, really well across the course of these heats. All of these drivers up at the front end, in particular Anthony Rydd and Steve Bosley on your screen at the moment. Richard Masterson has got back past Blake Temple, who saw Masterson in trouble earlier on in this race. He's back into the top 10. And Joel Arguelles having a good run in this race as well. Is P9 at the moment, our BIKC Super Heavyweight champion.
Yes, indeed. Good stuff there. Joe Holmes, though, is going to come round the final corner here to take another win in a stellar season. Wins heat number 10. Miguel Hall is going to finish in second place. Rydd will finish third on the road, but has penalties to be applied. Steve Bosley finishes fourth with Jonathan Elliott in fifth. David Jarvis, your highest placed super heavyweight in this particular race, in sixth. Then it's Kevin Coombs. Lawrence Cheer, again your highest placed class 3, ahead of Richard Masterson in ninth. Joel Arguelles moves up to 10th on the last lap there. Blake Temple, Vinod Harani, Benjamin Wotton, and then it will be Leon Dupreez. Rounds out your 14 runners in heat number 10. Coming up next here at Bayford Meadows is round 11, heat 11. Let's take you through the grid then for this 11th heat. In our heavyweights, Paul Jameson, all Paul front row. Paul Jameson and Paul Williams on row 1, with Alex Pritchard and George Boothby on 2. Brad Jones and Chris Alcock on 3. Then it's Burrell Smith and Richard Allen, Jason Bear and Bill Taylor, Richard Lavender and Max Jameson, Sam Bensley, Daniel Hollinshead, Christian Hoos and David Wilson. And away we go, and it's a strong start from the pole side of the grid. Another race here where it's Pritchard versus Allen, and Pritchard knows it because he's gone straight for the lead of the race there. Paul Jameson was hung out to dry a little bit on the curbing there. This time it was the pole sitter who ended up out onto that curbing at turn 1, and it's immediately Pritchard versus Allen at the front. Two men on a mission here into hairpin number 1 as darkness falls over the circuit. It's going to be Richard Allen to the front, and that is who's that getting involved with them as well?
It's Boothby.
It is Boothby, I agree. Coming on to the back straight. No, it's not. It's Bill Taylor.
How's he got that far up the order?
Okay, a very impressive and fast start from Bill Taylor. Apologies to Boothby, who is in the mixed, definitely. But yeah, so it is Richard Allen, and all of us working out that that's allowed Chris Alcock to get up into second place. So it's Alcock.
Big clump of the tyres. I think that was Taylor. I think that was Bill Taylor hitting the tyres there. He's slow off of the chicane, and now Burrell Smith's going to go through.
Yep.
Well, in all the chaos there, this is an interesting situation now, because Richard Allen out front. What do the Applewood boys do here? Because on the one hand, Pritchard needs all the points, needs to be ahead.
Oh,
it's
Paul Williams
has
is
a half
round.
spin.
That looked a bit unforced to me.
Yeah,
that was very uncharacteristic.
If we get into this situation on the last lap, I can see Alcock and Pritchard switching, but if Chris Alcock can chase down Richard Allen and get in front of him, which, no offence to Alex, I don't think he quite has the pace to do that by himself today, because Richard Allen is just in such supreme form in the latter stage of the season as he hops over the curb. All hopping
He looks
over the curb.
confident, doesn't he?
And he checks over his shoulder.
Yeah, it's a good point, mate. It's a good point, but at the moment, neither of them have got the pace, because Richard Allen just set a 56.2. So
But at the moment, Richard Allen, I think I'm right to say, he's on 3 heat victories. He's on for pole position in the A final.
yeah,
That's how good a day he's having.
it's going to be tight between him and Joe Holmes, isn't it?
Yeah, Jones has got second versus first on his plate at the moment.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
Will Smith is still there. Cone penalty confirmed for Bill Taylor.
Right, we will have to assess how serious that is.
Oh, and Alex Pritchard, there you
the
go.
switch has been done. The switch has been done then.
Yep. Pritchard now ahead of Alcock. Alcock can still help. I mean, if you can do a bit of a bump draft on the right parts of the lap, that can help. He could also hold off the attentions of Anwar Burrell-Smith and allow Alex to focus solely on the job of reeling in Richard Allen. That's the other big thing that Alcott could do here. And he might as well. They're in the same class. Two Class 1 runners in this race are Chris Alcock and Anwar Burrell-Smith, who has just himself set the fastest lap of the race, 55.5.
Right, so in all of this, just confirm that Richard's not had any penalties, have he? He has got those two huge victories so far. So, as it would stand at the end of this race, if Allen finishes first, Burrell-Smith goes down the inside of Alcock, that is a big move for third place. It's 3 points at the minute. It's 3 points, Allen's advantage over Pritchard going into the final, if it stays like this. The crucial thing is, though, going back to those in your back pocket finals, Allen's is worth 3 more points than Pritchard, so effectively you can think of the lead as 6 points, not 3, 6 points. That's why it's so key for Pritchard to keep in this position, give himself as much of an opportunity as he can of overhauling that gap when we get into the A final. So I think it's pretty beyond doubt that both of them are going to be in the A final.
Yeah, but Burrell-Smith here isn't really. Well, he doesn't care. He doesn't need to care. He's just here racing, and Pritchard feels the need to go defensive into hairpin 1. But I'm afraid there's a sense of inevitability about this, because Burrell-Smith is the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment.
We just have a mention as well for Daniel Hollinshead. He's currently in 6th place, top of the C3s. A brilliant drive from Hollinshead. And there he is, just in the back of your shot.
Yep, very good point, mate. Driving very well at the moment. Alex Pritchard able to hold Anwar at bay. Be very useful for him if Chris Alcott could make a move on Anwar whilst Anwar is. I don't want to say held up, but whilst he's looking at Pritchard in front of him. As I say, Burrell-Smith is the fastest driver on the circuit up until he came onto the back of Alex, so that's what I'm trying to get at with my point. But if Chris Alcott can make a move here on Anwar, that would very much help his Applewood stablemate.
I mean, he's doing enough at the moment to distract Burrell-Smith and keep Burrell-Smith thinking about defending and not attacking. They have cruised back to Alex Pritchard in that number 77. Just to mention super heavyweight and what the situation is there. Bill Taylor has the cone penalty, so he is going to get dropped 1 position. So if he stays where he is, that's going to end up being 6th place. That would mean the gap between Henderson and Taylor going into the final is 5 points. 5 points in the advantage of Henderson, but that's where getting in the A final is going to be key.
Yes.
Because that's where the big points are on offer. The B final, you're always going to be limited by the number of points. As Anwar Burrell-Smith has a look at Alex Pritchard there, trying to find his way through for 2nd place.
At the moment, there's nowhere near enough attention being taken off of Pritchard in order for him to focus on the pace to in any way challenge Richard Allen at the front. It is all about keeping Anwar at bay at the moment.
See how hard Alex Pritchard is trying to make the chassis work there when he takes that very abrupt turn in to hairpin number, the first hairpin, turn number 5. Not long to go in this one. Richard Allen, you've got to think, barring a disaster, has got this race won. The crucial thing is, can Alex Pritchard hold on for 2nd place? In this trio, he's got the wrong man behind him. He needs his endurance stablemate, Chris Alcock there.
On to the last lap goes Richard Allen. Alex Pritchard looking over his shoulder, wants to check, wants to cover any attempt by Anwar for a move. And actually, it wasn't a strong first corner from Anwar. And he's actually himself going defensive against Chris Alcock there, is Anwar. Alcock doing a good job here of hounding Burrell-Smith, doing a bit of a favour for Alex. Further back, Jason Baird, Max Jameson having a good battle. They've just got by David Wilson. And Christian Hughes as well, getting by on Brad Jones. That's for 13th place. Here's your leader. Just got to bring this one home now. And here is the man who would like to take the Class 2 championship at the end of the day. But he's now got a little bit of an upward struggle to do so. And there is Anwar Burrell-Smith with a bold move down the inside of turn number 9. And he's keeping his foot in it. And who's going to keep this one together through turn 10? Pritchard has to keep his foot in. It's so close to track limits. Burrell-Smith, it's going to be the win for Richard Allen. And oh my goodness, does Chris Alcock get out of the way for Alex Pritchard? He doesn't before the line. It's Allen ahead of Burrell-Smith. And then it's Alcock, then Pritchard. Bill Taylor in 5th, but with a cone penalty being applied. There's also Paul Williams battling away with Jason Bear. Drag race to the line there. Bill Taylor in 5th, Hollinshead in 6th. Good drive for one of our Class 3 runners there. Williams just holds on to 7th ahead of Bear by 16 thousandths of a second. Max Jameson in 9th. Then it was Samuel Bensley, Richard Lavender, David Wilson, Christian Hoos, Brad Jones and Paul Jameson. Well, stuff to digest there.
No team orders.
No team orders. But
It's
split seconds, there was so little time to... He didn't know that it was the kart behind him, to be fair, necessarily. We're already good for heat number 12 here at Bayford Meadows.
Ben Bennyworth on pole position then in kart number 37. Away we go for the last heat of the afternoon. Into turn 1 we all go. It's Simon Cavan who's running very wide. I don't think he was encouraged into that. That was just an alternative line through turn number 1. But Ben Bennyworth, he's had some rotten luck so far today, leads this race early on.
I don't think JV's going to be too keen if someone starts a Club 100 parkour scene here, but Kieran Chigsey challenging Steve Lindley in the mid-pack there as they go into hairpin number 1. And it was Tom Fuller as well who was on the exit curb of turn 1. I wonder if he's trying to let through. He's not happy about something, is Tom Fuller in the middle of this pack. Say he was all over the exit curb of turn number 1. Matt Wildman, though, challenging Ben Bennyworth here for the lead of the race. And this is important for him in his fight for 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, a bit of work for Matt Wildman to do. There's still a chance that Adam Wright could overhaul his points tally and take that 3rd place. So I think for Wildman, what's key is getting a good final grid slot. But he's challenging Ben Bennyworth here to go into turn number 1 and through it. Mikey Nichols having another strong run here, Howard.
Yeah,
been impressive today.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But that's the move for the lead. Matt Wildman ahead of Ben Bennyworth, up into the lead, and now Mikey Nichols wants a piece of that action and gets by on Ben Bennyworth as well. So Mikey Nichols up into 2nd place. Looks to me like Bradley Shears has won the exchange over 3rd place. Has he got himself? No, 4th place. No, I'll try again. 5th place, because it's Jordan Salter who's up there in 4th place. Another driver who's featured prominently in the Class 2 rankings this season. Through penultimate corner then, and Matt Wildman has got what every race leader wants: a bit of breathing space ahead of the rest of the field as he comes around to finish lap number 2 and sets a 58.4 to try and seal the deal. Lap time's dropping just a bit here as perhaps we enter the cooler conditions of the day, because it was okay, it wasn't a balmy day, was it? But it was a mild day by November standards, and it does mean we're getting a bit of a cold late autumn night descending here over Kent. Here's Steve Lindley battling hard with Kieran Chigsey behind, and that is that Luke Pullen, I think. Yep. He's got by on Pullen, and Pullen is now battling there, the 181 versus Kieran Chigsey, and there's Tom Fuller. Wow, opportunistic move there, and Tim Williams will follow through as well, so that was a costly moment there for Kieran Chigsey. Down, I think, to 10th place now.
C3 watch Luke Phillips had such a strong C3 season. He's leading once more in that category, ahead of Matt Griffiths. Marcus Neris, Tom Stalker and Matthew Batter out there as well, having a good run here. The whole field covered by less than 10 seconds at the moment. 4 minutes to go.
Yep.
Lindley confirmed as past Pullen, and here's everybody else. The number 83 of Luke Phillips passing through shot there.
Matt Griffiths there challenging Kieran Chigsey, as Bradley Shears here has a go at Jordan Salter but can't make the move stick. So it's Ben Bennyworth there in the 37 in 3rd, Jordan Salter in the 42 there with the white helmet and the blue suit. And he's going to go for a move on Ben Bennyworth is Salter, and gets the job done, up into 3rd place for the number 42. Good drive there from Jordan Salter, and gives the universal signal for let's work together here and get on up the road, see if we can't take the fight to Mikey Nichols. But we're going to have the work cut out now, because Nichols has got up to speed nicely here and is a good second and a half ahead of them, particularly after that little exchange that they had to swap positions.
Salter, as ever, he's been solid again. Whenever I've been seeing his name on the timing screen, it's been in, say, the top 6.
Yep.
Should see him through to the A final this evening here at Bayford Meadows.
Tom Fuller has fallen right to the back of the order, Andrew. I'm not sure what's happened to him there, but it's definitely been an issue there for Fuller. Keep your eyes peeled for any advantage by contact taken out penalties. Nothing coming out so far of that, but Fuller, unusually, to the back of the field.
If you're enjoying the coverage, 3 more races of this Club 100 sprint season to go this evening. Do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and shared the stream, liked the stream, shared it to your friends and family. Let folks know that we're watching and that we've got 3 very, very big and interesting finals coming up across the course of the rest of this evening after this race number 12. 2 minutes to go. Matt Wildman comfortably out front in this one at the moment by 3 seconds ahead of Mikey Nichols, and there, third place, Jordan Salter, kart number 42. It's battle for 4th between Ben Bennyworth and Bradley Shears.
If you are sat there going, oh, it's the final round of the Club 100 Sprint Championship for 2021, we share in your sadness. But there will be some more streamed action of Club 100 racing next weekend when the British Universities Karting Championship gets underway. Both Saturday and Sunday next weekend. Streamed coverage for you here with Alpha Live. And Double Dash Motorsport Media will be there for the commentary coverage as well, so do be sure to stay tuned for that. We've got one last little bit of Club 100 action to come your way here in 2021. Eyes, of course, set on next season. Details of next year's championship coming out. Head over to club100.co.uk for the details. Championship registration for 2022 is going live before the end of this month. Tom Fuller here challenging Steve Lindley.
Tim Williams.
Excuse me, Tim Williams.
Or is it Tom Fuller?
Hang on, let's try that again. Tim Williams there. I think it might be actually.
Yeah,
I think Tom Fuller's had some issues putting a lap down.
Shears down the inside of Bennyworth there for 4th place. There's Tim Williams, the teal green details on his lid. Matt Wildman, another superb race from Matt Wildman.
Yeah, gauntlet was thrown down by Adam Wright, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he's responded in his final heat of the day. Good drive here from Jordan Salter as well. As he's going to come through in 3rd, but it is Matt Wildman who takes the win. No, he doesn't take the win. He takes it on to the last lap. It's very close to the top. Darn it, I thought I'd make it through the whole day without it. Matt Wildman starts the last lap. You better take the win now, Matt. Steve, he didn't have a reason to win it before I said that, but now, my credibility's on the line. Lindley defending hard here. Again, is it a transponder issue for Fuller? It must be, because Fuller's only completed 3 laps here.
Yeah,
Fuller's had a transponder issue, so I would say that Tom Fuller is actually running in 7th place.
Yes.
And is battling away here with Steve Lindley in 6th. Frantic battle here for 6th place between Lindley, Fuller and Williams is going to get compromised, and that might allow Luke Phillips to come through. But Matt Wildman,
here he is,
as many would have anticipated, crosses the line to take the win in the final heat race of 2021 on our heavyweights. It'll be Mikey Nichols to come through to finish 2nd, Jordan Salter in 3rd, Bradley Shears in 4th, Ben Bennyworth in 5th, the highest of your super heavyweights in this one. Steve Lindley's going to just about hold on for 6th. Nice defensive driving there from Steve Lindley, has to be said. We're going to say Tom Fuller is actually in 7th, timing glitch on that one, but that will all be calculated post-race and he'll be given the correct positioning, I'm sure. There is Luke Phillips, Tim Williams, Kieran Chigsey would be in 10th with that timing glitch. Simon Kavanagh, Luke Pullen, Matt Griffiths, Marcus Narris, Tom Stalker and Matthew Batter.
Very good. Very good. Heat racing all done
we go.
Club 100 Sprints 2021. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary whilst Race Control officiate and finalise all the results, and we find out who's qualified for the CB and A finals. We'll be back very shortly here on your Alpha Live stream.
We're ready to go into the first of our finals here at Bayford Meadows. So here they are for the C final. Joel Arguelles will start this one from pole with Andrew Cherry alongside. Jaden Cadigan and Vinod Hirani are on row 2 with Christian Hoos and Marcus Naris on row 3. Row 4 is going to be David Wilson and Leon Dupreez. It'll be Tom Stalker and Benjamin Wootton rounding out your top 10 on this grid, with Blake Temperley and Stephen Hullock on row 6. Row 7 will be Paul Jameson and Brad Jones, and it will be George Boothby to round out this 15-kart grid. What's the crucial thing to look for in your C final? Well, it's that the top 4 get promoted up to the B final. So whilst it'd be lovely to have the win, there are the promotion spots on offer in this one. You join us in the midst of Andrew and I putting the finishing touches to our little championship table.
And I'm putting him under pressure.
So what bits of info are you after again?
I am after Mr. Henderson's scores. I assume he had an 8th, 6th and a 9th. Whilst he's doing that, what we can say, the C2 situation is as follows, that Richard Allen effectively is going into this last race with an 8-point lead. This will be the A final much later on. 8 points will be the advantage for Richard Allen over Alex Pritchard, and that's even if Richard were to fall off the road. One of his earlier finals in the season would come into his counting score, and he's got a good number in his back pocket, as we say, to rely on.
You said that Lee Henson had an 8th, 6th and a 9th. He had an 8th, 6th and an 8th.
That's okay. That's good news for Lee, and I'm going to ask you to do the same piece of homework for Mr. Bill Taylor and what he did. I've got a 4th, a 3rd and a 6th. But yeah, the floodlights are on here at Bayford Meadows. C final, B final and A final. All of them longer races, of course, 12 minutes in length. There will be a short practice session ahead of the A final as well. And as Howard's already mentioned, the job for the drivers in this C final coming up is to be in the top 4 come the end of the race, once all the results are checked over and drivers are weighed and all of that business, because that will mean there is a path for you through to the B final.
Your scoreline for Bill Taylor is correct.
4th, 3rd and 6th.
Correct.
Right. Now I'm going to ask you the other question. Can I have a sneaky peek at a B final grid?
You can.
I won't read it out for the ladies and gentlemen back home, because we don't want to spoil it.
Keep it a closely guarded secret. No one will know that they can go to results.alphatiming.co.uk and find it for themselves.
Absolutely. Okay. No, this is good. This is good news. This is good news. Can I have a look at the A final now?
He's getting
I'm
demanding.
very demanding at this stage of the season, folks, especially when my data's run out on the 4G. We'll have that fixed for next week. Okay. No, that's... I'm happy. I'm happy about this. Anyway, C final. Let's give it its due. We saw a really intriguing C final earlier on for...
saw an intriguing C and A final for the lightweights, indeed. But yeah, it was interesting for the C final. The dynamic of the top 4. We had some penalties coming into play for the top 4 as well. It's worth saying that if anybody picks up a 4-place penalty, the most common form of which comes by way of an ABC B and bump and pass penalty, that's an immediate 4 position. So if you get one of those, you're not qualifying to the B final. It has to be said.
You started going into Oxbrook team names there, didn't you? A, B, C, D, E,
I did a
F, G.
We got 126 teams next weekend, mate. We're gonna
each with 4 drivers each.
Yeah. Oh, can't wait. Can't wait. I would like a good night's sleep before that happens.
That's
though.
all right. That's okay.
But yeah. Yeah, the C final, the dynamics are important. You want to work together if you're in that top 4. You don't want... Every driver wants to win. You do get a little nice trophy for winning the C final, but if you're given a choice between that and holding station but making sure that you don't do coming in like as Sebastian Buemi might say.
Some
Coming in like
crazy guy.
some crazy guy. That might be a niche reference
That's a
for some
very niche
motorsport
reference.
fans.
I'm just noting, sorry, I know you've read the grid out already, Howard.
Yeah,
I was
that's fine.
distracted. I'm seeing a Bradley Shears in this C final.
Bradley Shears is at the back.
Ooh,
Of
what's
this
happened there then?
final.
Why is he at the back? I don't think he's had that bad
Let's
a run
have
through.
look
He had a
through.
DQ
That's
at
a
some
very
point.
good diplomatic way of masking the fact that you're asking me for another set of results, but
Mhm.
fine. What has happened?
We did see earlier with the C final, we saw Sam Morris drive through very well from, I want to say, the 5th row of the grid in lightweights. Got in that top 4, moved on, and had a chance to race again in the B final.
First heat looks good.
Yep. Plenty of experience.
Indeed. Bear with us, folks. We're just working it out. Same way the drivers really are working out. Do I start in front of you? What's our... You know, it's an important skill, getting used to getting used to rolling up in Club 100. Going for these rolling starts. As we look to get underway for the start. Just having a look through, still not seeing any reason why Shears should be towards the back of these. Well, he had a 5-place deduction in his second race, so that put him down to 12th. So he had a bump and pass penalty and a cone penalty in his second heat, so that was quite costly for him. And then I'm guessing something went a little bit awry in his third heat as well to put him towards the back of here. So he'll be a driver who'll be looking to make up some positions, because on balance he would expect, I think, to be moving on up and be higher placed than he currently is. Still stalling slightly to see if I can uncover what happened in his final heat.
That's
He's
all right.
excluded
Yes,
for being underweight. I
There we
thought
go.
there was being an exclusion along the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was a weigh-in at the end of heat number 12, and that's why we've had a slightly longer gap before heat number for the C final, excuse me. And yeah, excluded from his final heat.
We've got questions coming in. I'm going to need to see that A final grid again.
Okay, just
You
incidentally.
can tell it's the end of a season.
Okie dokie. Let's put up the A final grid for you, sir, here in
Thank
the
you.
comms box. Driver's getting ready, though. You can see Jaden Cadigan there in the number 45. Couple back from him is Vinod Hirani as well, who I think had a difficult time of it earlier today. We'll be looking to make up some places. And that's Marcus Naris there in between them. Jaden Cadigan starts second on this grid. And trying to work out if Christian Hoos is checking for rain or warming his hand off of... Well, he's not warming his hand off his engine because he just started it, but here we go. The darkness falling over the track then. For some of our drivers, I'm not sure how much driving they'll have done under floodlights. It is a slightly different kettle of fish. Spotting your apexes can be a little bit different, the way that the shadows can play as you're driving through the darkness. Just little bits and pieces that can make life that little bit harder to spot that apex or avoid that cone, or, you know, have your eye line through that last chicane, for example, is going to be a little bit different in these conditions. Just subtle differences as you're going around can make judgment calls that little bit harder, you know, when you're making these split-second decisions. We are going to go around again. Here we go then, the start of our last 3 races in the 2021 Club 100 Sprint Championship. As I said earlier, details of 2022 coming out over the next few weeks. Registration due to go live before the end of November. It's not just the Sprint Championships offered by Club 100. There's the The Sprint 60 Championships, there's the Endurance Championships, of which myself and Andrew are particular fans, being as we take part in that format. There's the Club 100 Experience Championship as well. Details of all of these and many more on the Club 100 website, club100.co.uk. Also check out Club 100 on Facebook. There's a live, a thriving community, that's the word I'm after, a thriving community on Facebook. So if you've got any questions, there is a good place to ask it. Or if you have any further questions, call the office and they'll be happy to help. Here we go then. Andrew Cherry is on pole for this one. Jaden Cadogan alongside. That's the 23 on the pole and the 45 Cadogan in that difficult spot. It's been difficult all day to start second. How's he going to do? He's going to actually get a very good start off the line and slot into second place as Hirani comes under pressure from Marcus Darris, but they're all going to push each other out wide, and there's a spin as well there from the 16 of Paul Jameson. So a little bit of a difficult start there, and I wonder, have the grip levels gone down as Jaden Cadogan's out onto the grass there at turn number 2. And yeah, look at this, it's cooled down massively out on track, and a bit of rain as well. Being given the universal symbol by Andrew for rain, and they're all squirming around trying to find the grip out there in the darkness as they're all working their way around for the first time. A voyage into the unknown, not had any warm-up laps, bear in mind. So it was a costly moment for Jaden Cadogan, and some other drivers went round as well, but it's Andrew Cherry, your pole sitter, who's been able to get on top of these conditions so far.
It's that fine rain that wets you. That's what it is out there. Just popped out to have a quick chat with our super heavyweight contenders, who are very tense. Very tense, imagine. But we'll come on to that later. As I say, 12 minutes is this final, 4 spots in the B final, and look out, and it will look bizarre to you back home. It's like, why are they all going so slowly? It is really, really fine rain, which then just sits on the top of the circuit. This is a circuit that's fairly low grip in the dry anyway. It'll be very challenging for the drivers out there, but it's Cherry, Shears, Naris and Hirani. That's the top 4.
Drivers who had an issue there, some kind of spin. I think Leon Dupree's had a difficult first lap. Brad Jones, Stephen Hullock, Paul Jameson we saw have the spin at turn number 1, and David Wilson as well. They've all had a bit of a drama at the start there. Jaden Cadogan recovered well enough back up to 8th, but it's still difficult. Let's look at the way that Vinod Hirani is having to work the steering wheel, and he just suddenly finds more grip. And this, we were mentioning surface changes around here, and this is where they come into play. You've got this slightly older surface. There's a spin there for Christian Hughes, I think that is, in the background. But you've got this surface here, you can see them on now. Particularly low grip on this slightly older surface, and then if we pan down here, you'll see they come over that line and onto a more grippy surface. Still slippery in these conditions, but there's more grip. And that's fine for this bit of the circuit where it's all that or all the other surface, but there are other corners where you'll see half the track will be in one surface, one form of tarmac, where basically they've filled in worn bits of tarmac around this circuit. You can see it on that corner that the outside is the older tarmac. Those are the difficult bits, because you'll get the point where you can turn in and you'll suddenly lose grip mid-corner because they've gone, well, we didn't need to replace that bit of tarmac. So here we go, and this is Bradley Shears challenging for the lead on Andrew Cherry as he transitions onto that kind of surface after the turning point of turn number 1. A nice move there puts Bradley Shears, who started at the back of the grid, into the lead of the race.
What a driver of the stature of Bradley Shears will be trying to, you can sense it from him. He's trying to lean forward a little bit into the corners, get that weight onto the front tyres, get them working harder. And see the drivers moving their body weight around in these conditions.
This isn't quite what I was expecting from us. If I didn't know that rain was going to come, it's given a completely different complexion to this race. So Andrew Cherry's just been passed by Bradley Shears. So Shears is in the lead, Cherry in second, Vinod Hirani there is in third, and the last of the promotion spots at the moment is Benjamin Wotton in the 172. But the field spread, Andrew, is quite pronounced in this race now, as drivers have at different rates come to terms with the conditions. But you can see the way that they're having to work the steering here. This corner in particular is going to feel clumsy as anything in these conditions, after previously it was a real throw the kart in, as they go through the chicane and onto another lap.
Just trying to see who down the order, maybe making a bit of a move back through the order. Christian Hughes, as we say, we saw him spin off, he's now in 13th place.
Well, 117.6 for Shears, 118.4 for Cherry. Down the inside of Jaden Cadigan there is Blake Temperley. He's had a tough day so far, but that's a good move from Temperley. 118.4 for Hirani, 195 for Wooden. So yeah, the top four are the four fastest drivers out there on circuit at the moment. It's good news for them. They'll continue to pull away.
Yeah, Marcus Neris, I think, might have had a bit of a spin or some issue last lap because he dropped down a fair way as Jaden Cadigan's trying to get back onto terms with Blake Temperley. Good little battle this over 6th place, but it's a difficult one, Andrew, because when you're daydreaming about racing a car, you don't generally think of these kind of fights because they feel really clumsy. It's like it is difficult to make these karts work around. Always slick tyres, come rain or shine, in Club 100. Bear in mind, so they're having to really work the steering to get that turn in, and then as soon as they do, they're having to counter steer for the oversteer, as is nicely demonstrated. Thank you, Blake. That was well timed with the demonstration there of counter steering against that. And you'll see again Jaden Cadigan there having to hack away at the steering basically to get the turn in.
Lap time's coming back down now. Bradley Shears did a 1:15.9. Now this is a real tester for the driver's skills. Who can find the pace quickest? We saw this from Reese Pope this morning in one of the earlier lightweight heats where the track was on the turn. He was very good at being able to find an extra second or two on each lap as he got up to speed with the track quicker. Was a bit braver perhaps. Blake Temperley confirmed as past Jaden Cadigan. Tom Stalker's having a good race here. He is on the screen. Kart's number 124.
He's currently in the worst position in some respects though, because he's at the moment set to be the the first of the non-qualifiers for the B, or first of the non-promotees, one should say, for the B final.
He's pulling away from Temperley, Cadigan, Jones behind. The gap that he needs to close in is 3.1 seconds to Benjamin Wooden with 6 minutes to go. So that's a good amount of time. Half a second a minute, and he'll close that up. Shears continues to lead. New fastest lap of the race has come in from Andrew Cherry, 1 minute 12.367. Benjamin Wooden is starting to close in on Hirani now. There's some good pace from Tom Stalker. Yep, this is not over yet for Tom Stalker, because if he can continue that pace, well, that differential of pace in relation to Vinod Hirani, there's going to be a chance here for Stalker to move through to the B.
Yep, absolutely. The chase very much is on here in the darkness at Bayford Meadows, where we've been treated to a whole host of different conditions.
It's a visor warning for Brad Jones. That will be that his visor is a little bit too open for race controls liking. It's like Lewis Hamilton's DRS. Except we haven't tried to push a go-no-go gauge through that. That's just a subjective assessment. Anyway, I'm going to move on from that.
I don't think the drivers thank us for shoving a go-no gauge thing through their helmets.
Now is Vinod Hirani, now with the attention of Benjamin Wooden. Now Benjamin does have a bit more pace than Hirani at this stage, and the lap times are dramatically coming down now. We've gone from a 1:14 last time around to a 1:05 this time for Bradley Shears. And Tom Stalker's closing in even more. That's another good lap from Tom Stalker, 1:07.9 as Wooden's down the inside of Hirani. I feel he's got to make this move quickly to consolidate his place in the B final. He does that nicely. So Benjamin Wooden is up to third, but there you can visually see it now. Tom Stalker is closing in at a fantastic rate on Vinod Hirani. He started this race brilliantly, was strong in the wetter conditions, but as it's starting to dry out now, it's Wooden and Stalker who are starting to overhaul him. He is fighting back now. Now this is the one thing that will be an advantage to Hirani now. He's now got a pacemaker in front of him. He can see that there's a kart in front of him, being able to corner a little bit quicker, brake a little bit later. He can try that out himself, and it's rewarding him now. So 3 minutes to go. Shears and Cherry, they've checked out, they're done. 14 seconds ahead of this trio. 2 of them will qualify for the B final, 1 of them will not. Stalker there in 5th place. Yeah, last time around was the new PB for Hirani. 1 minute 6.055. Comparison though, Tom Stalker did a 103.5. 2.5 seconds quicker. Marcus Naris has got past Brad Jones for 8th place, and Paul Jameson, the super heavyweight, has gained a position. He's got past Christian Hoos for 12th. Hirani now having a go back at Whilton there, or at least having half a think about it. I think definitely having Whilton ahead of him now has helped Hirani here to get back on pace.
2 minutes left on the clock then, just over. This is where the battle is at for tickets to the B final. Gap for the lead of the race is closing down a fair amount as well. Andrew Cherry now within half a second of Bradley Shears. They want to make sure that they're negotiating over first place in a civil manner, so that neither of them denies the other the chance to get through to the B final.
It shows where there's a level of confidence and also tyre temperature that has been activated by the top two. They're 4 seconds a lap quicker than this trio here, as Hirani's looking up the inside for third place, but unfortunately that's mean he's going to drop back away from Whilton there. Can Tom Stalker take advantage of this time? Starting to run out. Less than 90 seconds to go. The track continuing to get quicker. The top guys up to the pace of a 57 now, and now here comes the response from this trio. 59.4 for Whilton, 59.8 for Hirani, 59.9 for Stalker. So it'll be this lap plus one more.
Dupree's gets by Brad Jones, that's over 8th place. And Marcus Naris as well dropped back behind Stephen Hullock and Paul Jameson on that last lap as well. So a few changes happening further back as these drivers start to go, grip, I remember that, and find it in different places around here. Start to improve their lap times again. This is the thing, and here's the thing, Andrew. Such is the gap between the lead battle and this battle we're watching now. It's 19 seconds. Leaders are already on the last lap at this point, as we wait for the third place battle to come round. Here it is. So, Benjamin Whilton, Vinod Hirani and Tom Stalker. All things being equal, 2 of those names are going to get up into the B final. But Stalker is all over the back of Hirani here, and he wants that last golden ticket to the B final. I suppose it's a silver ticket if it's the B final. We'll get onto those in the gold tickets in a bit. But Vinod Hirani is going to try and challenge for third, is he? He had a think about it, but thought better of it. These two have got to be so careful, have Whilton and Hirani, because Stalker's going to have a look. There he is, down the inside of the hairpin. Is he going to get good drive onto the back straight, such that he can try something? Bradley Shears takes the win, I should say, for the C final. Andrew Cherry in second. But we've got to keep an eye on here, because round the outside is trying Stalker now. He's trying to find any which way to get up into this B final. Whilton has just about got a kart length over Hirani here as they go through the fast right-hander. They're going to come into the chicane. It's going to be Whilton, but it's going to be a drag to the line. It's going to be a real drag to the line. It still goes the way of Hirani by 92 thousandths of a second ahead of Tom Stalker. Oh, that's bitter. That's bitter for Tom Stalker. There's a spinner in the chicane, was that. So it's Jaden Cadigan in 6th, 7th for Blake Templey, Leon Dupree's in 8th, 9th for Brad Jones, then it's Stephen Hullock, Paul Jameson, Marcus Naris, Christian Hoos and David Wilson. My apologies to Bradley Shears and Andrew Cherry for us not covering them across the line, but that was such a close battle for the final promotion spots.
Final two promotion
spots. But it is Bradley Shears who wins ahead of Andrew Cherry. Benjamin Whilton and Vinod Hirani, provisionally we say, are your promotees up into the B final, and it is that which is coming up for you next here on your Alpha live stream at Bayford Meadows. Let's look at the grid then for your B final. It is going to be Kevin Coombs who takes this one from pole. We believe. I've got a slight difference between my graphics here in the box and what we've got here. by 1 position, so bear with us. But Kevin Coombs, we're going to say provisionally on pole. Jason Bear alongside. That's it. That's the grid. Then it'll be Anthony Ridd and Paul Williams. We've got Jordan Salter and Kieran Chigsey, Richard Lavender and Luke Phillips, Lawrence Cheer and Daniel Hollinshead to round out your... There we go. There we go. Lee Henderson, that's the one we were missing. Lee Henderson on pole. And that's critical. The reason we all paused is because that's big.
That's very big.
That's huge. So Lee Henderson on pole, Kevin Coombs alongside, Jason Bear and Anthony Ridd on row 2, Paul Williams and Jordan Salter on 3. Row 4 will be Kieran Chigsey and Richard Lavender, Luke Phillips and Lawrence Cheer round out your top 10. Daniel Hollinshead and Luke Pollan are on row 6. Then it's going to be Bradley Porter and Simon Kavanagh, Andrew Hicks and Richard Newton, followed by Samuel Bensley and Ben Bennyworth. Rounding out your top 20 is going to be Max Jameson and Matthew Batter, Matt Griffiths and Joel Arguelles, and joining them on the B final grid are promotees from the Sprint C final. It's going to be Bradley Shears and Andrew Cherry and Benjamin Wotton and Vinod Hirani now confirmed as your promotees. And the significance there being, there he is, Lee Henderson. He's got to get through into the A final. He's got to finish in the top 2 if he wants to be in that A final, is the significance.
So the reason why this is significant, folks, is what we've done on the Club 100 edition of the Spreadsheet of Doom is put the grid positions of both Lee Henderson and Bill Taylor into the spreadsheet to say, if it was the most boring A final of all time, what would be the difference? Now, at the time that we had the grid, it had Lee Henderson qualified as 24th of the 24 automatic qualifiers through to the A. So we put 24 in. And we put 15th in for Bill Taylor. Spoiler, he's 15th on the grid for the A final. If they'd finished it, or if they were to finish the A final in those positions, which could still happen, Bill would take the championship by 1 single point. Now, what this has done with Lee Henderson, obviously there's been a recalc of the points, and Lee Henderson was the 25th best performing driver across the 12 heats that we saw in the early part of the afternoon. Effectively, that means like he's missing. He's 2 points short at the moment if he doesn't get through. So I'm in absolute agreement with you, Howard. He has got to finish in the top 2 here. He's got to make sure that he's on that A final grid. Because if he's not, yes, he'll be improving his score, let's say like a 3rd or a 4th in this B final. But that's then an open goal for Bill Taylor to just go, I just need to hold position here. I just need to hold nice, solid. Don't do anything crazy. Don't be like trying to fly through to top 10 or risk it all and end up outside the top 20. It'll be a big chance for Bill Taylor to win this title. So this is a massive, massive race for Lee Henderson as he starts from pole position. Yeah, absolutely. He'll be looking to retain that spot. It's going to be... I think the right phrase would be it's going to be an open door for Bill Taylor if he doesn't get through, is the way to think of this. Away we go then. Fairly uneven start across the grid, but it might be to Lee's advantage. Actually, Jason Bear's jostling for position. Anthony Ridd trying to come through as well. And that is Kevin Coombs all over the curbing there at turn number 1. But that is almost the dream start for Lee Henderson there as he looks to break away in the darkness here. Anthony Ridd currently in 2nd place, best of the rest. Kevin Coombs kept his foot in it in turn 1 and is now challenging for 2nd place as Kieran Chigsey tries down the inside of Jason Bear. I think it was Paul Williams who was a bit slow off the line from the 3rd row of the grid. There's a penalty already for Jason Bear. What is that for? That's for an ABC bump and pass. So Jason Bear automatically cannot make his way through to the A final. 4 positions, the best he can hope for in this race is being classified 5th, which is clearly not the top 2. Talking about golden tickets for the A final, there's 2 of them. Only the top 2 of this race go through. We're looking at the top 4 in our C final to get into the B. We're looking at our top 2. We'll get up into that A final. I like the way that Lee Henderson tackled that start. He obviously made sure he's clean and didn't go before the green light, but he went straight away to take the initiative in this race, and he's been rewarded with a 1.6 second lead at the end of lap number 1. Shout out to Andrew Cherry, finishing 2nd in the C final. 5 positions on that first lap into 20th place. He's clearly a man on the mission in the darkness. And of course, as benefit, he's just been out on track. So there is some knowledge of where the grip is at right now. Bradley Shears is up to 17th as well. So that I think will be probably because the odd side of the grid came across at a slightly different canter to the even side of the grid. Up the inside there. Chigsey. Kieran Chigsey on... I don't think that's on Jason Bear. I think it's Kevin Coombs. Yeah, it's Kevin Coombs.
Yes, indeed. Kevin Coombs hanging on for now in that third place.
Right, let's have a look at the pace of the drivers relative to one another. 57.7 for Lee Henderson. Crucially, he's quicker than third down.
And here's Chigsey on Coombs through turn number 1 and gets that move done. So Kieran Chigsey moves up into third place. Jason Bell looking to have a bit of a snip, an opportunity there at Coombs, but can't make it stick. Jordan Salter at the moment sat behind Bear as well there in 6th place. But you're right, Andrew. Oh, and that's another look from Bear in the second hairpin. But it's going to actually not pay off and allow Salter to have a look down the inside as they come onto the back straight and makes that move 6. So Salter now up to 5th place. But yeah, the pace at the moment. Oh, the pace at the moment from Henderson it's a good opening salvo, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter too much if Anthony Ridd catches and overtakes. As long as there's a 2, they can then pull away from the rest of the field. And at the moment, that is exactly what they're doing.
Anthony Ridd is catching though, Andrew. I think you let him through.
Yeah, oh yes. No, if you're Lee Henderson in this situation, you don't fight with Anthony Ridd. If he's a second quicker than you, you let him through. Let him do the hard work of leading out and finding where the grip is. And in fact, that's exactly what he's done. That is quite heads up from Lee.
Heads up driving, as you say, because he knows he needs to get through to this A final. Better to just let Ridd go and focus on your own pace. Try and stay with Ridd.
Yeah.
You know, if he's quick enough to have got onto the back of you, see if you can learn from how he's driving.
We've just seen Vinod Hirani do pretty much exactly the same for getting through from the C to the B. At the second he got overtaken by Whilton, he was able to increase his pace by a second or 2 because he had a marker there. He had someone setting a great example for him. But there is Kieran Chigsey.
Shout out for Dan Hollinshead at the moment. 7th place, highest place to your Class 3 drivers. I don't think we've seen have we seen a Class 3 on that A final grid? I don't think we did.
No, I don't think we have.
So this is for who can take the round 11 bragging rights in Class 3 as well. And at the moment, that's going the way of Hollinshead.
Bill Taylor has just become a very quiet because of Kieran Chigsey fan. Because Kieran Chigsey is to do Bill a big favour here by taking this second and last promotion spot into the A finals. Off there is Ben Bennyworth, who's had an awful day.
Yeah, it's been a torrid time of it today for Ben. Unfortunately, Julie waits for the other drivers to pass him so he can turn his kart around safely.
There's some good pace from Chigsey. This. Fastest driver out there, 55.490. There's an ABC takeout penalty for Luke Pullen.
I'd assume that's related. He was racing with Ben Bennyworth, so one would have thought those are connected. Richard Lavender's just got past Simon Kavanagh as well. That's for 11th place. And yeah, there is a good battle over the Class 3 standings out there. Because, oh, sorry, mate.
Just to be clear, it is not over if Lee Henderson doesn't make this A final. Bill Taylor will still have to go out there, race his race, and get a sufficient position to overhaul the points tally of Lee Henderson.
True. Nevertheless, it's really, really touch and go. I mean, you know, Lee Henderson could make it through to the A final and then immediately get, you know, crashed into by somebody else on the first lap. But it's leaving it in the lap of the gods if he doesn't get through. He knows he's just got to sit there and bite through all of his nails waiting to see what happens.
The situation will be thus, and in fact I'm going to come back to that because Kieran Chigsey is right on the rear axle now of Lee Henderson, looking for a way through. Won't do it here, it's too risky into the chicane, but there may be a run down into hairpin, into the first corner. Kieran Chigsey's going to go for it. Big move, huge move in the context of super heavy. Kieran Chigsey is up to second place and at the moment is going through to the A final, whereas Lee Henderson, super heavyweight points leader at the start of the day, is not.
Big moment potentially, as Andrew says. There's a contact warning that was issued for Kieran Chigsey early in the race, but that is not a penalty. Doesn't mean he needs to take care. Oh, and that is the 128 of Matt Griffiths, who's off there at the chicane. Very unusual place to be off.
Wonder if he's just lost it on the braking there. So, situation is now thus. Lee Henderson sitting in third is still improving his points score, by the way, with this. Would finish his season on 1,185 points.
We should say it's a testament to how good a day Bill Taylor has had that this is the situation. Bill Taylor has got himself into that A final, and that is what has made this such a high-pressure situation for Henderson. This is interesting as well, though. Chigsey now lining up Anthony Ridd for a potential move for the
Yep.
lead.
Ridd has not galloped away as perhaps we would have expected earlier in this race, and this is potentially an opportunity for Lee Henderson. These two come together. He's in the perfect spot to take the spoils. 20th place, just to put that one in there. 20th place is what Bill Taylor would need in the A final to win the super heavyweight title if the race result here in the B final was to remain as you see on your screen now. Ridd from Chigsey Henderson.
Chigsey, who we're watching, is in quite a close battle, as I recall, with Richard Newton in the super heavyweights as well. Newton just up to 11th place ahead of Richard Lavender. But at the moment, Chigsey is having quite a strong round, it has to be said, as he's challenging Anthony Ridd through the chicane, and Ridd's going, "Oi, not through the chicane, mate, come on, be reasonable here."
Contact warning for Richard Newton. Fastest driver out there at the moment is Jason Bear, but remember, he has a big penalty coming in the way of a bump and pass. Chigsey looking for a way through. They're not working together here, Howard. They're not doing the strategy that I was saying to one of our drivers from the C final earlier. They're encouraging Lee Henderson back into this battle for the spots in the A final.
Yep, absolutely. There is not the collaboration from the top two at the moment that you would need, and it's put Chigsey back into attack range for Lee Henderson, and Chigsey tried to tuck underneath into turn 8, and there goes Henderson. Big move into turn number 9. Lee Henderson back up into second place. That could be huge in terms of the super heavyweights once again.
Lee Henderson is not giving this one up. He does not want his season to end in this B final, and he's encouraging the other drivers now, because look, here comes Kevin Coombs into the battle. Jordan Salter is here as well. This is a fascinating B final, not just in the context of this round of Club 100 heavyweight sprints, but for the super heavyweight title. Those with the green number boards, those are the runners in it. But remember, they score the points relative to their overall position. Lee Henderson is now back in second place. The top two go through to the A final. Then who knows what will happen beyond then. But 3 minutes to go. It is all on the line here.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff in the darkness here at Bayford Meadows. Got good battles going on in Class 3, by the way. Dan Hollinshead in 7th place. Luke Phillips, our Class 3 champion for this year, in 8th place. Battling, well, trying to get onto the back, actually. It's quite a gap that he's got to close up, some 3 seconds, but he is currently a little bit quicker.
Chigsey back down the inside, retakes second place. The trouble for Henderson, he just doesn't seem to have the pace to close into Anthony Ridd.
And it's harder for him this time, Andrew, because he's got more friends along for the party. If Kevin Coombs or Jordan Salter or Jason Bear gets a sniff of this, they're going to be straightening. There is Kevin Coombs having a look at Henderson into hairpin number 1. Henderson shuts the door here. He's got to keep his eyes forward, but he can't throw this away. Salter down the inside of Coombs. That will give a bit of breathing space to Henderson as they sort themselves out behind. They're still sorting themselves out behind. Jason Bear is looking for a way up the inside, and he's found it up the inside of Kevin Coombs. It's now Salter, Bear and Coombs, or is it Coombs actually, because now Daniel Hollinshead is trying to get involved as well. But it's still Chigsey in second place, and he's beginning to pull away a little bit here, Andrew.
If this race finishes like this and Lee Henderson does end up being champion, I think he owes Jordan Salter a beverage of his choice, because he's just opened the gap there. But here comes Salter back once again. Maybe that offer will be taken straight back. 90 seconds to go. The hopes of Lee Henderson getting through into the top two are dwindling now. It's all just about keeping as many points on his card as he can. Remember, 1 position equals 1 point, and we really are talking 1 point here and there. I'll remind you again, yesterday we saw a Sprint 60 heavyweight title decided by countback, as Brewer and Burrell-Smith were equal on points after 11 rounds.
Salter all over the back of Henderson now, Andrew. This is really tense stuff here for the man who came into today as the points leader in super heavyweights. This is nip and tuck here. Kieran Chigsey is closing in on Anthony Ridd. Is he going to attempt another attack on the lead in the final lap here? It will all be for nothing if they force each other wide or bring a penalty upon one of them. Here we go then, on to the last lap. Anthony Ridd, your leader. There's a track limit warning for Lee Henderson in 3rd, but he's got to try everything to try and keep as many people behind him as possible. And if there is any way he can get up into the top 2 here, he's got to take it. But it doesn't look to me like he's going to be gifted a penalty, because Ridd has been able to pull out a gap on Chigsey again here, so they're not going to start battling in this one.
They are closing back in, but I think they're going to be a lap or two short. It was a PB from Henderson last time around, a 55.5. There's another bit of help there. That's Jason Bear getting involved and breaking it up behind. Henderson can run away now. He should have third sewn up as it's very, very tight.
Head coming in on the inside as well. It almost went 3 wide into turn 8, but Salter's somehow been able to hold on to it. So that gives Lee Henderson a clear run to the finish, but it's not going to be the position he wants. Coming up to the chicane now. I don't think Chigsey's close enough to Anthony Ridd, though he is closing. Anthony Ridd is going to win the B final and book a place in the A final. Kieran Chigsey finishes second, but Lee Henderson, by 1 position, misses out on the A final. And that means he has to watch Bill Taylor try and take the championship from him at the last from the sidelines.
By our calculations, and this is very unofficial, we should stress that, Lee Henderson finishes the 2021 Club 100 season on 1,185 points. If Bill Taylor finishes 20th in the final, he will finish on 1,186.
Well done to Daniel Hollinshead, takes home the bragging rights for Class 3 for round number 11, finishing 6th overall. Luke Phillips in 2nd as well, and your Class 3 podium rounded out by Lawrence Cheer. I think that rounds off a very impressive showing from our Class 3 drivers in both heavyweights and lightweights this weekend. It's been very impressive to see them and bids well for future seasons. But next here at Bayford Meadows, we're going to take a break as we work out the finalised grids for the A final. But that is the last race of the weekend coming for you here next on your Alpha Live stream at Bayford Meadows.
Bayford Meadows, and we're getting ready for the final race, not just of today, but of this 2021 Sprints Championship for Club 100. Here is your grid for the A final. Richard Dickey Allen starts on pole position ahead of the champion in this championship for 2021, Joe Holmes. Anwar Barrell-Smith is already confirmed as your runner-up, starts on row 2 alongside Chris Alcock. Matt Wildman is going for 3rd in the championship, starts there on the 3rd row alongside a very impressive Mikey Nichols. Adam Wright wants to keep that number 3 plate for next year. He starts on the 4th row of the grid, alongside him is Francesco Volpe. Alex Pritchard starts on the 5th row of the grid, joined by Lewis Ridd. Dave Peathers has raced well today. Steve Bosley has been on the high IQ strat, starts from row 6. Tim Williams and Harry Melvin are on row 7. Bill Taylor, going for super heavyweight glory, starts on row 8, joined by Tim Hill. Jonathan Elliott and Miguel Hall are on row 9. Steve Lindley has raced great this weekend, is through onto the 10th row of the grid alongside Richard Masterson. Mike Bodner and Tom Fuller on row 11. David Jarvis and Darrell Lowe are on row 12. Howard's going to confirm for me our 2 qualifiers from the B final. They are indeed Anthony Ridd and Kieran Chigsey. Well, there are 2 drivers who will just be going out and having a bit of fun here. Joe Holmes in the foreground, already your champion. Anwar Barrell-Smith already confirmed 2nd in the championship standings.
He's all right, that Anwar. I think he should take part in more formats offered by Club 100.
Never before has a man done, I'm genuinely saying this is not a joke, never before has a man done more Club 100 racing in one weekend.
No, absolutely.
He should have entered the lightweight sprint 60 as well. He's just not trying hard enough. Let's talk about the driver in the bottom left, though. Bill Taylor starts this race 15th, which is a good spot. If he holds that position, he will be super heavyweight champion. But as we've just said to JV, it's a tense place to start a middle of a grid in any race like this. But, you know, he's on the inside, which is good. If you were to ask me, where would I want to start on the 19th, 20th or 21st yesterday in the endurance, I would have said, well, anything but 20th. He's on that inside, but in the middle of the pack, it's tight, it's twisty into that first sector. He could be 10th after turn 4, he could be 25th. The key bit is he's got to be 20th or higher when the checkered flag comes out. Then he'll be champion for super heavyweights. If he's 21st or 22nd, well, if he's 22nd or further back, it'll be Lee Henderson's title. If he's 21st, oh no, I'm going to have to get the mega abacus out to work out the tiebreaker.
It's good rehearsal for next weekend's BUK qualifiers, mate. I expect either you or the laptop to start smoking or steaming at some point. And if you're wondering, folks, I wonder if the Club 100 staff, you know, it's a long season, I wonder if they get into the championship. We've literally just had JV in the box.
What do they need to do?
What needs to happen? Oh, it's close, isn't it? You know, passionate racers through and through behind the scenes here at Club 100, and it gives us a good opportunity to say a big thank you to them, actually, for the amount of effort that goes into running this stuff. You know, we'll wrap up the show here, and then they'll still be packing up the carts. They'll go back to base, which is mercifully quite close here at Bayford Meadows, and they'll get a full service done on them for when they're next in action. But sorry, go on, mate. You were going to make a point.
We've not even talked about C2 yet.
We haven't,
overall.
No.
So our pole sitter, Richard Allen, the other we mentioned with Tim Hill earlier, winning the Clubman Endurance Championship as a team. This is the other half of it. Richard Allen, who's I mean, the last time we had a in-person awards dinner, he was Driver of the Year for 2019.
Yeah.
I thought that was an impeccable effort from Dickie that year. He's got even better this year, and particularly, again, you know, we talked about it with Daz in the lightweights. Drivers who have gone, I don't know whether it's the cameras being on them, they've just stepped it up again. And I feel for the heavyweights, Dickie is that driver, fully deserving pole position here. And if he can stay there, if he can stay, basically, he needs to beat Alex Pritchard. If he can stay ahead of Alex Pritchard, he'll be C2 champion for 2021.
Yes. Apologies, do we know the points gap coming into
the points gap
if
is
Pritchard
the 6 points. It's the 6 points.
Okay.
But we'll keep monitoring it. Alex Pritchard himself has had a good day. Starts on the 5th row of the grid, 9th on the grid, again on the inside.
Yep.
That's where you want to be here at Bayford Meadows.
We are about to go into the final race of the season. I always feel a little bit moved to do something on a borderline award speech here, even though I'm not awarded anything. But we've said a big thank you to the Club 100 staff who race prepare all of these karts and make this championship possible. Obviously, it's their championship. Club100.co.uk if you're interested in getting involved in 2022. It's a lot of thanks as well to the marshals here at the circuit, without whom we couldn't go racing. As ever, we're indebted to them for making that possible, and all of the staff here at Bayford Meadows as well. Always a nice circuit to come to. I'm going to go round as well. I was going to say, see, this is where it gets to an award speech, but do hope you've been enjoying the Alpha Live coverage. Do please like, share, subscribe, follow what they're doing. Show some love for the Alpha Live crew. Our thanks from Double Dash Motorsport Media to them, to Fraser, who's been doing the direction. And it's slightly awkward to do the thank you, actually, because he's sat right next to me on this occasion. It's a little less awkward when they're in a different room. But Darren, who's sat behind us and has been keeping the show on the road as well, and to Jack, to Johnny, and to Will, our camera crew, who've been out there, even now in the darkness, ready to show you all of the action. And we anticipate quite a bit of action. This is a very slow roll-up. They want to get it started this lap. This is going to... Where we are going round again.
There was there's just a little bit of confusion between Francesco Volpe and Steve Bosley as to where they should be.
In that case, I'm going to carry on. We've been Double Dash Motorsport Media on the comms side of things. If you like what you have heard, that's an ironic sentence in my show. If you like what you've heard, then head on over to our YouTube channel, like, share and subscribe there. We've got esports action in the Club 100 ranks coming up over the next week. And we're also on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we're on
Double
Twitter.
Dash MM on everything.
That is the thing. If ever you can't remember that, then double-mm.com. I've been Howard Mitchell, he's been Andrew Mather. Mate, it's been a pleasure to be covering Championship with you again. We'll be back in action BUKC next weekend. Thank you also to John Ratcliffe, who we've had at some points in this season, and for Kieran McGinley, who stood in when I had to drop out at the last minute earlier on as well. It's been a pleasure for all concerned. Let's do some racing. Richard Allen leads them away for the A final for round 11. It's going to be a strong start from a second place on the grid for Joe Holmes. To watch and learn people starting second as someone's going out very wide onto the curb there, but through the darkness they come. Through turn number 2, it's clean enough. Everybody's facing the right way so far. It is Richard Allen though who leads Adam Wright down the inside there of the 64 of Mikey Nichols.
Sky blue and white helmet, yellow shoulders, that's Bill Taylor if you're trying to make him out in the gloom. I'd seen he'd survived and got through at least turn 3. He started from 15th on the grid. Where is he? Still there. He's still there, just pulling back into line, and he's around in that position he needs to be in the teens.
It's been an okay start for Alex Pritchard as well. There on the tail of Mikey Nichols, but it's not enough at the moment. But at least it hasn't been a disaster or a calamity. But the man he's got to beat is the leader at the end of lap number 1. Richard Allen leads. Joe Holmes, though, in his wheel tracks. And as Andrew was saying, the two gentlemen behind him don't have anything to lose. They're just here for funsies. They've wrapped up their championship scores. First and second in the championships for the number 1 and the number 2. Repeat performance of 2020. But Richard Allen has something to win here. Joe Holmes goes down the inside of him nonetheless at hairpin number 1. And he's going to hang Allen out to dry here. Amar Brule-Smith, though, not able to capitalise, although he did give it a good try.
Spreadsheets chucking out numbers, Howard. Matt Wildman has finished lap 1 in 6th place. Adam Wright in 4th place. At the moment, that means that Wildman is taking 3rd place in the championship by 3 points. The other way of putting that, if Wright and Wildman were to swap positions, my goodness me, Adam, that was a big save. It would be changed. And look, they're together now. They're together. Chris Alcock's been dropped.
Yep.
So Wildman is there in 5th place. Adam Wright must not let Matt Wildman through if he wants to keep hold of his number 3 plate.
Yeah, and it's fair to say, you know, if Adam... Oh, and that's... is there drizzle there in the light that we could see?
Yeah, there is still a little bit of drizzle out there, yeah.
This is side by side between the two drivers going for 3rd in the championship, and Wildman is through at turn number 8, but Adam Wright's going to come back, not turn number 8, excuse me, that's through the hairpins, and that's back onto the back straight that Adam Wright has taken it. Coming through turn number 7, he's holding on by his fingertips at the moment, is Adam Wright, onto the opportunity. I think Wildman's gone down the inside of him again at turn number 8 there, and he has got through. Matt Wildman has got through, and Adam Wright... That doesn't mean that the positions change. Adam Wright would have to get by Matt Wildman and then some to take it, but now he's got to get past Wildman to do it. And Wildman will know this and go, so long as I finish ahead of Adam Wright, I'm good. I'm good for my 3rd place in the championship. Thank you very much.
Bill Taylor is doing more than enough at the moment. He's actually gone forward from where he started on the grid. He's up to 13th place. That would be good for 1,193 points versus Lee Henderson's 1,185, which is set in stone now.
Alex Pritchard still chasing Mikey Nichols here through the darkness, as behind them that is the 31 of Jonathan Elliott, putting a tidy little move there on Steve Bosley for 9th. Good job there by Jonathan Elliott. There is the 144 of Bill Taylor, just went through your shot. Currently running in 13th place. He's trying to beat the number 13 driver of Lee Henderson to this championship, and right now he's doing enough.
When we said making it into the A final was crucial, this is why. Lee Henderson in that super heavyweights competition, if you're just joining us, led the points at the start of the day, but could only finish 3rd in the B final. The first, that's off. That's Volpe.
Now,
that was well avoided.
He was battling with Steve Bosley at the end of that last lap. Steve Bosley, Volpe and Williams were all in a tight pack, I noted, coming out of the chicane. And that's clearly come to... So these two used to have a Francesco between them.
Yes.
And that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for everyone coming through turn 1, but not least this man here, Bill Taylor. But he's navigated it okay. We're all right.
Yeah.
If you're a Bill Taylor fan, things are okay.
That will have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment, but it's another position, it's another point, it's another step closer to becoming the 2021 Club 100 Super Heavyweight Sprints champion. for Bill Taylor. Remember, he basically used up all of his drop scores earlier in the season, because this is the 8th meeting of 11 that he's been able to attend. There's a restart off the grass penalty for Anthony Rydd. That'll be, well, that really will be a black flag that may even be brought in, because that's one of the biggest rules that you can break in Club 100. But Bill Taylor now up to 12th place. He's got Tim Williams ahead of him, who's been supreme today. He's fighting with Steve Bodsley for a spot in the top 10. Meanwhile, back at the front, here's Joe Holmes and Richard Allen. Richard Allen is doing what he needs to do at the moment to become the Class 2, the C2 champion, denoted by the blue number boards. Alex Pritchard, it's a valiant effort. He's currently in 8th place. He'll be securing 6th place overall in the series. Oh, wow. Adds up the inside, goes Dickie Allen, takes the lead.
Where did that come from? How did he get that good a drive off of turn 10? That was incredible stuff there from Dickie Allen. And he's through on Joe Holmes. Okay, let's just remember it is Joe Holmes in that car. Wow, that's an amazing move there for Dickie Allen. I don't know if Joe Holmes just caught the grass or something. He just seemed to not have the drive off the corner. But here we go then. Over halfway there, and Richard Allen is wide in that corner, and Joe Holmes is going to go back through. Up the inside of hairpin number 2. And Burrell Smith in 3rd place. And Matt Wildman now has pulled away from Adam Wright, you can see there.
The good piece of news, I feel, for Bill Taylor at the moment. Yes, he's got Mike Bodner behind him, tucked up 4/10 behind. There's a good gap. There's a nice gap behind Bodner that if Bodner was to overtake, he could just slip into and tuck onto the slipstream of the 44 kart.
It's a bit of a long shot.
Oh, that's it.
Whoa.
That is it.
Yeah.
Alex Pritchard has had a bump and pass penalty, and I think we're calling that one.
Yeah, that's on Mikey Nichols that he'll have done that offence. But yeah, that is huge, isn't it? That's pretty much curtains, unless it's not over till it's over, but something rather extraordinary now has to happen to Richard Allen.
I'm going to call that as it, because even if Pritchard was to win this race,
sorry, very wide line there from Richard Allen. I just thought something had gone wrong for him. Sorry, mate. Yeah, why is he?
If Pritchard was to win this race, take the +4, finish 5th overall, he would not overhaul the point score that Richard Allen would get.
Yeah,
that is it. Richard Allen is your 2021 C2 champion in the heavyweight sprints.
Unless if he falls off.
Even if he falls off.
Okay.
Even if he falls off, even if he pulled into the pits now and went, I'm done,
yep.
I've had enough racing for this weekend.
Yep.
He'd finish on 14:43.
Yep.
And he would beat Alex Pritchard on countback.
Got you. Wow. And Richard Allen is, funnily enough, I think frustrated because he's lost touch with Joe Holmes.
Maybe he could hear us. I didn't want to be champion.
I mean, assuming he's frustrated because he's now missing out on winning the round, as Anwar Burrell Smith goes down the inside of him now, but he's going to skirt wide in that attempt, and Dickie Allen will go straight back through again. Good little battle this, but I think he's there just going, let Joe Holmes get on up the road again. It's going to go the way of Joe. Bill Taylor still running in 13th place, as Lewis Rydd is getting by on Dave Pethers. That's for 16th place, and Jonathan Elliott has got by on Mikey Nichols. I feel like that's a race-long battle, that one. He's up to 8th at the moment. But, wow, yeah. I understand what you're saying now, mate. Richard Allen is looking set. I mean, everything we say here is provisional, but it's looking pretty odds on. We'd have to be quite fundamentally wrong with the maths for this one.
What's happened here? Miguel Hall's come out of nowhere. Yeah, it's all changed here. That's Bosley has fallen back a bit. Taylor has got back past Bodner.
Oh, now he hasn't, though, because Bodner's gone down the inside of turn number 1.
That's a very wise piece of driving. Just open the door, let him go through on the inside.
Except he's battling with Miguel Hall there into turn 3, is Bill Taylor. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. He didn't make it stick, and he's now got Lewis Rydd behind him.
Just needs to stay calm here. Just keep it trucking. He's got a good number of positions between himself, where he is at the moment, and the position that he needs at the moment. It's 20th position, which at the moment is Dave Pethers, who's 16.4 seconds off the lead, and he's got, so he's got 6 seconds. 6 seconds advantage. The last thing he needs right now is falling off the road.
Or rain.
Or rain.
because the two usually go together, let's not lie. But yeah, Mike Bodner there, up into 11th place. Miguel Hall, Bill Taylor, Lewis Ridd, that little group of karts at the moment.
This is very qualifiers like. This is how it normally gets. It's down the inside. Looks Ridd there. Let him go. Let him go, Bill. Oh, Bill's off the road there. And this is getting tight and technical now. As I say, this is getting very BUKC qualifiers, like where we do often get to the end of the day and we talk about a team needing something in the teens to achieve what they want to achieve. And Bill Taylor holds on at the moment in 13th place, but look at all those drivers queuing up behind. You've got Steve Lindley in there, Francesco Volpe fighting back through, Tim Hill's in there as well. Lewis Ridd in the black and orange is trying to find his way through. All of these drivers don't care about Bill Taylor's Super Heavyweights title. They want to have a strong finish to the end of the year.
Lindley's gone through on Lewis Ridd though, so it's a different challenger at least who comes up onto the back of Bill Taylor now in the darkness. Look at the way that their stats are behind. If Bill Taylor falls down to the back of this, if Bill Taylor falls down to the back of this pack of karts behind him, he will lose out on that Super Heavyweights title. Darrell Lowe going side by side with Tim Hill in the darkness, and that's Lewis Ridd and Steve Lindley again side by side. It's given a bit of a lifeline to Bill Taylor for now, because they're battling amongst themselves behind.
There are so many quick drivers queuing up behind, but this is the thing now. Steve Lindley, the defensive driving, is helping Bill Taylor now because it's giving him a gap ahead of Lewis Ridd and Tim Hill and Darrell Lowe and Francesco Volpe. Kieran Chixie's had a great race, is on the back of this pack as well, having been the guy to effectively put Bill Taylor in this championship winning position.
We're on the last lap of the Club 100 Sprints Championship. Joe Holmes is leading this one by 2.6 seconds. Richard Allen is in second place and looking set to take the Class 2 Championship here. Class 1's already decided. That is going the way of Joe Holmes. He's looking to finish it in style. Anwar Barul Smith and Matt Warman battle in the darkness, but at the moment Warman's looking set for third in the championship. Anwar's already settled for second. But Bill Taylor has got to hang on to his position here if he wants to take the Super Heavyweights.
Well, what about this driver? We've not really talked about him much today, but he's been supreme once again. 2 weeks ago, it was the 5-time champion being crowned. But once again, here at Bayford Meadows, he did it a few months ago in round number 7. Joe Holmes takes heavyweight sprints at Bayford Meadows. Richard Allen finishes second and is C2 champion. Barul Smith third, Matt Warman fourth, but we wait now. Where is Bill Taylor? Where is kart number 144 in the final race of the year? There he is, round the final corner. Bill Taylor is your Super Heavyweight champion for 2021. He did it in the last race. He had to get it in the top 20, which was easier said than done. He's more than done it, Howard. It's P13.
Wow, we have come into today, but both of the two championships yet to be decided coming into today have swapped round today. That's why we swap. I'm not entirely sure if Bill's aware. If I'm honest, I don't want to take away from him. He's cool as a cucumber if he does.
I had a brief chat with him before the C final where I said, hello, I'm Bill. What do I need to do? It's like, just stay where you are and you'll win it by at least 1 point. That was before we knew that Lee Henderson was in the B final.
True.
But he's gone forward. What a supreme drive that was, particularly with about 3 laps to go where the pressure was on and the Wolves were getting closer, but he held his nerve. And that's a well-deserved Super Heavyweight Championship. He's been supreme at every single round that we've had him here. And there's a great bit of sportsmanship, shaking hands with Lee Henderson there. 2 fantastic drivers who I'm sure will be back for future years. There'll be disappointment for Lee, but he can be proud of his efforts. Another driver who has taken a huge step forward from 2020.
There's been so many, Andrew. There's been so many drivers who this season I think have really, really taken a huge step forward, and I don't know how 2022 is going to. They can't all win.
There's a way in.
Crikey.
It's not over yet.
There is a
way in.
There is a way in. Oh, goodness me! But
there's Alex Pritchard.
Alex.
He's had a supreme year as well.
He has.
Finishes this race 9th.
He can hold his head up high, even though I'm sure there'll be a little bit of disappointment that, as we understand it, based off of our maths, he has fallen at the last with regards to taking that Class 2 championship.
but solidly in the top 10 overall.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there is a driver that, and I know I said this last year, Alex, you really need to be a C1 next year and go for C1, because every single year I see Alex Pritchard race, he gets better and better and better.
I was wondering, how does it, because the top 5 traditionally in a championship get trophies.
Yep.
They're finishing within the top 2 of Class 2, but within the top 5 of overall.
Well,
I don't know how many shiny pots they get for that, but it's a lot, and it's impressive. So well done to him.
Let's just run down the final order as they came across the line for that A final. This is pre-penalties, just to reiterate. Joe Holmes, your winner of round 11 of the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprint Championship for 2021. For the record, he finishes on a tally of 1,510 points. Richard Allen's second here today. Third for Anwar Barul Smith. So it was 17 points in the end for Holmes over Barul Smith. Matt Wildman in fourth, finishes third in the championship. Adam Wright fifth today. Still in the top 5 though, he'll have the plate number 4 next year. Chris Alcock has been a great addition to this heavyweights division in the last few rounds. He finishes today in 6th. Jonathan Elliott finishes 7th overall, 2nd in C2. Mikey Nichols, who I think has found his place here in heavyweights, 3rd in C2, 8th overall. Great stuff from Mikey today. Alex Pritchard, as we say, 9th, but he does have a penalty. 10th for Steve Bosley, who's been fantastic today. All of these guys have been, the heavyweights in particular, I think the whole across this season have been fantastic. Bosley 10th, Mike Bodner in 11th, 12th for Miguel Hall, 13th for Bill Taylor. As we say, by our calculations, that makes him the 2021 Club 100 Super Heavyweight Sprints Champion. 14th for Steve Lindley. That honestly has been one of the strongest sprints rounds I've seen from Steve. Another driver improving all the time. 15th for Tim Hill. A courageous season for Tim, who's had, you know, injury issues throughout the year, and I do hope we see him back again for 2022. One of the longest serving, if not the longest serving Club 100 driver out there. 16th for Darrell Lowe, 17th for Lewis Ridd, 18th Francesco Volpe, who did well to recover from his spin, 19th for Tim Williams, Tom Fuller in 20th, Kieran Chigsey from the B final finishes 21st, David Jarvis, Harry Melvin, Dave Pethers, Richard Masterson, Anthony Ridd. All of those drivers today. I think that's genuinely, not just because it's the last one of the season and there was some drama in terms of championship, that I think was one of the top A finals across the board that we've seen all season.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And yeah, there's a bit of tension right now because everyone's getting weighed.
Yes.
So we'll actually wait to see. Everything that Andrew just said might not be true. But no, a brilliant race. A brilliant race. I am actually looking. Yeah, we have got a confirmed result now. And actually, do you know what? I'm just going to... Does that mean... It does mean we've got a confirmed championship table as well here in the box.
Now I hold my breath, and hopefully I've got it all right. We have got it all right.
Hey.
Good stuff. Right, we're going to wrap things up there, everybody. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for your support. If you haven't already and you wouldn't mind clicking the subscribe button here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, that would be fantastic. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash across your various social medias. And yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your support as ever in what's been a tough year, a tiring year at times in the Club 100 paddock. And we're back next week as well.
We are.
This is the end for Club 100 sprints for 2021, but we're back next weekend, 2 days of action at Whilton Mill for the start of the 2021-22 British Universities Karting Championship. My name's been Andrew Mather, the man alongside me. Any last words?
It's been an absolute pleasure, folks. Do join us for the BUKC next weekend. Otherwise, do all take care of yourselves, and we'll catch you in the new year.
He's been Howard Mitchell. Together we've been DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media. This has been an Alpha Live production for Club 100 Racing. Thank you very much. We will see you at Buckmore Park on the weekend of the 26th and the 27th of February for the start of the 2022 Club 100 calendar. Bye-bye.